set up.
Alright guys, well, let's go ahead and try to do this again.
Okay, there's lots of resources on the very far island.
Yeah.
Alright, let's go ahead and do this.
I hate how far the brig is parked from the dock.
I know.
Yeah, so far away. Alright, let me get out of window mode. Yeah, why is my taskbar?
You know.
Find a pineapple.
Oh, it doesn't allow me to join game or invite to game because it's all grayed out. Or Jim.
Let's see. Did it work this time? Please tell me.
Are you using the Xbox app or what are you using, else?
Yeah, I'm using.
Yeah.
Yeah, just close it and open it
And
again.
game bar. Yeah, I have both.
And it's just crashed.
No, I did? Oh, I forgot the... Oh my god, I forgot the window mode.
Also,
Yeah,
okay, so you
crashed.
might want to use the, if you have it active, the game bar. It's, for me at least, it's
Yeah,
way,
it's always active.
it's way smoother than this, than the fucking Xbox bullshit thingy me.
Yeah, that's what I was originally using. So when he was telling me, hey, you sent you an invite, I was like, no, you didn't.
Chicks, I'm gonna go online again so you can join on me. Oh,
No,
you should
no,
be able
you're...
to join back
Nah,
in.
it lets me rejoin. Yeah, it tells me.
Yeah.
As long as I do it quick.
Where'd
You
the
have
game
like
go?
10 minutes.
The game closed itself? What?
Well, when you're in full screen and you click the next monitor, yeah. And it's annoying because I'm very prone to like clicking everywhere. I don't just stay on one screen. The habit.
Hey, Jim, send that one more time since it closed me.
My resource. Alright, did we empty this island?
Are you streaming now?
Keyboard though.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Keyboard there. You're gonna have to set up that
No, it's
XLR.
not me. It's not me.
Who is it? I'm gonna look at Discord. Oh wait. Project Zero? What are you doing?
Hmm?
Did you get the cherry keys or the brown keys? Or they sell these little rubber silicones that you can attach underneath the keyboard and it like stops the clicking.
Yeah, I've tried almost everything with this.
Okay, well there is another
My
solution on
friends are
Discord.
pretty
You could
basically
just
resolving to get me like one of those softer keyboards.
yeah, I have cherry keys. I love them. But if not, just do the on Discord. Just turn on your crisp mode. That helps a lot too. Yeah, it's gonna be right next to where it says voice connected. You'll see a little like a little graph. Just click that and it'll say enable noise suppression. Turn it on. It'll take away clapping and mouse type in and all that good stuff.
That's why. Those are the.
Yeah, I even tried blowing farts and you guys couldn't hear it, so that was great.
Okay, can you hear this?
Before I was getting constipated and trying not to make it obvious, but it was difficult. Some days are no more, the
Hear me
troubles
now?
are gone. Yeah, loud and clear. And type again while you're talking, and we'll see. Yeah, if
No.
you're typing, I don't hear it. Yep, there you go, all set. And you sound the same. You don't sound lower. You're finding good. There you go. You don't need to buy a new microphone or do anything. All you needed was software. All right, hold on. I'll come back on a ship now.
This computer has been wonky ever since I got it. It's like even did the mic gain the first day.
Yeah.
Every time I freaking. It's stupid. I see notifications, I'm clicking the check mark, and it's just not validating a damn thing.
Do you have the game closed?
No, it's open.
You should be able to like just.
And if
Well,
you go into
tab in
tap
and
back
out.
in
Yeah.
after you take the invite, does it say you can join game or not? Like it doesn't say
should.
anything.
Notifications shows a check mark and shows a.
Hey,
It
So on the
usually asks if
Xbox-
you'd like to join this game.
I'm using the game bar.
you're on a game bar. Okay, so you should be able to click on them and just click join game, or just you might have to view their profile first, and then see if join game is an option.
You don't need to
Nope.
if you're on game.
Join
bar-
game is grayed out, join party is grayed out. I can invite him to a game though.
Game is
Who
online.
else? Who else? So is it? But is it for both people who are in your group?
Yeah, you're gonna have
Same
to add
thing
me.
happened.
I don't know.
Have him added.
Fine.
He's my friend.
Okay,
No,
you guys
I
both
mean-
added each other, so privacy settings should be overridden now. Going for more resources?
I joined in.
Hey there, you made me miss.
Sorry.
Actually,
The barrels respawn.
Maybe he can invite you.
Yeah, Project Zero, you try to invite. If not, one of you guys is my crew like bugged out or something?
I don't
and
know.
that
No, it shouldn't be.
Or
Gameboy's bugged out.
You know,
that happens sometime. Usually, that's like if the party's full or NAT.
let's try it that way.
Windows G. Yeah, and there's Jim.
Oh, you actually have to wait for a bit. I think it's because of the
Thank
way
you,
Cat left.
Sherry. How's
I can
everything
invite
going?
you.
I haven't left anything, have I? I'm already.
No, Cat's been
I've
sitting on the
always been
bridge.
on
I've been
No,
watching.
no, no.
the spread.
You've started.
You left.
Cat.
You left, didn't you?
Oh, I left.
There's someone else.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so you might just have to wait like 5 minutes.
Yeah, let it sink in. Oh, sorry, I grabbed it by accident.
Thanks.
Oh,
me a
I'm
second, I'm gonna try something.
sorry. I think for those maps, it should ask you, are you sure you want to grab this?
And I know I can't join you because if I join you, then we're on the same server. So
Yeah, or Project Zero. Do you have Project Zero added?
I don't have anybody but you, Tricks.
You know, sometimes the Xbox can be weird. Like when you just add somebody, you might have to actually
Give me a
I
second,
have
restart the
Jim,
game.
I'm in Jim's party.
Alright, just a moment. Kelso, you didn't add J13?
he had me.
Okay, no,
Yeah,
because he said that he
I
only
have-
has tricks. That's why. I was like,
Oh, yeah. But nobody asked about Project Zero.
Yeah, I sent you.
It's funny because now that I go into Jim's profile on the PC, it says it's white for follow, but if I go into my Xbox app on my phone, it says I'm already following him. Sounds like
Yeah.
Game Boy.
Sounds like it's a synchronization issue. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Hey,
Um,
do
Game
you
Boy.
mind opening this for me?
use the Xbox app then. Fuck it. Cat, are you on the ship?
Nope.
No, not yet. I'm just running back.
Okay.
Oops.
65 wood, 105 cannonballs.
Damn, that's a lot of cannonballs.
Yeah, man, we got a lot of that BBCB.
To the ladder. Whee! Just.
Hold on.
Wait, is it just me or these lantern lights look a bit different?
It's just you. I think.
Which direction you're facing?
Oh, yeah. I can
We're gonna
see.
go south by southeast. Actually, Cat, my dear, please.
Oh, thank you.
Go up here. So much fun climbing this ladder.
Oh my god, I'm getting stuck in the wood. What the hell? I mean, what the Chanel's? Chanel's a pretty good purse brand. I like Chanel.
If you send your character name on Discord, Kelso, I can add your Xbox.
On Discord, it's in the
Actually,
VIP
launch.
lounge. Yeah.
It could be the you know, the whole name
I think it's
changing
Game
too can also affect. Like I don't know how long ago you did it, but
Long time ago.
you should be fine.
I think it was just Game Bar.
You'll mention-
Yeah.
I control Alt deleted for closing Game Bar.
Well, that's the way to do it. I would just force close it and reopen it. It just sounds like it just didn't
Yep.
resynchronize. Yeah.
It says that does not exist.
Remember to add the hashtag and the numbers.
Yes, I copied it.
NEMESES.
Copy paste.
Ooh.
All caps too.
Like I said, copy pasta.
Well, Jim has me. And it's still, even when I refresh it, it only says
Have you
it's
ever
not
seen
working.
my
I
character
don't know.
name?
Okay, let me.
It says you don't exist, dude.
Yeah, you might actually have check your username again, Kels.
What's up, Kiki? How's it going?
Yeah, I
How's
got
everything
it
going,
right
guys?
because Jim already added me,
Why did the game look like that?
and I know my username.
Like, if I take away the number and hashtag, I find somebody, but
No, the hashtag was forced upon me by Microsoft.
Yeah, take out the hashtag because
You can see my photo, don't you, Jim?
Yep. Yeah, the hashtag.
Oh,
screws it
oh,
up.
oh, what's going on, baby? Shut up. Oh, is that island?
It's just wondering if
Jesus
you.
Christ.
He's all
Don't
panicked.
panic.
We're gonna get it.
I'll just restart the PC.
oh
Okay.
yeah, I see his face.
Oh, it's
You're
my
holding
hair.
a Lysol can.
Oh, I made my hair stick
Yep.
up.
Just for Corona.
Oh, another cannibal.
There you
Oh,
go.
units be
Oh,
advised. I got
Jim.
BBCBs inbound.
Salty pirates.
Can I harpoon a cannibal?
With your
No,
face.
you might be able to.
Only with your face, mate. That's how it works.
Here, try to take that. That let you in?
Having a right go.
Oh, it won't let me.
Here, I'm gonna show you what I'm saying, and I'm gonna send it to Discord.
Yeah.
Can you send video or no?
I don't
Oh,
think
I
so.
hit.
Yeah, you can.
Heard they wanted
Yeah.
you, bro.
I know, right?
Oh.
Yeah, maybe we should have gone the other way, really.
Ooh, what the heck?
I got the repairs. All right, let's go.
Wow, it's laggy down here. Wow, what the heck? That was down like 5 FPS.
Ooh, I can already buy things.
Oh,
5
what's that in the water
FPS.
there? That's Skelly.
Oh,
He's
Scully?
having a swim, early morning swim
oh.
in his bath.
Alright, Kels, do you want me to call you in private so you can share screen so we can figure this shit out quickly?
Uh-oh. In the private. Ooh. A loot captured by the legendary Carouse.
Yeah, I wonder
See,
if they'll
when I
ever.
click on Jim, I can join his game quite. Yeah, it's lit up for me, so
Mm-hmm.
it's just.
Is it like a new friends thing, maybe? Because I
No.
know sometimes.
No, you shouldn't. It might just be on Kelso's end. That's why I'm saying, if you
Right.
want, we can switch to
Microsoft makes me micro. Oh my
Oh, I
god.
can
DM.
buy things.
Kinky, how's everything been going, dog?
Kels.
Not letting
Game in
me
full
send
screen
video.
now, guys. Cameras on.
Discord
I think
either,
we're
so.
good. We're good. Okay, sweet.
Do you have, like
Oh, okay.
Gaiazo or any of those?
Maybe I need to
You're
put the
talking
game in
too low
window
again,
mode.
Jim.
Get more FPS in window mode. What the heck?
Ooh.
165 right now.
You could not
Nice.
see my ID, madam.
Oh wait, something was in the water. Oh, I missed it. Yeah, I went about changing some of the picture settings, and everything looks much better. The game looks like Cartoon Network. I love it.
Cartoon Network.
Oh, the front sails there, Eridar.
Yeah, give me just. I'm waiting to see. If
I
Kelso
know you like to walk on
Get
sticks
working.
in the fronts of the ships.
Yeah, no.
How you get, bro?
Here is the.
Oh shoot! Wait, what are we doing? Oh, we're doing the Okay. Never.
Gonna
Uh,
get
let-
Plunder Outpost,
Yeah,
but
let's
we're
go
gonna
Plunder
do
Outpost to
the
meet with everyone.
Gotcha.
Thieves Haven, but we need to get everybody in the game first. don't we?
Mhm,
It was
yeah.
crazy. Mixer was so different.
Is
What
Kelso
happened,
still
man? I
here?
went good.
Yeah, I'm still here. It's just
Fine.
not.
People
It's
vomit
definitely
on
within
Mixer. I
Xbox.
know. Well, you know what? I'm gonna be
Are
doing
you able
some
to join on
later on
Tricks
today.
or
More.
Eridar then? 'Cause they've
Not
had-
really, because we're full.
Trix never invited me, so.
No,
Last time
okay.
Trix was the one. I'll see.
Yes. So if you press Win G while you're
Yeah, I
in
know.
there,
Yeah.
and then you can join. Can you
Is it?
join on him? This is the option
Yep.
there.
It allows me to join him.
You can, but you.
We can do that real quick. I can leave for a sec. Join the Project Zeros. Jim will have to back out, and then Kelso could join, and then I could back out again.
Yeah, his is completely open for me to do that.
There, get it!
Oh, come on!
Oh,
look.
that's a bad boy. That's a bad boy.
Green. There's a
Oh,
green
oh,
gem
okay,
there.
I'll take
Oh, you
that.
want-
All right, take it.
All right, I'm well, of course now.
I couldn't find the
Sorry about
weapons
that.
people, but
Yeah, with Trix, it's straight up highlighted.
Okay, so let me check something on here. So I have you, blah
Just-
blah blah.
Hey,
where
Xbox.
is? Oh, here he is.
I did not say that.
Yeah, fuck Xbox.
All right, give me a second here. All right,
Take your time.
Project Zero, you're on the ship, right?
I.
Or Jim's on the ship too.
I am not currently on the ship, but
Wait.
we're next
No,
to
well, I
each
mean,
other.
you guys are in a server, correct?
Yes.
Also, I like your Lysol, by the way. Thank you so much for bragging that up. I'm glad you were a smart man, just like most people, and got a garage full of them because that's the way to do it before they limit everything. But the thing
It's just a
is,
Facebook filter.
yeah, that's why you gotta have security cameras, man. People be trying to take your stuff. So the thing is, what was it? So Jim,
I
I
have to
need you
join
to, I need you to support Jim. Let me see if I see
Shipwreck.
Mhm.
You should be able to.
you. See you on. Jim, go ahead and back out. Well, actually, I'm gonna join your game anyway. Let me
It's a
see.
ship at Plunder, isn't there?
Yep, it does say joinable.
Oh, now it does say join. As soon as I clicked.
Oh, well, then, you know what? I'm not gonna
Okay.
click it. Try it now, Kels. Let's see what happens. Yeah, click on Solaria.
All right.
Yeah, because it does say joinable on my end as well.
Yeah, where's the weapon people down there?
The weapons?
I couldn't find them.
They don't have the weapons down there, do they? Do they have weapons in
Yeah,
the
they do.
legendary?
Is that our guys over there, or
They should. Have you done that,
guys, they-
Tricks?
I don't think they have weapons in the legendary. It's just the ship right and
Very true. Very
Well, it's the
true,
clothing
guys.
vendor, the equipment vendor, and the
Make sure we have everything. Things good.
shipwreck.
Everything is in good
But
stuff,
I didn't
guys.
see the
Doesn't do anything.
weapon vendor. That's the only thing I haven't seen down there.
It says join, but it doesn't do anything.
Really? Okay.
If you
Guys, I'm
tab
gonna-
back into the game, does it say would you like to join or not? And then yes
Yeah,
or
you
no.
might need to tab in and out. And we have a brick behind us. Jolly.
Oh boy.
Close the game and refresh.
Okay, so basically, when I run into this problem, I basically start up the game, then go for the invite, and then that should usually bring up a prompt for the game
Thank you.
to ask
Thank
you
you.
if you
Thank you.
want to
I hope
join this
everything's
game,
been
yes or no.
good, though. Good. They don't
is
call it
that
expert
our
up on the
brig
right.
over there
No, I
at,
don't think
at
so.
the outpost?
Also a brick right behind us, Cat.
Yeah, I know. So what are we doing?
I'm thinking.
Is it a black?
Let's go up to Ancient
Dragon?
Spire
Yeah.
I don't see any ships
because
out there.
we're still messing about with getting people to join. So that's a new ship.
Okay, I'm not seeing any ships. So,
Jim, you're at Ancient Spire, yeah?
Are we?
Hey.
Let's see.
For a moment, it says I can join game on Tricks, but can't join game on Jim as soon as I reboot the game.
Give me all your loot on your ship.
Okay, so I'll back out.
The whole internet is acting up, I swear to God.
Okay, I'm backing out now, so you can try to join.
All right, Kelso, join on me. I'm on their ship right now.
After
You
that,
guys have the brig on you, Kat or Erdo? You guys good?
No, we're all right. There's two brigs. There's one at the
yeah.
dock and there's one following us, but presumably they'll go for the one at the dock.
Okay. Okay.
How's our sails?
Very good.
Where are they going? Are they going past the other side of the island?
I
Or are they
answered.
coming after us? What are they doing?
No, there is the front set, so
All right, let's take a
I
look
think
here.
we'll
I got
stop
to
that.
find out that real quick. One sec. Probably today or last night, maybe. Okay.
Is there a weapon turret?
All right. All right. Can you guys hear me like really good or
Failing.
no?
all right, I'm just gonna
Failing?
reset my PC. Yeah, it's just not responding.
See that I hate to say this, but I don't use Game Bar. I've had nothing but problems.
I use
with
the
it.
Xbox app and I use the Game Bar. Both
Hmm.
issues.
It's interesting. Could just
Get
be
out of
your Torito tunnel or whatever. But resetting your PC fixes everything. I would just do that real quick.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Hey, Tricks, you want to show me where the
The windows
weapon shop
and the
is in
Microsoft.
Legendary Town?
Oh yeah, let me do that real quick for you.
Lucky escape then?
Give me guys updated, Cat and Nerdar, if you guys need help.
no, we're okay. They picked on the
Yeah,
brick
no, we're
that was
fine now.
already parked at Plunder, so we're okay.
Gotcha. Because it only takes a few seconds to switch.
Yeah. Always.
I'm running on a 1 millisecond input lag here, so we're gonna be good. Check them out.
I didn't even have to. I'd now
No?
reopened the Xbox app and I was able to join Tricks.
Well done.
Yeah, sometimes closing it and open it back up sometimes it works because I've had issues where my friends list don't even show up, like it's just invisible. Oh, there was an error.
This is gonna be a hostile server. Just so
I'm
guys
gonna
know.
say that's a
Mhm.
PC issue in a different way.
Not really. 'cause
Not-
it's like a-
their utilization is weird.
yeah, that Xbox, anything to do with Xbox is kind of trashy.
Where the hell is Ancient Spire?
Wow, cat. You call yourself a
way.
deckhand? Psh, come on.
Wow.
Psh.
Just like this, but keep yeah. We're gonna pass crossnest on the right of it.
Yeah.
All right, Kelso, look at the Project Zero for me, and Jim will be on the way. I gotta go help the cats of Eridar.
So you just want me to wait for them?
Oh, I see it, yeah. Disappeared now.
So he's
Well,
gone in.
hopefully nobody was doing the ship cloud and it just despawned on its own because
Mm-hmm.
otherwise we got
yeah,
somebody else.
yeah, I know what you're saying.
Mhm.
Shit.
Why is it not showing my map?
I will need a favor though, Eridar or Cat, either one. I
already went
I need to join.
online.
Okay.
You went online.
Barrels, barrels, barrels.
Yeah. That brig might be coming for us.
Well, by the time we get there, we should be sorted. Shouldn't we?
Yeah.
We're not going to be any faster than we are.
Let's try this. Let's see if I can kick somebody out of the server wall. I joined.
So what
Is
do
it
I
just
got?
me or is Jim really freaking low?
Yes,
Yeah,
really.
yeah.
freaking
Jim's
low.
low for me too. Yeah.
Been low
it's
since
all
the
right
beginning.
here.
Oh, okay. Crew is full still.
I'm gonna bump him up real quick to 100
I
again.
already have like fucking 200 and he's bloody low.
Fix has left your
Um,
crew.
Okay, so he
What
left
do I want?
finally.
Green one?
Good.
Sorry, Jim. Dang. Really, bro?
I tried joining in. Cruz, you can't.
Okay, you
join?
can log off.
Fix has left our crew.
Yeah, Jim's coming in.
Okay.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah,
Yay!
this is
Well,
where I
we're
thought.
almost at Ancient Spire, and there may be a brig
Legendary
following us.
Sea
but-
Dogs title.
4
Nah.
hours later.
Is Ancient Spiring hiring?
Probably.
Yeah,
Okay.
Or they're hiding great
very
booty.
inspiring.
Ooh,
So,
I'm talking about.
Trix.
Yeah.
The weapons require legendary Sea Dog title.
Yeah, you'll have to do the legendary missions and stuff, and like so. If you look at the, well, I don't think you can get the
Who
quest.
fell in?
Mm-hmm.
Who
Radar?
fell in?
I did.
Well, my cat. You know exactly who falls.
Wow. Really now?
There's a big splash.
I like that.
Splish
air
splash
effect
while
as well.
Eridar's taking a bath. I feel like a Meg might be coming.
Roar.
Don't tempt fate.
You know, why today the game runs phenomenal, but last time, remember I was complaining? I swear this game is bipolar more than me. Maybe I should give it my prescription. I don't know, because last time it gave me issues.
You're playing Windows mode now.
Yeah, that makes sense. So if I go full screen,
I know.
yeah,
Don't
full
feel
screen's
bad.
actually worse. This is the Windows 10
Raise
issue.
sail, gentlemen.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Jim,
Let's
did
go
Don't
you
feel
for
bad.
get
I can't
that?
open my map and I don't know why.
What map?
What map?
Just the generic map. You know, the one I carry on me.
You don't.
You don't.
That would be a voyage map.
Oh.
The only map in the game is in your ship, unless you have a voyage active.
Ah.
So you won't have any maps.
Mm-hmm. What she said.
That's what she said.
Mm-hmm. Easy there, sunshine on the sail. Easy there, sunshine on the sail.
Who's Sunshine?
Trixie
I don't
boy
know.
here.
I got a pocket full of sunshine.
Enemy
You are my
cannon. Let's
sunshine.
attack them.
Dee.
Ready to the cannon.
Totally different one. I gotta
Hostile break at the dock.
sunshine.
Break at the dock. Fuck it, fuck it.
I got throwables. I got throwables.
Hoi, hoi!
Right, nobody shoots the helmsman. Okay.
Yeah, nobody shoots the helmsman.
Oh, come on. That's the best person to shoot. Hey, what the? Rude.
Nobody shoots tricks.
I didn't shoot him. I hit him.
Okay, let's get the show going, I guess.
What? Was there
You
an
guys
invisible
will
wall
have to-
there?
Probably.
Yep,
Have
we
the
put
other
a wall
guys got
haircut.
have you
I
got
don't
know.
one of the voyages on your?
Yeah, you need to go to Duke and purchase one. What's it called, Cat?
I have a voyage. I just gotta go back
Athena
over it.
Legend, Voyage of Legend.
Athena's Run of Thieves Haven. You need to purchase that voyage, okay?
Okay, let's see.
Right,
I
I'm
think I
gonna stick
have
one
that.
on our. Oh, we got one. Oh,
Yeah.
look.
Athena's Run of
people
the Thieves Haven.
Athena's Run of Thieves
Run
Haven,
of Thieves Haven, yeah.
Oh, I got one.
Oh, skelly ship behind us.
Wait, gotta go where and get it?
From Duke.
From Duke.
Okay.
Up,
In the
up in the
tavern.
tavern.
He's the one sat on the floor,
I
nursing
swear
a
I'm gonna
sore
stab
head.
you.
Yeah. Like a sad little bitch.
That skeleton ship is getting really close.
I know, right?
I suppose they've stripped the outpost bare. Right, I'm going to go to the bathroom just
Mhm.
quickly. Should we?
Yeah. Shitting, Cathy. No.
This island is weird trying to find a tavern.
You need to
Yeah.
climb the stairs.
Sometimes
Climb the
you got a
stairs,
tavern.
ladder.
Way up the top. Yeah, it's
Alright,
way up
I'm
there.
turning on the
Strange.
Alliance flag, I guess. There it are.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so I put it down and vote for it.
Mm-hmm.
Down. Just need one more person to vote for it.
Mm-hmm.
I can crab down without having to have that issue now. So,
You know what I don't like about crabs, though?
Bitch.
see it.
They're always crabby.
Big mistake, sir. Big mistake.
Ow.
Big mistake,
Bully.
Jim. Big mistake.
Hey, I'm not even on your crew. Don't be shooting.
Doesn't matter,
somebody.
bro. You know.
And which voyage?
The one that like Athena's Run of Thieves Haven. Once you browse his shop, it should be in the at the first page.
Yep, we're on chapter 1.
Venus Ren.
Okay, we might
Oh,
actually
the Run of
have-
Thieves Haven?
Yeah. We
It's
might
locked for
have-
me.
Oh, because you're not a part of Legend. Yeah, you're right. My bad.
Yeah, you and I, Kelso, we have to wait for the voting process to be able to get into that.
I can buy them though, so
Mm.
I'll buy a couple more.
Mm.
Big baller. Okay.
I got 2 cargo runs and a skeleton crew, too.
Mm. Hello, Trix. Bye, bye, Trix.
Which
Hey.
one are they? Yeah.
I'm buying.
The fuck, dude? You really scared me, you know that?
I know, man. Seriously. Sour, I might be weird and loony. I apologize.
It's okay.
All right, so okay. Belly ship.
Right.
Welcome back, yes.
Do we have the alliance sorted?
Yes, we
There's
have.
a ship behind us. Hi, I see a brig. Get your swords
that
and
was a
pistols.
brig. Okay.
Yeah, that was a aggressive bricks, just so you guys know.
Aggressive, you
Oh,
say?
yeah,
Really?
yeah, they're out for they're out hunting people and shit.
They're selling with one sail. What are they up to?
Yeah, it's because they're up to no good.
Hey, look for the mermaids and check the waters.
I'm just going to turn.
What is that? What is that? Who's shooting? That you guys?
Stop shooting because we have a bring incoming. Okay. Let's get it out of here.
Yeah, let's not make it obvious. Like, oh, cat's gonna hit the back of your rear end, and
Am I going to hit it?
Oh no! Wow, cat, I'm not gonna ever doubt you again.
Oh,
Just a little bit of
Yeah.
a.
Erider, check out Discord. See what I put.
yeah, just one moment, please.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, keep an eye on that brig behind us.
Oh, I'm
what
watching. I'm
exactly-
watching. Let me get you
what-
some sail, cat. Do we know where we're going, guys?
We're going to a Thieves Haven. That's where we're going.
Okay.
I'm confused.
But we shouldn't probably leave Jim. Jim's.
No. Where's Gemini Island?
Where are we actually leaving? Without them, dudes.
There isn't
Bloody
any-
Yeah,
assholes.
no. Race help me to go back. I was turning it in case that other
Okay.
brig came in.
Mm.
Who still are you?
Okay, we're on security patrol. We got this.
Yeah.
We're not far anyway. That brick is up. No, they're just isolated, but they're weird. I don't trust them. You guys
You
on the
tell
island,
them.
watch it.
They're humming and hawing about whether to come over and try 2 brigs. Just for the
You know
crack.
that.
So, Kelsa, you told me to check Discord?
Yeah.
I'll check in which channel.
Don't
the
get
VIP.
connected now.
We
Okay,
ready now?
in VIP area, VIP lounge.
Something we talked about earlier.
I don't actually have anything. Nothing is showing up. VIP information, VIP messages. Yeah, it's. I have no.
Oh, maybe I
messages on
didn't
this.
put in VIP. Oh, I sent it to.
You sent it to
Duh.
me.
Yeah.
Wow.
Just send to me in private if you need it.
That happens, man. I make
Sorry,
mistakes
I'm
all the
not-
time.
That's okay.
Okay, let me get you a little bit more here.
I know, I
Keep
keep
me
getting
updated. Give me
this-
percent. Here's 50.
I keep
That'll do.
getting his
That'll do.
dirty pictures
Fine.
all the time.
What dirty
Dirty
pictures? Yeah.
He's trying to send them to somebody else, but I don't know who
Alright,
he's trying to.
So you guys are
Okay,
selling
we're on
off.
the move
We need
now.
we need to go to Thieves Haven, guys. Okay, so please.
Right, I'm
just
turning to the right now.
Turn.
Alright, well, I don't want you to
turn.
guys to. Oh, you're good. We're not gonna
No.
collide.
Sorry, I was in Discord.
in the-
Okay.
Alright.
Sea of Thieves.
You guys gotta put your front sail down.
You need to turn hard left, you
no,
lot.
Kels.
Hello.
Help me remember. Vanguard sales. Alpha or beta?
Don't collide us.
Oh, Dirka,
Wait, who
Dirka.
changed the sails?
Hmm?
We need to go south, guys.
Am I muted? No, I'm not.
Alright, I sent it in the Sea of Thieves chat.
Yeah, I saw it. Well done. I can't remember something. Cat.
Who's steering the ship
Vanguard.
over there?
Can you,
30, turn left.
no.
courtesy
Vanguard.
raise the back sail?
Vanguard of sales are the first
Yeah.
ones
Yeah.
who did the alpha, aren't they?
Just a courtesy bit.
Alpha, right?
Yeah.
Thanks. Hey, what do we got? We got something over there at the southwest.
Yeah, that'd be a enemy NPC.
How dare you call them the NPC? They're
Oh.
the skeletons of the sea.
Storming
You
along.
guys,
Look
you
at
guys
that.
are going a bit off track. I
Galleon.
believe.
We headed south?
I don't know. Let me
Yeah,
check.
we're good. We're good. All right, keep perfect formation. Watch
Wait,
for
head
that brig.
southwest. Head southwest, please.
Southwest.
Not
All right.
Southwest, yeah.
The brig will be eastbound.
Galleon. Yep. Indeed.
You know one of the funny things is I
Let's go
found the
take that
walk
Skelly
button
Galleon
the
out for
first
a
day.
nice starter.
We could, I guess.
We've got enough resources, haven't
Hey,
we?
Okay, should we take, guys, do you agree to take the skill getting out?
Yeah, we good.
Sure,
Okay.
why not? I don't care. Either way.
You know what's sad about this ship? There's no lantern.
You mean?
well, you might want to take a land turn.
Oh, shite, I fell in the water.
Not
Everett did.
again.
Oh.
I just run
bloody
dark. That's
hell.
all I use.
Wow,
What happened?
a noob.
No, you gotta stop sharding, man.
Bye.
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 Where's the other brig? Behind us. Right, are we going for this Skelly Galleon or are we not?
Are we?
Yeah.
All right, let's do it. That brig is far away anyway. We're good.
There was another brig at Plunder, but I would imagine they're no longer there. Oh, Skelly
I
Galleon.
just had a troll
Come
arrow.
back, come back.
Yeah.
He's fleeing.
Running like a bitch. No, let it. If it continues fleeing like that, just let it be.
Yeah.
Honestly, I can see
Yeah, it's
everything
good.
now.
We can get them on the way out of Thieves Haven.
Yeah, ignore it, ignore it. Yeah, let's go to Thieves Haven.
Am I going to hit the rock?
No, you're
I'm
not.
not.
You wouldn't. You would never hit a rock, my dear. Never.
Do it left.
Who's firing at what? Is firing? Oh, Trix is just taking pot shots.
Right.
Alright, we're gonna try and actually bring the brigs inside Thieves Haven, so you know, don't crash.
Steering 101.
Did you say
Mhm.
crash? What would you think we would crash?
Who's on the wheel?
You're quiet as hell.
Oh yeah.
All right, so we got Cat on our ship. So who's the dog on the other ship?
I'm on the wheel.
Okay. I love that cartoon, by the way. Cat dog.
Yeah, it's one of those other band shows that they don't talk
Right?
about much anymore.
It's like what was that? Ren and Stimpy. Man, there was a couple scenes in there when I was a kid. To this day, I wonder how I did not even notice half of this stuff.
Oh man, some of the cartoons that we watched back then was.
I mean, you're not
Yeah.
meant to as a kid. Like, there's a lot of stuff in Disney pictures that they don't
Respond.
leave
yeah.
in there. And like, parents instantly notice this stuff, but kids have no clue.
Yeah.
That's like what I noticed about Disney is that Mickey Mouse is actually in every Disney cartoon. You gotta find it's like a little Easter egg. You gotta look for it.
It's
Look
like
for 'em.
it's
like
like they make it
Stan Lee and
watchable for
Marvel
adults and for kids. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Well,
ironic.
that's-
Tinkerbell's
Right,
also
let's-
in every
slightly to the
single.
left.
Yeah.
Let's raise
Uh,
these sails a little bit.
Yeah,
Thank you.
we're kind of coming in hot.
Well, you guys are coming in hot. Holy
go
jeez.
right, guys.
And I'm gonna go left.
They're gonna smack
Mhm.
that wall.
We've got enough space to squeeze by.
Okay, you
Okay.
guys might want to rate that back sail. Oh my god, we're gonna hit. We're gonna collide.
Oh no, we're just gonna give you a love tap.
Oh wow, look at this.
Ease into our right.
You're about to get rear-ended.
Yeah, get a
Ooh.
little-
No,
We're gonna smack
wait,
that
maybe
booty.
not, maybe not.
Oh,
They're about to hit the
Maybe
rocks.
Masterful.
Even out.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
no.
Come on,
Look
Jim.
at
Yep.
that. Yeah.
Come on, no, yeah.
Ooh, oh,
Nudge.
Real nudge.
it looked
Not
good
bad
for
for
a
your
second. I'm not gonna lie.
Nice.
Love tap that rock.
Very true, Kinky. Very
If I
true
would've known that, I
indeed.
would've,
See, I need to
like,
get my
cranked down to
microphone
the-
like over here, for like when I'm
We
talking.
could just
I'm
take
gonna
You
that.
have
guys can hear me
space
better?
on that exit.
But right now, where I have it is like where I'm gonna.
Sure,
I had to move my camera. Like I'm gaming here,
Okay,
but you
this
guys are
time,
here.
teach
So
us you're gonna go on the island and do useful stuff.
yeah, I'm definitely
let
not
go.
gonna do that.
Yes, Captain.
Thank you.
That moment when
Oh,
she raises
we're
her
sailing
her
again?
voice.
No, leave it.
I have a plan in my head and it. Oh, I know what these are.
Well, someone's raising it.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Okay, so let's go hunt some chests. Have you got your boys down?
Getting
Hilo?
our butts out of the
Yeah, I
rock.
think they have.
This is
I'll
gonna
go for
hurt.
southwestern one.
No, I am.
No, I am. Fuck off.
Too late. I've done a bloody thing. Right, I'll race you.
Fuck it. I fell in the water, so fuck off.
Me too.
Ah.
Well, what's the tricks? We suck. Fuck
You got
this shit.
shark
I
in the
shoulder
water.
shot really bad. I broke a leg. I'm gonna have two pegging legs here. I better get used to pegging while I'm at it. All right. Well, we gotta figure out. I'm running up. Okay. Wow.
So if
Fuck you, cat.
anybody needs gems, then
They do.
we'll,
They do.
yeah, okay, so we'll stick it on your ship.
Come here, shark.
I don't like that new aim thing though, where now it's like shines in any direction. Like I feel like they want you to be spotted easily now. Like
I
Yeah,
think that,
like
that's been
Yeah, I feel that's a bug, isn't it? I feel that
because
should be
it looks I don't know, like somebody has their butt cheeks towards you, but you can see their scope. Like really?
yeah,
Yep.
that's not right.
I don't get the scope.
Yeah, that ain't right.
What the heck?
Like I noticed when that came in like 2 days ago or 3 days ago or something like that.
We're going out now?
Right, I'm going to leave a gem on your deck. Now, if you see, watch for the skeletons. If they have mega kegs, you want to keep
Run.
those.
Yeah.
And they might also. Oh no, it's not these ones that join. They might drop like a villainous skull,
Mm-hmm.
legendary villainous skull. You need to pick that up. So you've got to, yeah, pay a bit of attention to what they're dropping. Are you guys at the top then?
Yeah, I mean, I am. I don't know what.
One's on the one's on
Yeah,
the
what
beach.
I
was-
killed myself. I was gonna be at the beach and get the two over there, but with hanging out with the ferry.
I feel the ferryman will get lonely now. We'll be able to revive
Yeah, I
our
know,
crew.
right?
Poor ferryman.
Oh, he'll still get plenty of visits from
Holy
me.
cow!
Well, I think customizable characters would be nice. Since the
What is it?
skeleton's always been teasing us as a playable character.
Mm,
Lol.
See, I see. I
I
like the
still
bug
feel
when
that,
you
like,
come
they're
back as a
hinting at
skeleton
something there.
sometimes. It's like yeah,
Yeah, but imagine
Yes.
like actually playing as some of the enemies in the
As a-
game.
yeah.
That'd be kind of cool.
That'd be
Well, if
kind of scary
if
for
we're getting
people.
new factions, you never know, do you? Because
I
the
know, right?
emissary system, then with
Going
the
to
way the
Fery.
story's ramping up, you could end
Wrong
up
way, Trix.
opting to.
Oh shoot, is it?
I had no clue how to get up there.
No, I gotta go this way.
No, you
Yeah,
don't
like
have
if you
Trix.
max out with the Order of the Souls, you can become
Oh, I've been in completely the wrong place.
like something like Brigsby was, or some of them.
Oh,
Okay, so. Get a cattle.
Or if you went with the Reapers, you could be.
Supposed to be up top.
I don't know. That'd be interesting to find out.
I am the wrong way. Dang it.
Yeah, you are.
Oh, the wooden walls on that side.
see, it's here, isn't it? That yeah. I went right round the blooming corner for that. Right, so the other crew will although Trix will need chalices, won't he?
Yeah, Trix also needs. No, every crew keeps its their own shit.
Well, except the gems.
Yeah,
Look at
except the
alliance
gems, we give the
points
gems to
anyway,
them.
so it's all good.
No, it doesn't come for commendations.
Oh, yeah, you're
No.
right. You're right.
Alright, how are you guys on finding your treasure?
Working on it.
I'm following Solaria, and I have no clue how to get up the mountain. So
Just climb.
I went to the left side. There was nothing to climb.
Might want to check the right then.
Yeah.
You're following me?
Yep.
Ah.
This is
well,
my
I didn't
second
make
time
this
playing. Of
one.
course, I'm gonna follow you.
Oh, wait,
These
get back to
motherfuckers.
the ship. We're gonna go together.
Look.
I'm gonna try and help you out, okay?
So you need to tell them the story.
Aw,
of
you
Thieves
found a
Haven,
chest.
Erida, for these
The
new
story of
pirates who
Thieves
don't know.
Haven. Okay,
Yes,
so
why is
basically,
Thieves Haven significant?
yeah. Basically, Thieves Haven, from a lore perspective, used to be the first hideout of the pirate lord, the first pirate that came to Sea of Thieves. And it's, legend says that the hideout was lost in time, so you may never know who and what will surface at some point. This is where everything happened, basically, in Thieves Haven. Is like, thank you for the
And
chest.
they
I
were
don't know.
betrayed by a
Yeah.
Rathbone.
Yeah, they were betrayed by a really bad gang type of situation.
Someone grab that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I did. Okay, show me your show me
Ow.
the
Who grabbed me?
that was Trix.
It was a shotgun, yeah.
Okay, and hold
Uh,
right.
I could have
there you
easily dealt with a
my bad.
shark.
Ah!
go. Wrong one. And right click.
Ooh, my stomach just
Oh,
fell.
I'm gonna go
Ah!
hunt around in case there's a rowboat or something.
There you go. Cheers, thank you. Okay, we're gonna go on the one that is like on the right. Okay, so like bottom right, so
Hey!
to speak. Okay, follow me.
Oh, nice.
Trix, I'm trying to help them. Stop being a dick. Thank you.
What happened? I don't understand what happened.
No.
Just got
Okay,
sucked up.
let's go. We're getting fucking bullied here.
Oh, actually, I'm gonna. Oh, I've only got.
This is how you
I've
get
only
up, by
got-
the way.
Oh, here we go.
No, seriously, stop it, dude. I'm trying to help them. Stop being a dick.
Okay, you're right. You're right. But I think
I just got 3 chicken legs.
There we go.
Oh, only
Finally
2
on
were
top
cooked.
of everything. Always
Hmm.
something.
Twix, I really can't play for too long, so come on. I really want to finish this before I have to go.
I go.
Okay, I'm gonna meet you back up here, Kels,
Awesome,
okay?
don't mind.
you want a shortcut, Kelso? Jump in.
Up there.
Oh my god, you don't want to do that.
Jump in.
Nice. Right, let's go here now.
Right, hold on, don't shoot out yet. Hold on, let me get you right. No, it's gonna bounce you. Hold on.
What's that?
Um,
Somebody firing themselves
Ooh.
up?
did you fall?
That,
Yep.
so you'll still have to use
Is
the
it not?
ladder.
I'm gonna wait for you up the top, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Oh crap! Oh, that was brilliant.
Oh, what if it works on pigs?
Oh
Come
my
here,
God.
piggy.
Completely walks off cliff. Congratulations.
Oh, it's burnt. Burnt pork
Okay,
chop.
so I
Super
believe it
lava.
should be somewhere around, like off the top of my head, it should be somewhere around here where I'm standing. Give or take. So go ahead and try and dig out. Yep, there you go. Run, 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 run! Oh shit!
Oh, we need a green lantern, don't we?
Oh fuck!
Whoa!
Yeah, Kelso, try and get the green lantern from the ferry. I'm gonna take the mermaid back to your ship. Oh, that was so savage. I just literally watched you
Whoa.
die. I'm sorry, dude.
You cannot take flame from the Well of Fates.
Okay, so you didn't die by skill, you died by, like, keg. Okay, Trix, harpoon me. Thank you. And let's help them find the other two. Which one should be somewhere around here?
I'm gonna
Again,
dive off
just from what I do.
You grab the gem or not?
Yeah, I got it. Don't worry.
Right, so we need
Yeah,
we need
I
to start
found
by
one of
Skelly.
your other thingies, by the way. What tricks you? Okay, hey Jim, show me the map. Hold still. Hold still.
Oh, you already took this one.
Okay, I know where that is. Okay,
What a cheater.
Top left or mid left?
the one that is top left.
Yep.
I'm gonna
Baba.
race you guys there. Let's see. Mhm.
There's your food cooking.
Cat, you know I love food. I heard sizzling and I had to check it out.
Oh,
I
cooking
heard
this
it
chicken.
Bacon.
Smells like bacon.
Mm-mm-mm.
Ah,
I'm more of a turkey type of guy, but bacon's good as long as it's turkey.
Bacon sounds good right now.
Yes.
Yeah,
especially
doesn't
good.
it? Bacon sandwich.
okay, can
Oh,
you
you guys
shish?
are killing me.
All of that for real, just shish.
Bacon.
Rude people, like
Dogs
honestly.
can't tell stuff.
Bacon pancakes, bacon pancakes, making bacon pancakes. That's what I'm
Okay.
gonna do.
I need someone up here
Bacon
because I can't
pancakes.
remember the thingy correctly. From here it. Oh, yeah, I don't know.
Literally on the wrong side of the island.
Probably. I'm just waiting for.
But they only got one more to get, right?
Yeah. I'm waiting.
Where's
for
everybody
them.
else doing?
I'm
You
trying
guys
to
find
find
it? Okay.
I'm looking over here.
Ooh.
I can't remember where it was. Sadly.
Ow.
Oh shoot!
Well, there's a skelly on the beach next to our ship. But
Oh, nice. Wait, not
So-
really, but
we need the
The green. Yeah, you go get it.
hang on. I'll have to
we
cook
get some
this chicken
green.
first.
Yes, now we're talking.
Lol.
We need some money. Gerda, what the heck were you thinking?
Where you guys at?
Where you
Up.
at?
So I climbed up the mast, right? Then took I see tricks. And then I took a left. I'm at a little pond.
Well, watch it. We have a brig about northbound.
Are they at
Oh,
Crooks?
I'm not sure. We got a brig northbound. Scully's ship's gonna be northwest.
As long as they're not Devil's Ridge, then we're all right. We've got Devil's
Yeah.
Ridge next. Yep,
Right.
Excuse me.
It's okay.
Whatever's north of us, that's where they're at. I think they're at an
Where are
outpost.
you guys at?
I'm at the upper part, but I don't.
It's like Crooks Hollow.
Do you remember that little bridge that Kels?
That little bridge.
Oh,
Okay,
what's
I heard
gunshots?
I heard a shot. No, that's good. Okay, I see you. So, go left from there. Just
Okay, it's a piece of chicken in the food barrel.
go left and just keep going left.
Where'd Skelly go? He's disappeared. Run off. Oh no, here he is. Right, kill me,
Okay,
kill me,
I
kill me.
see
Come on.
you. Jim, you're wrong way.
Ow,
Jim,
ow, ow.
behind you, mate. Behind you,
Come
wrong
on.
way again.
Gloria, let me see your map real quick.
Over here, mates. Over here. You guys are off there, by the way.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, show me the map.
Oh, I'm gonna
Oh
lose
yeah,
him.
we gotta go
That's not the map.
across. All right, you see? Yeah, we gotta go way across.
Okay, so basically what you see here, Okay, bam bam. So you have that thingy on the left. Okay. Follow me. This is the little pond that I was talking about, right off this thingy here. And from this little pond, you have a red flower, which is this one. And from here, it should be somewhere on the left,
Oh,
I believe.
fell.
Show me the map again.
I fell.
No, you took my shortcut and fell. I do that on the enemies all the time.
Okay, I saw someone jumping there. Can I? Where you guys at? Wait, who's there?
fell
Who's there?
over.
Jim?
Okay.
Over here,
so
over here. Come on, you saw me? Jim, over here.
There you go. Okay.
Okay. No, it's not there.
Oh,
Show me.
that took me a long time.
Oh, this is gonna hurt.
Okay, so we have that. Then, okay, do you see at your X above it, you see a flower, correct? A red flower.
Yeah.
Okay, that red flower is this flower right over here, Jim. This one.
Okay.
So that flower is this one. So guide yourself from this flower. So it should be somewhere north-ish, somewhere around here, maybe.
Nope, no by the tree.
Or here. Nope. Here. Nope. Here. Yeah, I need to see the map again. I can't.
Or there.
All right,
we
Slaria,
found
we
it.
need to see that map again.
He found it.
Oh no, you found it. You found it. Good.
Oh,
you found it.
sweet.
You found. Now you
Oh,
have a
way-
riddle.
it
Where
was
does the
way
riddle
up
take
there.
you?
Long ago, a horde was left on the Snake Island from the left.
Snake Island.
Snake Island. Okay.
Snake Island.
Jim.
Oh, so we've got Devil's Ridge.
Yeah,
So how
let's
we gonna do this?
let's
Yeah.
each do our maps,
Right.
and we can meet back at Thieves Haven.
Quest received.
You
Yeah,
want that?
Brig is still north. I don't know what they're doing. They're just chilling.
There you go.
So what, we go down now, or what?
Yeah, let's go to the maps that we need
Try
to
not to
each do
explode.
their own map.
You're trying to move. Oh no! What the?
Oh crap!
No.
Oh,
Thank goodness that was water.
Poor cat all by
it
herself.
wasn't water where I was.
I
I'm just gonna
barely get
slide
water.
her back.
There shouldn't have been any.
You don't need that. You don't need that back on the ship. Trust me.
Oh wow!
You okay?
Brutal, brutal. Right, let's sneak you out of that way when
Mhm.
moon is.
Aye, aye, Captain. Captain, my captain. Let's go. Jim, not Jim. Tricks. Fuck off.
Oh, I'm gonna reload my ammo real quick. What?
Oh, you're gonna crash.
No, I raised it up a bit. That's okay.
Wow, that's fucking handling, Mr. Jesus Christ. That's why you're the fucking,
Just because a cat has 9 lives doesn't mean they
Fails.
waste them. Okay, cat can do this.
Dude, have you seen her skills at the wheel?
Are we?
Fucking hell.
Are we
But
missing
the
somebody?
best.
Okay, so what do we
Right,
need to
so
do?
the brig's at Crooks
Never
Hollow,
mind.
so that's quite handy. So none of
Yes,
us have,
northbound.
None of us have to go there.
Yes, we do.
Oh, barrels in water. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Oh,
Are we waiting for Jim or
Somewhere
something,
right.
or what's up?
You guys need to do Snake Island.
really, Erdar? Nothing? Nothing?
Fuck off, Tricks.
Erdar?
I love your generic definition of Snake Island.
Yeah, it's north by northwest from Thieves Haven.
Okay,
It's-
well,
yeah,
we
it's-
need a sail to go down.
Has snakes on it.
You know what I find really, really amusing? I'm saying stuff like I would be talking with someone who actually knew Sea of Thieves and the layout and stuff like that. And I just need to constantly remind that Kelso is new and I need to like literally explain things. And that's actually
Yes.
nice. That's actually nice. It's a refreshing.
Hey Jim, do you want to lower the sail?
Lower it.
We're going to be heading somewhere, I believe, northwest.
So eventually you learn all the silhouettes of the
Oh,
islands.
it's down, okay.
Yeah, you,
It's
you
so-
learn
my screen is
everything
so
like a hashtag no life or high five cat. Let's go.
Mhm.
Because of cat, it's bacon this morning.
Ooh.
Oh.
I think I've got some bacon in the fridge as well.
Okay, how about both of you go fuck yourselves? Huh?
I just gotta remember which fridge I put them in. I think it's.
It's right.
Hopefully I have some.
So
guys
it's
hear
a
that?
bacon day, huh? Everybody's gonna have bacon.
What's going on?
That's actually a bad joke.
What about
Tricks.
Kevin Bacon?
Bacon, bacon, bacon.
Or
Smoky bacon.
Trix might actually be right on what he just said because there is
Yep.
nothing in the sky, so there are no forts or a chance of
Mhm.
Kraken. That's what I'm gonna say.
Yep.
Yeah, I
Watch
thought
the
there was
waters.
There's no
fort,
fort, no.
but
There's a wisp
Kraken.
on the right.
Ooh.
When nothing's in the air, the Kraken's on alert mode.
there is a wisp.
Yeah, the way the systems work, if there is no ship cloud or skeleton cloud, the Kraken can spawn.
Kind of
Eh.
green water over here.
Whoa. That brig is still over there? Wait, is that north?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the same.
Something over at the little island shining. It looks like, or is it the fort? No, it's a brig. Okay.
Yeah, oh, to the left? Yeah, that was the brig.
Yeah, I
He's
see
going
someone to the
back-
right. By
He's
the
going
island,
back
yeah.
to Thieves
To the
Haven.
right. Where you guys at? Oh, wait. Yeah, no, it's not actually... Hold on, let me check the map and see where our ally is at here. Yeah, you guys are going the wrong way. You're going to want to head east.
You said northwest.
No.
Northwest.
Or northwest, I'm sorry.
They have another island.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Yeah, 'cause there's
gee.
someone on our right.
shoot.
Do you see that?
Yeah.
Towards
You
the
guys
fort.
have someone on the right.
Hey, fort music. Oh, they're coming from the water. Dang it. Okay, what are we doing?
Check northeast, Jim.
Oh, it's Meg. Ooh.
I think there's a ship over there at northeast.
Yeah, there is. Yep.
Isn't this the double ridge one?
That's
No,
the same one.
yeah.
No,
it's
no,
the
Meg
double
backs off because we're at the island. I like it. I love it.
And they're
I want
coming
some
inward, aren't they?
more of it.
Are they?
They're
Are you
coming
guys
right
getting
towards the ship.
attacked or what?
They're coming.
We just see a giant ship coming our way from northeast.
The brig is coming towards us.
Skeleton ship.
Okay, no.
or
Is
Okay,
this
no,
brig?
it's a brig. Okay, we're changing our scat. We're not doing this. Let's help them out.
Are we okay, we're helping them out. Okay.
Yeah. Full right. Full
Right,
starboard,
let's do-
Captain.
Yeah, I need to do a hard turn. So.
Let's do a hard turn. Let's go. Whatever that first. Yeah, let's go.
Right then.
Yeah, they're zooming in on us.
Yeah, okay, we're coming. Okay, listen, change
Yeah.
course towards Devil's Ridge that is east of where you are. We're gonna meet you halfway.
East, they are east.
Oh, shite.
Yeah, they're like
East side?
Okay, try
No
and...
issue for me. I've dealt with plenty of these idiots.
Oh,
Well,
Forging
involved with
Zero.
us.
Oh my God. Remember, we're on the EU service. Calm down. It's okay.
Yep, they're turning about port.
We're not NA.
Okay, come on, we got this.
All right, get you front sail
Right,
here.
wind's
Let's...
behind us, so we should get there.
Yeah.
I mean,
let's-
zero mercy either way, right?
Nope, no mercy,
Indeed.
man. Stinking.
No quarter.
No.
That Plunder's Outpost.
No quarter. Get that red
Raise
flag
the
up.
red flag. Cat.
They're right on our 6.
We're on your
I have
9.
another
Let's
shot.
go.
Yeah, if you guys could turn around towards east so we catch them in between, that would be great.
Copy that.
How dare they try to attack them?
Oh, this is gonna be epic. Come on, let's
What's
go.
showtime?
I don't know. They haven't attacked yet.
They will.
Just-
Trust me, they will. We've seen
Watch-
them before.
Watch your ladders. Oh, Meg's
Yeah,
back.
good.
Oh gosh.
It's okay.
Yo, any there?
They might be trying to snipe us. I don't know. They're looking at us anyway.
No, they both jumped off.
They
Oh,
jumped
Are
off?
they the other side of Thieves Haven, or where are they?
no,
Oh, I see
they're,
him. I see him.
Who is that? Is that us or them? Or...
Sails trimmed.
Yeah.
Well, we got a
Yes,
Meg
I
too,
was
so yeah, I got you.
Should we
I
just
got the
sneak
back to stay
them
on the front.
or leaving bay?
I'm heading east. As they requested.
They anchored. The heck? What are they doing?
Oh, so that's the aggressive Meg. We might
That's a mean one.
be bitten.
They anchored for
Are
some
they
reason.
still on?
We have no wind.
And they anchored.
They anchored
Yep.
at the outpost.
Yep. They anchored completely.
Oh, they're just ignoring you then.
Yep.
Come on. Ah.
They came
False
towards
alarm.
us. And they
Was
anchored.
it a false alarm or?
I don't know. It's kind of being suspicious just anchored like right there where they're at. 'Cause
Yeah, they both jumped off right in the beginning.
I guess we can stick with them
'cause I still
until.
don't trust them.
Well, we can go to Snake Island, can't we then? Come
Yeah,
on,
yeah.
let's
Let's
go to
stick with them
Devil's
to.
Ridge, I suppose.
Yeah, and then we can all go to Devil's Ridge. When
Alright,
we
so we get some
Anchors
360 to go northwest.
I've never seen somebody anchor that far from the outpost.
Yeah, who knows?
And they're on the wrong side of the outpost too, so they'd have to swim completely around the whole thing.
You guys see us or no?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
see.
What's that other ship in the far distance as well?
That's-
That one?
The one that's at the outpost right now is the one that just came up right behind us.
Yeah, like really close on our ass.
Okay.
And they weren't even looking at us before.
Okay,
they
lead
turned.
the Kelso, lead the way
Yeah,
to
yeah, they were like,
Snake Island.
well,
We're
we're
gonna
just
follow.
Copy
gonna
that.
Okay.
sneak behind them. Won't notice us.
Now we're
Where are
gonna
we
just
going,
pass
Jim?
them up.
Are we just going around in circles?
Oh, we're going back to northwest.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
another
I
ship.
think it should be somewhere around north from where you are.
Oh, Kraken!
No! Get the
No.
wind, get the wind.
Yeah,
Oh!
we want to go help them.
Turn us around.
Do we have to help them?
Yeah,
No,
we
no,
want to
no,
go
stay-
help them.
No,
Ah.
you want to stay away from here. Don't get in the mark. We got this.
I only
Alright,
need
so-
one Kraken.
Okay.
I told you guys.
Should've
And you
known
called it too early now.
Son of a
Should've
bitch.
known it's swimming
I
across
see
the
it too.
water is
Let's set these sails right.
so
She's
dangerous.
sucking.
Let's get our ass there.
She can
Baby
get
low.
below.
Oh, she's sucking.
Hello, Trix.
I need that wind.
You're coming into it.
Okay, let's go.
we got
You
the way down.
wretched
Straighten out.
Slowly.
Yep.
sea creature.
Yeah, there's nobody on that ship at all. I don't know what they're doing.
They basically grabbed their loot and jumped ship.
Oh, what the heck?
She's rapping. She's
So
rapping.
you think
she's
they panicked?
rapping. Oh, we love her.
I don't know why they came right towards us, so that was weird.
Yep.
Don't
Like,
get
they,
in the
like,
mark,
made,
please,
like, a
guys, okay?
U-turn.
So what do you want me to do? Just stay
Go
on the
to Snake
outside?
Island. No, go to Snake Island. We got
He
this.
wanted the Kraken. We're already here.
No, we
Well,
got
you
this,
guys
we got
get
this, don't worry.
We can easily help you.
We're not catching any more.
Yeah, I know. It's fine. Bring us around.
Man, she is not letting go.
No, she's
Oh, there you
not.
go. She's off.
There she is. No, we're not gonna fight her. We're just gonna get out.
No, I was just shooting her off.
No,
I
no,
didn't want
talking to the
to.
guys that just entered the mark, didn't they?
And we're almost out. Wait, the other guys did?
Mm-hmm.
It's fine. We're on the edge.
I just
The edge
stay
of
out
what?
the mark.
Don't bother with the harpoons. Just start welling into it with the guns.
We're starting to turn a bit.
I know. I'm getting the guns into
Okay,
it.
okay. Hey, listen up, guys. We are not gonna fight it. We are actually literally just gonna get out of here and continue our voyage. Just so you guys know, we're not gonna fight it. So we're not gonna help you if you.
Fine by me.
It's okay. We're out of the muck.
Almost out.
Go
Ah,
back.
Man, I
and
wish we could see the
sleep.
Kraken's face, though. Imagine a big, giant, fat head coming in between all these tentacles.
Ooh,
Actually, I have pictures of what that is. Tricks.
she's getting stroppy now.
Oh,
Go
one leg
back, she
down.
says.
Oh, what the heck?
Fucking asshole. Are you so?
Oh,
no.
hey,
Oh,
funny.
no.
I just. black
He's like, where
screen
you
somewhere.
going? We just
Oh,
met.
that's bad. That's bad.
Okay, we're good.
Right, I'm
Okay, we're
below.
good.
Oh,
We're good.
what
no,
was
we're
that?
good, we're good.
That would be a meg. A very big meg.
If it's a
Oh,
red
if it's the orange one, you're in trouble.
I don't know. It was just a big ass Meg.
Oh, I'm not. Oh,
Just
the
shot
Meg's
him off.
following us.
Okay, let's do this.
Okay, nice.
Snake
nice.
Island. Lead the way.
Snake Island.
I like snakes.
Yeah, that's a big ass Meg.
That's the mean one. Oh, no, it's a different one.
It's the
Purple.
blue one.
The
Purple. Yeah, purple.
Oh, we're back in the
Oh,
muck. Oh,
he's-
no, it's not the muck.
North.
Never mind. What am I talking about?
There's only 5 megs.
Straight
Give me a
north.
second.
Ooh, nice
Mhm.
screenshot.
Oh, yeah.
Here is the Kraken tricks, by the way.
What is
That's the
this?
Kraken
Meg's gone
face.
down. She might be.
All
I don't
right,
know if she's gonna be
let's
charging
switch
at
the
you.
sails.
Okay, yeah, we need
Oh,
this
barrels?
switch.
Well,
And the
I see them.
Crested Queen, that's what was after you.
The crested
That's
queen.
nice.
Yeah, that's the purple one. The purple thing.
Oh, got one.
Missed all the barrels again.
Chain shot,
Or
that's not impressive. No, I got one, but I only got 2 chain shot.
So why does no one
Oh.
ever fight the Megs?
No, they do.
Well,
it just depends on.
I
we do.
mean-
It depends. It's very good if you need Hunter's Call or achievements. Now, I need to hunt more Megs because I haven't got all the achievements.
Well,
We got
Who-
barrels here on our right.
Who is that in front of
We're a
us?
bit busy. Yeah, who's
me
that in
grab a
front of
couple of
us?
those.
That's not our team.
Are they going back to Thieves
Shit,
to?
I don't have the
They're not
space.
going to Snake
If they
Island,
go,
are
they're
they?
dead. If they go, they're dead.
Go more left,
I know. I know.
Erida.
Yes, Captain.
More port.
Aye, aye, Captain.
fine.
Water down below. We got a bit of water down below.
Down below, down below.
Love it.
Yeah, trust me, Kelso, I ask that out of my friends every day. It's like, why nobody hunts them?
You ask it every day.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, well, like they were saying, if you're working on like accommodations or titles, they're worth it. I just don't think the loot is like worth the resources that it requires to get. Sometimes you can get good loot, but I don't know.
You get some cosmetic. I wonder if do you still get the
Just trying to
cosmetics? I
look at-
can't remember now.
Yeah.
They
Yes, I don't remember,
they
yeah.
redid the event, didn't they, for a few days? No, I don't think you can now. Maybe.
You can't anymore, no.
I think they just automatically unlock when you get the commendation.
This was the first like event, if you like,
Yeah,
was the
Yeah.
main
Oh,
one.
those? No. You have to
Yeah.
pay
Yeah. That was
Let
epic.
me look at this crack.
We got
tab.
2
Yeah.
ships on our
for
right,
rewards in comparison.
Oh, where are you
Yeah.
guys going? Oi!
northwest.
I don't know where those
No,
guys
no,
are
no,
going.
no,
You
go,
guys
go, go.
Hello.
Hello.
Or north.
Hello.
More north, Snake Island. Course correct.
Course correct to northeast.
No, straight north.
Yep. Straight north, and then slightly east.
Love it. Tricks, we need to raise the front sail.
Yeah.
fast.
Oh yes. Raise it like bacon.
All the parrots sailing, flying above the trees.
That's what I call proper teamwork.
Is that ship going to the island too? Really?
Eritor,
No,
like
this is
half
us,
of
this
my
is us.
experience in Sea of Thieves all comes
It's
from
us.
you and Tricks.
Oh,
Yeah, it does. It literally does. And then the other half is just playing it.
The other ship, because it had the white sails from this distance.
No, the people at Snake Island, it's us. So don't worry. We got
Yeah,
it covered.
the other ship is I suppose they're heading off to don't know, somewhere. Right then.
Yeah, all I see is the white sails.
It's coming behind the rock, facing us. Careful.
What are you on about?
Wait, is that them? Is that you
No,
guys?
they're going. No, the
No,
one on
they're
the
going away.
towers. The guys on the left, it's our boys.
We're somebody on the left.
We see. Don't worry.
Oh, here I'm going. It's not our riddle, is it?
No, it is
Oh,
Hold
the-
on.
it's our
Okay.
riddle and-
Whoa. Yeah. Okay. So brig on our left and right. Which one are you guys?
What brick on the right?
We're on the left, I suppose.
I know your guys. Yeah, you guys are on
No.
our left. We're on your right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Snake
we have another
Island.
brig.
Yep.
Another brig northeast.
You guys are ported, right?
Yeah. We're parked.
Harpoon me! Ah, dang it.
Oh, I've got some. Right, where are you,
Oh.
Piggy? Where are you? Come here,
up.
Piggy.
Where are you, Piggy?
He's
Where
run
are you?
away. There's no chickens on here, is there?
No, Snake Island is snakes and pigs.
But this is Snake Island, right? Not Devil's Ridge.
Yeah, no, we're just accompanying them.
Perfect pork chop.
Do them.
Or Cat, if you look behind you, you'll see that other brig coming. Right by the Reaper's mark. Chest, whatever.
Way too soon.
Oh, there's a rowboat though. I'm going to grab a
Uh-huh.
rowboat. Oh, and a storage chest.
What?
And there's a
What?
mermaid underwater. I can hear.
Ooh.
Cannibal crates.
You might want to park a
Enemy-
bit closer to the island, Kels.
Enemy boarded.
I think it's a red mermaid.
Shoot him on sight.
Oh, I'm coming with No.
Shoot on sight.
You will need green flames for this.
Enemy on board.
We
Shoot
already
him.
had them, but yeah.
Don't squeeze her in because you won't be able to. My advice.
Anchor.
Well done. There you go. Okay, off you go. Do the riddle. I'm gonna take care of your ship. Don't worry. Don't forget to get a green lantern from the ship. Courtesy of Eredar.
We already got it.
Well done.
Rowboat.
I hear a mermaid.
Oh, nice pineapples.
Oh wait, I know where this is supposed to be. I think.
Kels, go ahead on the island and do the riddle. I'm gonna take care of your ship.
Take care of our ship. Why does that make me worried?
So nonsense, mate. Come on.
Here,
Okay, your
Justin,
ship is good.
where's this mermaid at? I hear a mermaid.
It's by me.
Who am I following?
Check your map. Check what you need to do.
At the sunstone.
Add the sunstone to the something, right?
Okay.
2 mermaids on this island?
I'll go.
Yeah,
Horde is
this
on the
way.
left. On Snake Island, safe on the left. Same from theft at the Sunstone on the southwest beach of the largest isle.
All right.
That would be.
I think it's the sunstone next to your ship. I mean, on that side.
On this side of the island. Oh wait, no.
On the main island, not on the small one.
Ow.
Yeah, yeah. I forgot which side I was on.
Ooh. Ah, really, sir? Really?
Snake? Who let a snake here?
No, you did not see that, cat. Thank you.
Where'd the flag for?
Oh, he just moved.
Okay, check the next step of your riddle. What do you guys need to do? No.
Missed, haha. Tattered
Find the
flag.
flagpole bearing a tattered flag on the central island. You salty dog. 7 paces southeast. Have a dig and then a grog.
You have a what?
Have a dig and then a grog.
Oh, okay.
Ouch, I got spit by a
Right.
freaking snake.
Find the flagpole bearing a tattered flag on the central island. And then 7 paces southeast.
Okay, so where is this? Let's see.
Oh, it's a bottom on the island.
Yeah, how disappointing.
Mm.
Where's that bottled boulder key?
Flag. Where the heck's
know,
the flag at?
This brig on this server is so weird. Like, we're being stalked. Watching
I
us.
know, right? It's
The whole time.
stalking us, like,
They're on the
stalking us and shit.
outskirts, watching everything. Maybe it's a server admin.
No, there are
You
no
guys
such
want to
thing.
cheat too? We're watching.
There's no such thing.
Oh,
Right?
I wonder if I could.
Imagine getting banned and all of a sudden you see your character goes, "Ah, what the blank?"
I think that's
Yeah,
like the
yeah,
best
yeah.
like way to get banned.
Right? Instead of game over, but like banned over.
Wow. I'm at the flag. If you guys need any help.
Get the what?
I've never seen a flag.
Never did?
No, because I don't get a map. I get words written on a page, which I find
Yeah.
retarded.
Yeah, no. You literally need to, like,
Understand
exactly.
what I don't understand. Yeah.
Interesting.
How many paces were?
7.
I'm doing yoga meditation.
Yay, I
on
got
house
bit by a
springs.
snake. That's
Okay.
Got it.
sweet, man.
Wait, what? I'm confused. I did hear a tap. What the heck?
Yeah, so did I. The fuck?
Okay, I'm.
There it is.
Okay, no,
See?
there you go.
Oh, boom, boom,
Done
run!
it.
No, no, boom,
I want
boom.
to
I'm
figure out where you
joking.
guys
Oh,
went
okay.
because I never saw a tattered flag.
Green skelly, you gonna get the green skelly?
We were eastern side, I believe.
Hold up, you're back off. That hurt.
Why, Solaria? Come on, get him, get him.
I don't want to hit Kelso.
Oh,
Oh,
I'm dead.
Nah, it's okay.
behind you, Jet.
From what I saw, everybody was far away. I didn't know Anyone
Jim,
with
take
food?
this. Dude, you son of a. Yeah, basically with riddles, Kelso, you need to utilize the surroundings, landscapes, and everything on each island.
Yeah,
So you
and
don't have
with
a
hills,
picture.
I don't see flags.
There was. Do you want me to show you where the flag was?
Well, no, it's pointless now. It would have been better to have figured it out.
Yeah, I did see it. I was looking for the flag too. I
It'll
was like,
help
what the
me
heck
for
is
the
the flag?
future.
I saw trees and bushes and snakes.
I seen a lot of snakes.
I mean,
yeah.
a central island. I wish I knew it. Map to figure out what the central island was.
Yeah, I really need to like remember that you're new to this, and I can't just like go to the center in the cave and
Yeah,
what?
it takes.
No, I was
a
reading the
little
riddle. It didn't seem to.
Oh, thank you, whoever did that. Okay, let's go to
bit.
Devil's
I'm lucky because I
Ridge.
have a footage
Devil's Armpit? Okay.
for how things are supposed to work in games.
Yeah, how things are actually usually work in games versus how this
They don't
works
even
in
have to
games.
sail up. And where's Cat?
Yeah.
Oh no, like I
Oh,
watched.
Bowsprit.
I watched these guys play this all the way through, so
Hey, Devil's Ridge is southeast.
most of what they know,
I'm
I already
snoozing on
know.
the Bowsprit.
Yeah, it takes some getting used to. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. We need to go northeast. If you, I mean, no,
I'm a
southeast. I mean.
follower, but I just like to do the ship. I'm here for the experience.
Okay, so we got it to turn.
I think they just wanted to make everything sort of quite tangible, didn't they, in Sea of
Yeah.
Thieves?
Yeah, that's
We're leaving.
You ready?
So
You only
physical,
sometimes have a map.
physical things.
On the map. On the map.
Man, I could really use him a lot of this time.
Mm,
Direction again?
you know what that means? We need our
summer to the southeast.
backpack.
Just follow us.
Oh, we lost somebody.
No. Okay.
Just get a mermaid.
Yeah, that's all I'm gonna have. Yeah.
Okay, Kelso, southeast. There you go. Well done. You're gonna keep us company when we do this, and we go together to Thieves Haven. What time is it? Ooh, it's already 1:00.
Safety in numbers.
Not really.
Some
Wow.
dark waters right now. Ooh.
Numbers equals more chances of spawning shit.
Even
We
better.
won't get any krakens though, so that's good.
Honestly, Eridar, that's not really a concern. I only need one more Kraken anyway.
Also need to die by fire.
Yeah, we need to die by fire soon. So.
Well, that's easy.
Oh, that's why, because the red skull on the left, huh?
I can help you out with that one.
Yeah, I could burn. I could start you on fire.
Yeah.
I'm okay. Trixie boy, where you at? Apart from A fucking K. Oh god, I hate this.
He ran away.
Yeah. I'm gonna shoot
Where's
myself.
Devil's Ridge? I've lost it.
Southeast cat. I'm gonna go commit seppuku.
Yeah.
Ooh, storage crate.
So where's our babysitter at? Did they leave?
Ooh.
Jim, put your mic in your mouth.
Not in your hands.
I can't.
God.
Did we lose our babysitter?
You're like the Discord whisperer.
The Discord whisper. That's a cool one.
Coming.
Wait, I'm gonna board your ship with a storage crate. I have a gift.
Paradise Springs, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Enemy on ship, shoot him.
Almost there.
Mm-hmm.
Almost.
Okay, I wanna get a red flame. So excuse me. Actually, Jim, shoot me once, please. Thank you. Ignore the fire on your ship, okay?
No.
Why are we on fire?
Ignore the fire. I just need to die by fire.
I come back to see our ship on fire.
No, it's okay. Now you can put the fire out. Thank you. Thank you for your help. Thank you for your service.
Can we stop being kindling? That'd be cool.
Stop burning for 5 seconds. That'd be awesome.
What the?
Hello,
What the?
hello, hello.
Flipper? What the hell's going on?
Hello?
What was that?
Hello?
Tricks is
You can hear me,
doing
right?
New channel, who
Yeah,
dis?
can you hear me?
What?
Hello?
What the heck happened?
What are you guys talking about?
I don't know.
What
I mean,
was
like
that?
Chicken Little over here. What are we talking about?
What the deuce?
Sky is falling.
This guy keeps falling.
My mom's like, "You want to get me another coffee?" I'm like, "No, I'm busy selling the 7 Cs." Because you won't
Take
let me
one.
do it in real life.
Like a French vanilla cappuccino. Cappuccino sounds good.
Her response
Went
was
under ourselves.
priceless.
Oh, I missed. Dang it.
Missed.
She'd be a nervous wreck if I was on the 7 Cs.
Mm.
I was like, "Yeah, no, you should be worried for everybody else."
What's that sound?
The boogeyman.
Coronavirus.
All right.
Oh no, fell
Skelly
off.
sleep over
Alright.
there. Can't
Alright,
anybody
alright,
else?
alright.
We're doing
Wow.
good.
No, we're
I pulled an air dart. I fell off.
Tricks, come on, you gotta agree with me that this island from this angle looks like a wolf's head or something.
I see
Especially
that.
It does.
beacon.
It does
see
look like
that.
a head. You're right.
Yeah, it kind of does.
Little fang.
Wait, this Snake Island?
Yeah,
this
this
is,
is Devil's Ridge. This is where
Oh,
we're
Devil's
at.
Ridge. That's right. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Which side of the island are you landing or parking? Parking. Yeah.
This side of the island.
Landing, parking.
Docking?
What's the difference?
Docking?
Docking. Yeah, there we go.
We shall be
Yes.
dropping anchor right before they hit that rock.
You heard that, Captain?
Okay.
So hit the
Drop
rock,
anchor?
then drop anchor. Hit the rock.
Hit the anchor on
Ooh, shiny on the beach, shiny on the beach.
shiny on
We don't need to
the-
drop anchor, we're just sort of drifting.
Make up
We're
your
all
mind.
good. No, we're not going to drop anchor, are we? Dropping anchor.
Where
is
did
fair.
you find wind to actually drift?
Yeah.
A legendary lone
Hey.
hunter on the North Beach 6 lantern light. Discover it, then
Burn
it
some
made it.
snake.
Legendary lone hunter on the North Beach.
Burned. Ooh, Ashen Guardian. Now keep your ear out for
Oh, I'm coming.
Ashen key.
ancient skellies. Because
Oh, ancient scissors are
Yeah,
nice.
they have a
Fancy.
chance.
Oh, I thought it was the blue bag Skelly.
The blue back
Mm.
skelly.
yeah, I
You got me
know.
happy for nothing. So what did I come over here for? What did we get? Just this? Wow, that's
like
cool.
The blueberry.
This is awesome. Thanks.
Wow, Tricks, you ungrateful bitch.
The blue bag Skelly. He's got money.
Cavern
The
opening
lone
hidden by
hunter.
tears. We
Mm.
should wander. Or I'll go and do this one because it might.
Trying to get the
I'm
Skelly
already
pimp.
halfway through what the world record is, so.
I've got him
Nice.
once.
Never saw him.
And the only reason why I saw him once is I think I screwed around the island for like half an hour trying to find my chest. So
Smith.
Thieves
You-
Haven's a good place to see him.
Really? Someone's just parked there all day then.
just sit there.
What
Okay.
they suggest is
Anchor.
basically doing like Order of
We got
Souls
it,
and
we got it,
stuff,
we got it.
or
We're gonna stop right here. Yeah, look at that. Look at that.
Yeah,
Right,
more
right,
skeletons
right.
encounters. That makes sense.
We can just love tap them really quick here.
Oh, that's what you want to do?
and the
Alright.
world record is roughly about 10 to 12 times.
Just
South on northeast
just
shores.
smack him in the face with the.
And
where's
I'm
that?
already halfway through that, so there's
What are
that.
we doing?
Sunstone. What am I actually doing? Am I the only one doing?
Sunstone. No, you're doing it. I'm doing the
You're not doing anything.
other
You're,
skeleton.
you're
I
fired.
am. I'm doing the other
No, you're
one.
fired. Get
Yeah,
out
we're
of
good.
here.
Yep, same
Oh,
as
we're
that.
supposed to
We're
change
good.
you doing
Yeah,
it.
you gotta go by the sunstone by the northeast source.
I got it. I got it. I got it. Wait, what?
You
Oh,
just,
no,
like,
This
scrape
one
the
Not done?
face
is
out
by
of
the
your ship.
legendary lone hunter on the North Beach.
Wait, what the fuck are you on about?
I'm
You're
doing
on
the
it.
other one. I'm doing the skelly one.
Wow, you get
Oh,
sun,
right
you know
back
the
to Thieves
sunstone is.
Island.
It's over here, isn't it?
Yeah, I know. Psh, 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 psh.
Psh, 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 psh.
Okay, I'm really. Where's my northwest? For the love of God, cat, stop it! You're literally making me.
Oh, hello. I heard
West by
Oh.
northwest, 9 paces, Eridar. And then cat, let's see. Oh,
Yeah.
never mind.
I need your.
Oh,
I need
thank
some
you.
help here. I need some, or not?
I'm looking for the lone hunter. Right. You good? We got the red skelly.
No, the green one, my dear. Thank you,
Right.
Trix. I knew I could count.
Where you going? Where you going?
Seek
I love
the
skeletons.
Third Shrine. Oh no, I've got to go in the blooming cave again. Curse for Shrine.
There you
Oh,
go.
that's a curse
You
book.
take that one. This one. Let's go.
Ooh, ammo crate, 50 out of 50.
Come on, Trix.
Once you
40
complete
ammo
those-
credits. Let's go, dude. I'm gonna race you there, Trix. Come on, Slowa. Where the fuck did you go?
Can't do that with the skeleton? What the?
You can. You just need to like. You need to look down. You need to look down. There you go. There you go, bro. There you go. Fucking exploiters. Let's go.
Huh?
Yeah, we gotta
Look
go back
down.
to
Look
Thieves
down.
Haven.
There you go. There you go. There you go. And sprint. Drop. Sprint. Catch. Drop. Sprint. Catch. Okay. Ah, fuck.
That's so.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
My
make a.
character
I'm gonna make a
sleeps
hotkey
here,
for
by
that.
the way.
I'm gonna make a hockey for that. Lord.
Where's
Don't want to do
Kelsey?
that. That's a bannable offense.
Oh,
Where are you at,
they
Kelsey?
need to fix it. It's not me.
I moved up the island. I was with Solara. I don't even know who Solara is.
That's right.
Sounds solar.
So you
By
got
the
the
way-
commendation out of this book?
I read it and that was it.
So
Everybody with Reddit. Why nobody uses like Instagram?
Lol.
It doesn't do anything when I read it.
No, 'cause you
Yeah,
got
you need-
Instagram on your phone.
that's
You
more
can't
of
use
10.
it on the PC.
I can't hear you over them.
Sorry.
if you go to your reputation builds rats, Legends of the Sea, there should be a no wait, not Legends of the Sea, Umbra.
What? Wow.
Brain.
Tag teaming me, huh? Okay, I see.
Tall Tales, Bills, Rats, Hunter's Call, Sea Dogs, Gold Hoarders, something Souls.
Bullies.
I'm trying to look for the Umbra thing. I forget which that is.
Wow. Alright, let's go.
Okay, so back to Thieves Haven then.
Are we ready, guys, to settle again?
I don't know.
No.
Jim's on the ferry, and there's nobody
Why?
else on the ship.
We have several X's on this thing.
Are they all in Texas?
That should be under Umbras.
That's Thieves Haven that you're talking
I don't.
about.
I don't know what Umbras is.
That's the true Jim. What's up, peaceful? How are you?
They're
Jim's on the other ship.
commendations. You basically read all 10 books, you get a commendate.
What I'm saying is I don't know where to find
Go
Umbras
far, dude.
because there's nothing I know that's listed as Umbras.
Whatever. I hate
I forget
it.
which category it's in.
That should.
It should give it to me, right?
Give me one sec.
Honestly, I wouldn't bother with accommodations right now.
Well, I mean, it was
Gunpowder
right
barrel.
there.
Ooh,
Ooh,
gunpowder
what?
barrel.
You already read it, so that's fine.
Reddit's pretty popular now.
Alright, everyone back to their ships. Let's get move on.
If somebody would quit killing me, I might be able to stay on my ship. Rude.
Oh, what the fuck? I just picked up a chicken coop and get shot. You janky ass motherfuckers. My second day on.
I know, right? And you get bullied by people.
Don't worry, I could play League of Legends. And make Eridhart cringe.
You son of a.
Oh, wait, that was the wrong deck.
Borders?
You might want to grab this. I can't grab it. Oh, you got it.
Wall hack. Wow. Shot me through the wall.
Trying
Well,
to
you
try
know me.
new tricks.
No harder.
Pink.
I don't know how you shot me through the mast, but okay.
Dude, I know every glitch on every ship, okay? Just saying.
At least he's honest.
Yeah, I know. I can
Man,
show you
that mast
something
is
really nasty if you guys want.
that mast is kind of useless. You can't even hide behind the mast. You should shoot
Alright.
right through it.
He's arch nemesis. You been working out, bro? Okay, he took the clothes off, shirt off. He said, "Let's go."
What?
Oh, Erdo, you got a blender in your face.
I should be wearing clothes. What do you mean?
For me, you're naked, bro. Like
Okay,
you're
I'm
literally
gonna
you're in your undies.
So right up through here. There you go. Did I hit you?
No.
Oh,
Did I hit you?
oh!
I don't know. Did it? Okay, come on. Let's get going. Thieves Haven. It should be west
Thieves
from our
Haven. All right.
location.
Poor cat. Cat's in another world.
Welcome back to
I'm
Pants.
here. I'm
Oh,
here.
oh,
I'm here.
Okay, you said Thieves
Right.
Haven.
Yeah, Thieves
Thieves
Haven.
Haven.
West from here.
All right, let's get there. Head directly west, guys. Get going. You guys really dropped anchor?
Oh, we didn't want to hit you.
Smash into you.
I was told to give you our tip.
Oh, okay. Where did you send it to?
I was overvoted from the crew. They wanted to dip our stick.
Oh, those are actually pretty good at dipsticks. I love that candy.
Oh, I remember those sherbet dip dabs.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ooh.
You said sherbet.
The old
Oh
dipping
my
sticks.
gosh.
Sales. We still don't have our sales
Oh,
done.
wait, you're making a hard left turn. Already doing okay.
Yeah.
Oh, we're good.
They're trying to snipe Merida out in a minute. Who's going to be left in the water shortly?
No. You son of a fucking bitches.
Bye-bye. See you later.
Hey,
Hey.
I didn't do shit. I don't even have a sniper. Dick munch.
Fuck.
Sorry.
Poor cat, I got you.
English and course here.
I felt the flames building within your eye.
Oh, that's
That
a
was
bit.
close.
That's a bit
Okay,
excessive,
it's
that's a
on.
bit
Game
excessive.
on,
That's a bit excessive.
cannibals.
Oh my god, cat, behave, cat.
Uh-oh.
Do we need to shoot some CCPC at him?
I
Oh,
think,
cat.
yeah, I think so. I think they need to be.
Oh, what the?
Ooh. No sniping a blooming. Oh, I'm hopeless at guns.
Water.
Wow. I lagged off the ship. Fuck my life, dude. Like, this is stupid. Hate this. I hate you all.
Hey, drop anchor ammo, pull hard left, and then we can shoot them broadside.
No. A
Hey,
bit excessive, mate.
eat our dust. Look.
Oh, cat is getting cocky. I love it. Where are they at? Wow, they're so far behind.
I know. Look. Mind you, they can still hit us from here.
Nah.
Full billow on. Is that a brig over at Plunder?
Hold on. I'm
Wow.
gonna turn it.
I fucked that
We'll
up.
give us the mid
Yeah, bring
sales
over at Plunder. Right, we are approaching our
Dang
landing
it.
pad.
Stop turning us into a wind. Can't gain speed that way.
I can't hear you. Am I not
can't
doing
see
it the
that.
right way? I figure we're in the wind.
Intruder on the
At
ship.
the entrance.
Wow, what a coward. Blunderbomb. Wow. Okay.
Sorry. I'm just gonna help it.
Kill the
getting
intruder.
impeached.
Anytime the intruder gets a... Who's this guy? Did you die too? Oh,
Yeah,
man.
because you kind of shot it between us.
And I got a
Wait,
hit on
excuse me
you,
for like
so-
2 minutes. Bit of a
Hook right.
Ooh, okay, that was close.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
This is gonna be bad.
Oh
Ooh, I
no,
just
they're
heard
gonna
that.
ram some at the back again. Are they overshot? Yeah, come on, you got this.
I didn't do it.
Oh, so much treasure here. Actually,
So much wind. We're coming in too hard.
Yeah, we're gonna be really rich after this.
Okay, fuck it.
Oh, look out.
We got leaks. They have the
Okay,
sails wide open.
I'll go to the south bit. Oh, chicken.
What are you doing?
I didn't do it. Aaron killed me.
Oh, it's burnt. Good.
Okay, I'm back.
welcome back.
I don't need anything.
Oh, he's got food.
What do you just sit right here?
Mm-mm-mm. Just some chips.
Oh shit.
Who is firing?
Damn.
The fuck are you guys doing?
You moved us. I said don't move.
I never moved, and sails aren't done.
So who the
And
hell's
it's-
moving us?
The
Well-
wind?
When?
That shouldn't be
Okay.
happening with no sail.
It's called
Somebody
inertia.
let down sail and
it's
then
called
raise them
inertia.
again.
It's called a current.
Called non-existent.
It's called
called
it's
inertia.
happening.
There is actually a current in the Sea of Thieves. It goes
Yeah.
from northwest
From north to south.
southeast. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It'll pull you
Mm-hmm.
sideways if you
Yep.
pay too much
I've
attention.
actually never seen that on any of the islands that I've been on until this.
Yeah.
So that's doubtful at best. Because
No, it's a
literally
thing.
all I
If
have
you,
to do
if
is
you
raise.
sail from east to west across the map, it
Yeah,
will pull
but if you put
yeah.
down your anchor
Is our anchor down?
and take up your sail, you should not move at
No,
all.
you
But
should
your
not
anchor,
move.
your anchor is not
Which
down.
was correct, because if I take back up my anchor, it should not move.
Unless
anchor
you're
is
on a
no
bit of,
drift
unless you're on a
while
bit of
on an
rock
island.
or
Yeah,
something. If
yeah.
you're
If you're grazing against something, you will move until the game physics get their shit on.
We were pushed
So where the
against
fuck is this
rocks,
shit?
so
So what are we doing? We doing nothing, right? They're just doing it all.
No, we have to go and open up our
we
map.
have like
I
places to
broke
check.
my legs.
Jim, I really wish I could hear you.
See, there is no
We have
movement.
all this.
There should
Is that
be
stupid,
any
stupid
movement
fucking
whatsoever.
noise cancelling bullshit suppression crap?
Then why is he like 50 feet away from his mic?
Because of that, no, that shit makes you muffled.
I have it on.
Loud.
How do I sound?
Muffled.
How do I sound?
Muffled. Okay, are you guys, all of you gonna ask a question?
Yep, and I got it on too.
I shouldn't sound muffled.
Yeah,
I'm
you
just
also sound
really
muffled.
loud.
But the mic's actually far from me though.
Trix doesn't sound muffled to me.
No?
right,
Trix
okay.
sounds loud.
Oh
Well,
shoot.
Trix is a pro streamer. There's a difference.
Bro, I don't know about that.
The
He's
best
fiddled
compliment
with
I had
his
all day.
settings
My
to a
PC does
point
better
where
gaming than
basically
his. I can't
everything
stand by
has
that
to be
anymore.
screen quality.
You're not allowed to share my benchmark. What am I doing? Wait, that's the ledge thing.
I think it's already been announced to the world, so
That's right. How many of us
Right.
here are partnered? Oh, that's right. Trix.
No, wrong. He's not partnered. He's affiliated. I'm also affiliated. So, boop.
You're really not partnered yet?
No. If Twix was partnered, do you think he would still be here? Hell no.
Yeah, you think he would still be talking to us?
Yeah,
Okay,
I was
valid
gonna
on that one.
yeah, you would have left us
You
alone.
guys are like the OGs. Okay.
Yes. Old, and they always trade
I'd
up for
like
the
to see
new.
him try and get rid of it.
Yep.
Hey, he ended
Look
up
at you,
partnered
Jim,
and got famous. You know, he'd never read our text and chat. You think he
Mhm.
does right now? Oh man.
Lisa, I wouldn't treat you any differently. It'd be the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Just a little more intense.
Way more rage.
And people
Hell
would
yeah.
pay to watch him rage again.
I mean, we already paid to watch a
It'd be like
raid,
a whole new
so.
summit. So,
Ah,
Okay, guys, hold on.
Come on. Come on.
it'd like be like having a
The only
summit.
thing I have is a map for treasure. Hooray.
We gotta find all that.
no, I am in completely the wrong place here.
No.
Oh, Eridar, come up and help.
Already on it. Useless crew, I
Yes.
swear to
Flat,
God.
where's the flat bit? Flat bit of rock. Am I completely in? Right, so there is the bridge.
You're going to help?
It's not there. It's next to a big rock. Next to a big rock.
Take that, dude.
Yeah?
Well done.
No. Oh.
Kels,
No, I don't know where. Oh, pineapple.
I'm dead.
Oh.
God, hell yeah, I'm definitely dead.
That was a
I
lot of
heard
Oh,
movement.
that.
come on. I was in completely the wrong place then. As usual.
Got another chest on me.
Oh, nice. We have some of those.
Might want to turn your crosshair arrows to show where I am on your map.
Okay,
No,
so
not a
Devil's
quest.
Ridge again?
No, we still got 3 here.
A handsome,
Okay.
a handsome reward there may be on Thieves Haven across the sea. Seek the sunstone on the west beach.
Oh, I have
in
another
this hunt
chest up
for
here.
gold. Raised up
Oh.
lantern, shining bolt.
Don't bother with the riddle here.
Okay, now I really don't know what I'm doing. I'm just gonna go eat some food and while I sit here and wait. I'm attempting to do something, but I'm being told to do something, so I'm
Oh,
just gonna
come
go.
on, bro.
Fuck this. This is boring.
No!
You have
6.
I have a map with X's on it, and I have a
Mhm.
riddle.
yeah,
The map with the X.
Did the
Yeah,
map
all
with
of the
X's
all of
on?
the X's are still there. They're beautiful.
Okay, listen.
One,
I'm
two,
gonna,
three,
I'm gonna
four.
actually help you out a bit here, Kels.
Fuck
Yeah,
that
When
map.
you
Fall
when you
off
open
the
your
line.
I've used my compass. I've used the map.
Kels,
I wish it resembled anything. Fuck that. I'm gonna go eat.
Kels,
I'll be back.
Kelso. Okay, can you still hear me, mate?
Nope.
Oop, he
Not
ran
you,
away.
Trix.
Yeah, I guess I'll carry one
Still-
chest down. Can't get the other.
Still can't hear you.
Oh.
Nope.
You gonna harpoon this one, Eridar?
Yeah, if you tell me from where, sure.
Up here.
Holy shitballs. Okay.
Good job.
Thank you.
Those. Here, out here.
Kelso, you back, mate?
Well, if you're not back, are you front?
I think you went to go grab some food.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, sounds good.
So we need to see their map so we can help
Yeah.
them. They want to
Mhm.
take a screenshot of it. And
Yeah, can you actually, guys, take a screenshot and send us?
Screenshot? What's that?
Ooh.
How do you do a screenshot? I have. What are you talking about? And if I shot my screen, though, would I not be able to see it?
God, you.
You'd never be able to be a pirate again.
Never play again. Man,
Just mate.
Is there another one up there, Erida? Trix?
Oh, nope, I got both down.
Oh, well done.
No. Okay, I'm gonna help them out.
Quiet seas.
I feel like I'm close.
A new cigar.
somebody discovered a crate.
Mm-hmm.
Cheater.
What do you guys have left? Oh wait, Devil's Ridge. Oh no, I go back to Devil's Ridge. Kraken's waiting for us.
Oh,
where was
she
that?
is. She's coming. She's coming.
She just talked to Dory, and Dory told the Kraken, "Just keep swimming."
Somebody started digging up the chest and they quit.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, it would help if I knew where you were, Eric.
Ooh,
I'm over here trying
firebomb
to dig them up
crate.
Oh, there's
too.
another
Yeah.
rowboat here. If you
Oh,
guys
you will
want a
know in
rowboat.
just a moment.
Actually, I'll bring it round. Andy,
I'm back on your ship right now. Just giving you this stuff.
I want to play as my monkey. I don't want to be the pirate. I want the pirate to be the AI and I be the monkey. Let me be the pet.
I'd be the cat.
Here comes Jim. So slim.
I got this.
So
Yeah,
Much more
it's
chest you guys have.
Peaceful today.
we got 4 more.
It's the EU life. If you was NA right now, smack my lips on that one.
I'd be trying to shoot everybody.
Then again, you guys in your time, you guys are like just getting up, having coffee,
Yeah.
working your your essential jobs, and
The tryhards are not at school yet.
yeah.
There we go. Got a rowboat now.
Where we got Jim? Oh man, you got quite a bit. All right, which side of the island are we on? We're on the stairs. Oh, this part.
We've got red lanterns, haven't we?
Mm-hmm.
There's 3 of those.
Okay, let's go up here.
Oh no.
Oh, I know what you wanted. Fuck. Sorry, cat.
Oh, never mind. It's fine. There's only 2 of them there. In fact, oh, now another one turned up.
Oh,
to the
Kelso,
party.
are you here, mate?
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
I'm gonna teach you how to identify what maps you need to do. So if you hold E, you probably have multiple maps. Am I correct? Hold, not press.
Nope, I have one E. I have one
Only-
map.
Okay.
One
Then,
map
yeah.
and a stupid riddle that I'm not supposed to pay attention to.
Okay, yeah. So basically, you have 2 things. If you look at each icon, you will see on the bottom right, different icons, so to speak, right? Like a bottle and like a golden feather, right?
On the bottom right, I'm supposed to see a golden feather or something.
Hold E.
On the map.
Don't press E. Hold
Just
E.
on the circles.
All I see are X's, and I don't see any type of signification.
Okay. Listen to me.
Here.
Hold. No. Hold E. Don't press. Just hold it so you can open
Jim,
the.
run.
That's holding E.
Yeah, and you can select whatever the map to view, correct?
1. Yep.
Okay, and you see in that redial menu. I'm gonna take a picture and just show it to you.
I'm gonna spin back.
The monkey's got God mode. Didn't die.
I
Okay.
know.
You can see that in the circle you have like different icons. The one that is with the gold feather, it's your main quest, the quest that you are actually on right now, and that's the things that you need to do. Those type of maps that have the
Gold
feather.
feather, because there ain't. Ah.
So the gold feather maps indicate that it is the active voyage that you're on.
All I got is a map with a trail and an X.
Right, how much more do you have, Jim?
Yeah, that's the voyage we're on at the minute.
Mm-hmm. That's what I got.
All right, so where are you guys at the top of the island?
This is the only map I have.
So this
top of the
differs a
island.
lot from
There
like
ain't
the
shit on this
normal
map.
voyages you would do as a pirate working your way towards legend, because this is a legendary quest. So this is for people who are like post pirate legends. So this is why it's like multiple stages and long and arduous. Because
The
Yeah, so
higher up
don't
rank
freak
you go,
out.
the more often
It's
it
just
becomes.
Okay, let's
there
go
ain't
find.
shit on my map that he's talking about.
Okay, I really
There's
because
no
I gotta
feathers, no.
No, okay, you're not understanding what I'm saying. Look on Discord. I literally sent you a picture.
Man, just because I'm in game, I can't even.
There's like a little circle in the bottom corner. It's feathers.
You have a circle on the bottom?
Hmm.
Do you see the picture that I
'Cause-
sent to you in private?
You gotta be kidding me. Oh, this is stupid.
Yeah, I don't
Okay,
have
it's
that.
between rocks and it's in the open
You do
between
if you
two.
hold E, just hold E. Don't click on anything. Don't select it. Just hold E to open the redial menu.
Holding E is about as easy as breathing.
I know.
I did that.
And you see like
Got it.
your mission and some empty spots. Am I correct?
Give me a second. I'm entering back into the game because I have dual screen.
Crap. Oh crap.
Run.
Keep running, keep running.
Here, I'm a Windows and screenshot for you and upload that one too.
Please do.
Oh, Solari already got that one. Okay.
That way we can be on the same common understanding.
Please do, yeah. Again, you're not listening to me. Hold
I held E, you dick munch.
dude.
Have you
Oh.
rebound your keys
Yeah,
or something?
have you read
Ah.
your keys or something?
No, my keys are default.
Oh no, sorry, I was looking in the wrong sheet. Yeah, exactly. You see, you're holding
I see.
E.
I hold R.
No, give me a second. No, I'm
Right.
actually looking at him. You're holding E. Do you see at the icon thumbnail of the maps on the bottom right of each thumbnail, you have a little icon that indicates something. For example, the golden with the bullshit with a feather, and the other one is like I can't see because it's too small, like a parchment, gray parchment, and shit like that.
Or
Do
a
you see what I'm
bottle,
talking about?
bottle icon and stuff like that.
Game.
I'm literally gonna highlight it for you. Give me a second.
Hey, you should highlight it because
No, I will.
what you're translating, I probably have never seen.
Give me a sec. I'm gonna do it with red so you can like properly see.
This one.
Oh, you got one map. You got one left. Oh, I see where that is.
Yep. That's it.
Yeah, the X, right?
Give me a sec.
You gotta go hunt it down.
Yeah. I've been trying to do that this whole time. Is that what he was talking about the whole time?
No,
Yeah.
give me a sec because it didn't fucking do it.
Then what
I'll just-
feather was he talking about?
Give me a sec, mate. Oh, okay.
Tricks, if you got
Yeah,
your
he
voyage
is not
menu up,
feather.
you'd be able
Yeah,
to see
because
it.
I
Wouldn't
have-
you?
No, I know what he's saying.
Yeah.
The feather is for riddles.
I don't
Yeah,
see
but
a
yeah,
feather,
you see what's with golden. It's your main quest. That's what I tried to explain.
Yeah, just the red X.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I must admit, I suck at looking at the island and figuring out which it is.
Yeah, it still takes me a bit to figure out where on the island that's supposed to be.
Like, I use the compass, I use the map, but the
Yeah,
island
this
doesn't look
island's like the
topographically how it does.
Yeah, this island's the worst anyway. There you go. Found it.
Finally. Ooh,
Got
watch
it?
this one. Yeah.
I'm more or less here for the experience.
Oh no.
And if,
Boom,
you know,
boom,
get into
boom.
battles, that'd be fun.
Oh, we've got to be
Little
over that side,
puzzles.
haven't we?
Back away, back away.
Oh, watch it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Just shoot him in the leg. There you go. You got one of these things is your mission.
Quest received.
Yeah.
Crooks Hollow is the golden key between the sky and deep blue sea.
Oh, hello, chest.
Do we need
Whatever
to
that
go to
means.
those?
Ooh, it's gonna be fun.
Sweet.
I'm on the wrong ship. Yeah, I'm on the
Ship.
wrong ship.
Oh, she teaches you how to dolphin dive. Whee! Splash. Oh, I wonder if that invisible ledge is still there. They won't have fixed that yet, will they?
Oh no.
No.
Uh-oh.
That was too close.
Yeah, I know this map like stepping
That
into
was
Division
very close, guys.
2 for the first time. It makes that much sense.
No, it's a matter of getting used to it.
Shoot,
Yeah.
don't
This
ask
is a complicated.
questions.
This is a complicated island.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, look at me! I'm magic, sorcery.
The heck you doing? Hello.
What?
Magic.
Thanks.
Mm. Wrong ship.
Crook's Hollow. We've got
Chia.
Devil's
Chia.
Ridge again.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Devil's
Mm.
Bridge.
The Devil's Bridge, yeah. Where's the Devil's thesis at? All right, let's go.
Quick Hollow is the golden key between the sky and deep blue sea.
Got the hook.
So you need to go to Cruz Hollow.
Get it.
Didn't even know what Crooks Hollow was.
Cruz Hollow is
All I
an
know,
island.
there's a lot of crooks at Hollow.
Yeah,
Yeah,
watch out for them crooks.
Trix's
There's a
phrases don't make
ghost.
it any easy.
There's a
Like,
ghost
it's
there
like,
as well.
should I take him serious? Should I not take
No,
him
don't,
serious?
never take tricks serious, okay? That's one thing that we learned from experience.
Is your ship wedged?
Oh,
Look at
wedge,
it
where's
wedged
Briggs?
between the wall and the,
Yeah, we're
and the
good.
dock.
Ship's got a wedgie.
No, it's good.
Oh, don't forget, guys, you guys got items up there. Kat, can we move a little bit to the right? Just a tad bit, not a lot.
Thank you.
And perfect.
Oh, let me go back. They got stuff at the top
Ooh.
to get. Oh,
Yeah.
I'll run up. I'll run up and get.
I'm already on it.
Yeah, but if there's two things up there, I'll come.
No, it's okay. No,
Yeah, I don't think I can get it from this angle.
all happy. Don't worry.
We got a puker.
Raw pork for you.
Yummy. I did that accidentally before too. It sucks.
Stop harpooning. Go. Thank you. Bye, cat.
Oh, we've got them both now.
Of course.
Yep.
Oh, come on, woman. Okay, so you guys go do
Uh-oh.
Cruz Hollow, and we're gonna do our own, okay?
Off the wheel.
Okay, so
Crooks Hollow's in the direction of.
Should
Off
be
the
north
wheel.
by northeast.
North. Yeah, northerly. Northerly.
Mm-hmm.
basically north.
Northerly.
North of
North Star.
We're just going to be
Racer.
going north.
Cool. You see how simple I am in this
Aw.
game? It may be slightly sad, but I prefer it that simple.
You want me to steer?
Do you have a problem with my sailing?
I have a large problem. with
Can't you just fuck them up just so you know?
Oh, that's a fucking.
Oh, Jim.
You messed up our sailing now. Now you can complain about my sailing.
Oh.
I
Now,
sail
now,
because there's
now,
not much
now,
else for me to
children,
do, or
behave.
not much else I have to do.
They work in the
We have a
water.
border.
How,
We
But if you have a problem
border.
with it, I can
Oh, where's he gone?
Very good.
I can
how
stop.
does
I'm
that
dead.
work in the
Oh, nice shot.
You got ya.
That thing
Right.
makes no sense. In the water, it works too. It just makes no
Mhm.
sense.
You know what I
Why
heard?
would
Nothing's
it
impossible.
explosive
Cat, we're
thing?
gonna crash. No, we're not. We're good.
Oh, we're not.
Like, why would something explosive work in water? That's kind of
Come on,
fishy.
bro, you're talking about safety physics. Shut up.
Yeah, it's stupid.
Goonies. World.
Mm-hmm.
All these pigs in
I
this
could-
game and no bacon.
Yeah, but if you fire a firebomb at them, you can get pork chops.
Mm,
Ready cooked.
now
Mm.
you tell me.
Give me pork chops.
We can't butcher them though, so that makes no sense. It's like unrealistic. We'll probably get more vegetarians after that gameplay
We're
gets
just
out.
skipping a few steps, you know.
Mm. Oh no, seems like a big
It's like,
steep.
it's like when you go to the supermarket, you know, you go to the petting farm to see the pig, and then you go to the supermarket, and there they are, pork chops.
Yeah, no, that's the best. You go to the petting zoo, and then the next one's the gift shop selling pig and bacon. Like bacon, get your bacon, nice and organic. Mommy, I think I just saw the pig last week. Yeah, honey, that was last week. A new week now.
Be back in a second, guys.
Alright, Cat, I got
Exactly,
your.
works.
We ain't got no good sail here, man. We're going against the wind.
What are we doing?
Look at Erdar being a quartermaster, just standing there like always.
Off. Quietly stuffing his face with something.
You wanna cook banana?
Bananas and pajamas are coming down what stairs? Oh.
Right, so there's one more riddle, and then we're on the last Thieves
That's a
Haven
rotten
map,
banana.
and then we shall be very rich.
Looks like a rotten banana.
Yeah, it looks pretty right, doesn't it?
Here, I'm gonna give you the old vomit trick.
Where are we going? That was rich. Okay.
We're going to we're going to Devil's Ridge and then back to Thieves Haven, and we'll be good.
Man, that fan is cold. I gotta turn it off. Hold on.
Who's trying to
I'm
run?
back.
Spring.
Who's trying
Welcome
to
back.
Food. Cheers, thank you.
All right.
We do have a ship to our right.
You got this.
You got this. Probably do with a bit of
And
action.
it's coming towards us.
Get ready on cannons just in case.
Yeah. We got incoming, maybe hostiles. I don't know.
Yep,
You
they look
got
like they
this.
might ram us.
Yeah, they're gonna try
Really?
to ram us.
Yeah, they
You guys
just like
are-
turned right towards us. Yep.
Sorry, you guys are like 3 blocks away from us.
Turn us. Turn us. So I can get cannon shots on them. I don't have a sniper on me.
No, we're good. Just let them pass. Get
Alright,
off the wheel.
I'm gonna check downstairs. Yeah, we got leakage. Major leakage.
Oh, guys, don't sink now. Oh. Alright,
Yep.
alright, Cat, I'm
Oh,
trying to get
no.
the sails, but I'm it's just me and a
You
friend
do
here.
have a
Hold on.
rowboat now, though, so if the worst
Several
comes,
holes.
collect your stuff.
Yeah, I got the
Yeah.
water out.
Another rowboat. Is that a harpoon rowboat?
I think so.
Where is it?
Superior rowboat. Oh.
Yeah, they're coming after us.
Let
Really?
'em.
Are they?
Hey, I
They're
took
following
one hell of a fucking shot at the
Well,
right side
considering
front.
I killed the navigator right out of the gate, yeah, I think they'll be pretty pissed.
Did you see what that cannon shot did to them? Straight through the right
Almost.
side.
And I caught them on fire on their pass by.
Oh, we got a jam and stuff out.
Superior rowboat for the superior version.
How are we on wind? Terrible?
Kind of against it. Yep.
Cut
Have
our
we got-
sail.
Have we got red?
Yeah, I have.
Okay, I haven't got. Oh, push it.
We could do a little bit.
Alright, guys,
of
let's
turning.
go ahead and get this one done.
Not
Nice
gonna
and
get much
going.
wind.
Swim back to the island here really quick.
Love these rowboats.
But they don't have wind either, so they're not gonna catch
Mm,
it.
No,
It
we
is to the
need
map, one
less,
is southwest
less
of the-
sail. We're passing the island.
Yeah, but the ship's coming after us still, so.
That's fine. Let them.
Map. In a circle.
You're not that far from Devil's Ridge where we are. If you.
Yeah,
Wow.
so if shit happens, we got you.
Because these guys ain't gonna give up. They're gonna follow us.
Jumps.
They're shooting.
That's fine. That's fine. Let them shoot. We're just gonna be
Find the
killing them and shooting back.
sunstone and to the northeast shore.
So is the island.
Sunstone to the northeast. Yep.
They want to shoot at us.
Repair holes.
Gotta turn these sails, right?
There he did.
No, repair.
There he did. There are the holes.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't
Oh
hit.
no! Oh no!
We're just
I've
gonna
got
keep
big
sailing
ones.
around the island until they
Try to
leave.
go this way. It's gonna be on the shore, guys. We're gonna have to.
Whoa!
Oh,
Ow.
that knocked me
hit
out.
That hit me directly right in the back of the head.
Lol.
I'm in the water. I'm stuck.
Try to board their ship.
Try to board him, yeah, if you can.
Say what?
If you can board him, try to board him. If you can actually get.
We've taken on a lot of damage here, Jim.
Clean it up in there.
Okay, I'm gonna have to release. Who's really don't.
Yeah, I'm not gonna make it to them.
Are you right there, Eridan?
Yeah, finished. Let's go help them out.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're good. I cooked the monkey.
Hi.
Ow!
Right,
Wow.
round.
For some monkey
Where's my
brain.
mermaid, man?
Fuck,
took
they're
the
gonna
tour.
sink us because.
Whoa. You guys didn't like sail
Yeah.
away? I went to battle.
He went around an island and they followed us.
Oh.
Yeah, I was trying to get away and give us a good anchor, but
Try not to respawn because you've got the rowboat, and the rowboat will stay, and you'll be able to collect up the treasure. And we'll
We're-
come across as soon as
We
we
need to get
can.
over there and help them. Yeah, we're coming.
I can't even get a mermaid. I'm just swimming in a stupid ass
we'll
water.
be fine. We had a border, but
Okay, so you guys took out your rowboat, and the treasure's gonna hit the water. Just put it on the rowboat if you can.
we're not gonna
coming.
have the
Yeah.
treasure again because there was a border.
Oh, they took your ship?
They're probably trying
We're sunk.
to take our stuff.
We sunk. It flipped over.
Right, let's go. Revenge.
Hurry up, and we can still gather their loot if
Yeah.
anything.
Right, where are they on the map? Let me have a look at the map.
They were a crook follow.
Just
Should be
quick, have a
north.
quick follow.
Good.
They are
Yeah,
north northwest.
Yeah, northwest.
Oh.
No, west northwest.
Go
Yeah,
teach
we-
them.
we-
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Probably
Getting
trying
hit
to
by a
steal our
shark.
stuff.
Right, drop sails.
Uh-huh.
Let's get going.
Why is this taking so long?
When your ship respawns, it takes forever.
Oh, this
Yeah.
is so stupid.
I blasted off the ship.
Why do I have this mermaid if I can't get on?
And this is why I always run dark and always ready for a fight.
Yep. Yeah. Oh yeah. Don't trust nobody. The old days, yeah, people were a little more friendlier. Now, not so much. You just gotta keep your guard up.
This is why you don't derp around, especially with Alliance. You don't derp. You like. I mean, I don't mind when we're like in control of the server. That's fine. But like, when we know we're up against tough opponents and we're on our own, don't derp around.
Derp around. When did we derp?
Where'd you guys spawn? What island? Or are you guys?
No, they
We
all
all spawned over near Brigsby.
Oh yeah. Well, you guys are not that far away. Just head northeast or east actually. You can help us
we
with the
got-
fight.
Yeah, we got it, you guys. It's part of the learning experience. I mean, you lose some.
East. Directly east.
Right, I see him. That's a ship ahead, isn't it?
And of course, nobody's over there, so we lost all that loot.
No, you haven't. Calm down.
No. We're gonna get it back, don't we?
We're almost there.
It's always nice to watch the sun go down and back up again.
So fast eat it.
On that front sail.
Yeah.
Never gonna get there.
We see them. We're gonna be on them like 2 minute stops.
Fly zone shit.
Well, let's see.
See,
Check-
the
check the
problem
waters
was
for-
is
oh,
that
wait.
you guys got off
that's
cannons
a
when I
barrel.
told you not to.
Oh, I didn't hear you for shit, to be honest.
I was headed for a
Yeah,
cannon, I got
the
blasted
sound is
off.
kind of.
Yeah, if you guys have to, you can use in-game chat too. If you feel like Discord's too much, like just so you can talk to your team.
And you told me that we were just gonna sail around the island.
Yes,
Oh.
and you were going to take pot shots
And-
at them.
I had no angle at them.
Right. Don't worry, we got them in sight. We're gonna get all the treasure back
We
plus
would've
theirs.
If, you stayed
And then I was still on the cannon, but they actually shot me off the cannon into the water.
Right, hold on, you guys are coming back. Okay, sweet. Yep, just head a little more east for you guys.
When you
like
fly into
the
the
moment
water.
they tried to ram us, you never should have come off that cannon.
Oh, when they rammed me, I was on cannon. You mean the first time or the second time?
Got off cannons after
port.
they passed us.
Starboard.
But
No,
You
it's
said,
over the island.
don't do it anymore. We're just going to keep going.
Let me go around the corner of the island then.
So I followed that order.
Right, so when I get around the corner of the island, I'll
Get
go
in
right.
front of them. Cut. Yeah,
Yeah,
cut
yeah.
them.
Yeah, right now I can.
Okay, Trix, I need you on the front sail. When I tell you,
They
I-
were,
set up, okay?
by the way, they were northwest.
You said what?
Yeah,
First sale what?
They're right in front of us.
Are they northwest now?
Gonna get hit.
They're anchored with their sail down, so oh boy. We need to cut them. Okay, Katie?
Yeah. I know.
Who's
I'm just trying
Trixie,
to.
when I
Say
tell
what?
you, I need you to raise the sail, front sail, okay? And
From
wait for it.
about now.
No.
Oh wow.
Raise the back.
Fire.
Yeah, on it.
because coming into this fight again, we're not going to have half of the supplies.
Missed. Ooh.
I know.
Oh, I dropped some cannonballs in there. We got 22 cannonballs, fire bombs.
Oh, good thing I grabbed the ladder. Ooh.
That's my cat. Hold on.
Repairing the.
Watch for borders.
Yeah, I'm repairing, so be careful.
Let's get some more wood.
We're turning to your
No,
Katie?
sorry. I had to fix the wheel.
No,
I
it's okay.
fixed the
It's
wheel,
okay. Calm down. Calm down. Calm
I'll
down.
go all the way around.
I have this nice purple ball to take away their
We're
supplies.
good on
Don't worry.
repairs.
Other side.
Thing is, we can easily
Keep giving
attack
them help.
for theirs.
Yeah, all your treasure is in the water still, I think.
Oh, my
No.
bad, Eridar. Oh, oops.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, but yeah, I see the other behind us. I'm gonna watch
There's one.
ladders. You guys go ahead.
No.
It looks like they're sinking on purpose. Careful, Eridar.
No, they're thinking, you know. Yeah, I'm gonna go board. I'm boarding them. Keep firing at them.
Yeah,
Over
I
and
need more cannibals. Yeah.
This way,
Trixie,
either
stop.
way, we still get a little bit of
Listen up. Hey. Come on,
And
I need
treasure.
assistance here.
Somebody's throwing firebombs at us on the deck.
Yep. I'm on it.
We're completely.
Wow, we were not lucky to have
We're
wind.
getting a border now.
No. The
The
game
border?
really doesn't want us to have that loot.
Got your
pack.
cat.
He's dead. They're almost there. Come on, we got this.
He's in
We
the
have no
water.
wind, by the way.
That's not them. We got this. Don't worry. Come on.
That'll change in about a
It's
minute.
water.
We're going down.
Yep. There it is.
And they're down. They're
He's
down.
boarding. Oh,
Are they gone?
there's one under
Hold
our
it,
ship
hold
though. Be careful.
Yeah, hold
Watch
fire.
the ladder,
Watch
alright.
for borders, okay?
Bring
Hold
this.
fire
Bring
and watch
this.
for
Yeah.
borders.
Bring stuff that's in the water as well. Yeah.
No, watch for borders first.
Okay.
Yeah, there's one in the water still.
Okay.
He's under us. Are you okay? Yeah, we can get all that loot that was dropped.
The loot is dropping, just so you guys know. I'm gonna reset it, okay?
He's on left ladder.
Yeah.
Can't do much. He can't do nothing here anyway.
He's dead. Good Go for the
sweet.
loot. Go for the loot.
Right. Go for the loop. And there's a rowboat. They've got a rowboat as well.
Yeah.
We'll have that.
No, we saved everything, plus some, other things from them.
Nice. And there's. Do you want to take this? Tricks.
Sorry.
Okay. That'll do it. That's fine.
Get on harpoon.
Why do we still have water here? Oh, rain.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well
Nice rain.
Got
I
your,
need
got your
to-
stuff back there, guys.
I need somebody on map.
Thank you, cat.
Okay.
There's a mermaid in the water.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in a moment. I'm going to get in the rowboat and bring it across because
Okay.
there's stuff. in the
There's
rowboat.
some loot
Who's coming up
behind our
ladder?
ship. Cat, go for that.
Yeah.
That's me.
Hang
You
on, I'm
got
going to the
more
rowboat. Behind our ship.
Yeah, behind
Yeah,
our
there's
ship. We
loot
go
behind
to
us.
near them. Don't worry. We got this.
Yeah,
Ah,
I
yeah,
see
we
it.
got
I see it. Gems,
Okay.
red
Left.
gems. Ooh, quite a bit of loot actually. Turn our
Mhm.
ship. You could turn our
Yeah,
ship
on
round
it.
and
On it.
Hop in it.
Alright, Trix is already on it. Okay, I'm on
Nice.
it. That's how you craft
Nice.
people.
Ooh,
Your
come
direction
on, it's
here.
richer than we were before.
Yeah, we are definitely richer.
Storage crate.
Never mind, I see him.
Careful, because they might come back, guys. So hopefully you guys are here by now.
No, it's okay.
We're coming
Hey,
up
come
on
on. We got this more than you think.
Cannonball crate,
Okay.
50 cannonballs.
Ooh, okay.
They've been busy boys.
I know,
we
right?
see you now.
I got the things from your harpoon. You just harpoon them, okay, Trix?
That's not
Ruby
too
Mama Jam?
special
Oh,
considering
I felt like an idiot.
my
Sorry.
last session we had like 4 full stacks of wood, 4 full
Anything else
stacks
in the
of
water?
cannonballs.
Okay, I got you.
Right, is the
that's it.
rowboat on the back of our ship empty? Which is sort of
Probably. I'm gonna
Yeah,
make that
we
change.
can switch it.
Change.
swap.
Or
Yeah.
check
switch it for this
the
one.
container.
Yeah, it has just some planks in it. Don't worry.
Okay. Well, can you?
On it.
Oh shit!
Yeah, on it.
Hang
on
on,
it,
hang on, I'm underneath it. Oh, I've fucked this up now.
No, okay. No, it's okay, Kat. Let's just get the loot from that one into the.
Yeah, I'm gonna get the gilded relic. Nice.
We're gonna wait for you guys here. Trix, check if the guys in front of us are them. Okay.
Is that a rowboat?
Judging by the front of the ship, yes, and yeah, they got an alliance flag, but I'll check the map.
Yeah, it is.
Thank you, mate.
That was our guy's rowboat?
Yeah, that's them. They're coming in. Friendly inbound.
Yeah, they weren't gonna run out cannonballs fast, were they?
Wait,
You
you
just
have
gotta
a
give
robot
us
in
Morse
front of your ship?
codes.
No, I see you guys with the rowboat on your right, on your left.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't know that was for a second there.
That's us. That's us. And this is how you get rich.
Honestly, those guys, I
They
don't know what they were doing.
Yeah,
I'm
this one.
sorry. Yeah,
Check the rowboat storage as well.
on it.
In
bro,
case there's a
Kraken's in front
storage
of
crate.
us.
What have they got?
Just a food cat, just now. Easy clap, use. Hold on.
Mm-hmm. Oh, look at that on the island.
Okay, let's go, cat. Wrong one.
Hang on,
Wrong one.
hang on.
Bye.
You got it. Right, so
Okay,
this
let's help them with the riddle, and then we can go to Thieves Haven.
Yeah, this is mostly fruit, so I'm going to take this down by the
Yeah,
fruit.
you guys only got one sail down, or I don't know what you guys.
We're aware.
I'm gonna take the robot and dock it to the ship.
Not the old one though.
Oh hell
New
yeah!
one.
Nah.
No, we don't want that one, do we?
Well, not
Oh,
us.
is that
Them.
theirs? Oh, I see. Yeah. Nice. Okay, so sort this stuff out into.
Could you wait until we parked at least?
There you
Ooh,
Enemy on board.
gold.
go. Oh, these are nice cannons.
Okay.
Like,
Let's just check our master, right? Okay. He's okay. Just sorting out the treasure.
Drop it.
okay, you
Who's
guys
that?
go do
Who's
your riddle.
Oh,
Yeah,
there's a
take that
skelly on
idiot
the
out.
end
Take
of
that.
it.
Yeah, take him out.
If he's a key master, we could do with him because we've got
There's a red one, yeah.
we have got a chest.
Looking for a hidden sign up on the cavern entrance. Hidden in the north jungle, raised lantern shine.
See, the other thing is as
Nope.
well, I think, because we when we first started playing this game, we sort of grew up on riddle quests and
Yeah.
oh, get off, pet.
Because there was literally nothing else to do.
and then but yeah, you just learn where
Mhm.
everything is, don't you? Just over
Mhm,
time, where the clues are, and so on and so forth.
Exactly. Right. Okay. Show
Did the
me
sh-
your riddle.
The shroud came in. And... Oh, you bugger! I knew that was going to happen. Hate you, skeleton. Going somewhere else. Around the corner. Excuse me.
Excuse.
Mhm.
Yeah, this stuff's basically Chinese to me.
Okay, just show me and I can translate the Chinese. Okay, so searching for a hidden sign upon the cavern entrance, hidden in the lantern shine. So find a cavern entrance in the north jungle and just raise your lantern up. So if you follow me through here.
See, you already know where north is.
Grab your compass. You got your compass in your inventory.
He doesn't even have his compass.
No, I don't think it's this one.
He's looking at the North Star.
Where the fuck was it? Okay, my bad.
Oh, see, he's going south.
Where the fuck is the north one? The north one. Yeah, the north, my bad.
Oh, he's having a good go at hitting us, that one. Any second now, we should be right corner.
Oh, my bad. Okay. So let's find the northern entrance to the thingy-magami. Hidden in the
Something
jungle.
shiny over
Far
here.
back here.
Yeah, I think it's a message in the bottle. Ignore it. You don't need
Was not a genie in a bottle.
Really?
Man, I love that song.
it.
Oh,
Genie in a bottle.
Over here,
baby.
mate. Look.
Okay, let's see what we can find.
So if you hold your lantern, I lost you.
I lost you too.
Oh, get on the beach and keep going towards the ships. There you go. You see me. Okay, so hidden entrance in the jungle thingy-magumi in the north side. This is the north side, theoretically. So come here, and I'll see you again. Okay, over here. And if you hold your lantern up, so right-click on the when you have the lantern. I got it, so don't worry. So okay, somewhere around here, hold your lantern high. So hold it on right-click, and you need to there you go, and just walk a bit towards like in the area. That should work. This is the northern side. Okay, let me read this again. My bad.
What's the clue?
I'm waiting for Jim to actually come outside so I can
Oh.
see it.
Gonna have to check
Okay,
our
so-
handy dandy. Whoosh.
Okay, search for a hidden sign upon the cavern entrance hidden in the north jungle. Raised lantern shine.
All of that sunshiny still.
North Jungle. So that's
Yeah,
the one round by the waterfall, or not the waterfall, but just before that, isn't it? Oh, you buggery snake! Spat at me.
I'm struggling right now. Cat.
Yeah, hang on.
It should be this one.
So what have we got to do? Raise a
Should be,
lantern.
It should be. Of course, we can't raise a lantern, dingus.
So
Cat,
sometimes it
it's not
depends
ours.
very.
It's
I know.
not ours.
I know. There we go.
There you go. There you go.
It depends very much where you stand, where the trigger point is sometimes.
Well done. And now what does it say? Find a cavern, campfire, or adventure wary. Step 8 paces southeast, dig in a place that's somewhat dreary. So you need to find a campfire inside the cavern. And once you're there, you need to walk 8 paces towards southeast and then dig. So
And
let's
there
go
will
inside
be a
the
red skeleton.
I have
spawn.
I have them.
Go away.
Wrong way.
Yeah, so just come in that entrance. Come in that entrance and hang a right.
Over here. So let's see where the campfire is. Let him do it so he can. So this is the campfire, right? On here, just take your compass out, hold it like with left click, and literally walk towards where
hang on.
you're supposed to
I'll
walk.
put that one back. I'll put that.
Walk towards what?
I don't know what was the riddle.
Oh.
8 paces towards. Check the riddle.
Southeast.
Okay, so bam, and you start walking and literally count as you have the compass up towards southeast.
Because while you're holding the compass up, you're actually taking the steps.
Yeah, so you just hold the compass and walk normal. Okay, you went a bit too much.
Yeah, because it was already done.
So I
I'll
think
say
it's
like right
somewhere around here. Yeah, I think it's somewhere around here. Go ahead and try it out. There you
There
go.
we go.
You just completed your.
How's it feel?
Skeletons?
Huh? Uh-oh.
Oh,
Okay.
wait, what? This is not. This is another. I'm confused.
That's an ashen chest one. He picked up
This
the.
is not the
Lord.
quest. This is not the quest from the Skelly Bob
Oh.
that you killed on the beach.
Yeah, you were reading.
Do you have another riddle? Do you have another riddle?
Yeah, you have another riddle.
Yeah, that's a good one to have because that's worth a lot of money.
Yeah.
If we have a key. Right.
Let's check what other riddles you have.
Right.
Let's see.
Find the cavern campfire adventure step 8 paces southeast.
Wait, what?
8
Yeah.
paces southeast.
Okay, so it's the double one. Is it a double one?
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, it's a double
4,
one. There you go.
5, 6. Here's the skellies.
You might want to move and kill these guys.
Ouch.
There you go. Let's help them dig this up.
There. Right. Oh,
you go.
right, there we go.
And I'm gonna
So
take
open it up straight away and take the gold out of it. And
Oh, yeah, she's right.
Oh yeah.
because- yeah.
Mhm. There you go, bro. Well done.
Right, and I'll swim this other one out to your ship
And I'm gonna get this one.
as well.
Let's go. Through here, I think.
Yeah, somewhere.
And now we're on the last map, which has lots of X's on it.
Oh yeah, this one is gonna be painful. Yeah, but as Cat says, Cat, so in theory, you are being into all this mambo jumbo. Right now, we're doing something that is like really hard difficulty from multiple points of view. So at your level, you'd start low with normal, easy stuff to do and to find.
But this has correspondingly much better rewards.
Yeah, of course.
Where's our ship gone?
On the other
Tricks?
side of the island.
Do you have something to confess?
Although Trix could have gone to Thieves Haven, couldn't he?
Yeah, he could
In
have.
theory, and start
If he wasn't AFK, of course. But you know.
Yeah, I
how it
know,
is.
hold on.
Come on.
Oh, chicken leg. Nice.
You laugh.
Here we come. Okay.
Give me 1 second, guys. Hold on.
Yeah,
Mhm.
no worries. I mean, nothing new
worries.
here.
Lord,
Oh, that worked. Oh,
you
not.
Okay,
messing
let's head
with
back to
this.
Thieves Haven, which should be southward.
Right. Yeah, so we'll shadow those guys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Katia, I'm waiting for you.
I'm here.
Hello.
Right, let's turn our ship around then.
My bad.
$74 gold. That was cheap.
Okay. Are you guys ready?
Mm. Yeah, let's just go around the corner a
I
little bit.
think we're
Drop a little wee
missing
bit
a
of sail.
person, but
Oh wow, we're right back to Thieves Haven.
what do we got?
This is the last map, then we can hand in and
Mm-hmm.
reap the rewards. And go after the brig again. Raise a bit of sail,
Holy cow.
please.
Right, straight south.
Oh, gold. Here's the island. You're off, you bug.
All right, let's do this. Are we okay?
Drop sail, dragon
Drop
right.
sails. Yeah, we're fine. We're fine. It's just the island firing.
Dinner is served.
Ding,
Yeah.
ding, ding. All aboard.
Mm.
All
I thought it
aboard
was more like ding 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 ding. Round 1, fight.
Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, we won round one.
Mm.
Choose your destiny.
Oh,
shit.
barrels in the water, which I really not want to hit.
Got a harpoon some of that.
Okay, so
Good practice.
Oh, there's a treasure chest in amongst that lot.
fuck off, cat.
Yes, there is.
Oh,
Oh, Meg again. Okay. I think it's going to be right behind us, southbound. Or not southbound, but
Stop
south of our
turning on the
position,
lights.
northeast.
Red
What?
Dart.
Okay. Someone should remove them from the ship.
Uh-oh, who's
I
walking
really
a
wish
plank?
they were on
Ah?
the top deck.
I wish I could hear you better.
Like everywhere but the top deck, I'm okay with them. But top deck, they don't belong.
Okay.
Here's the thing regarding what you just said. Your ship is still gonna be visible no matter what, no matter the lights and so on and so forth.
It's harder to spot in the dead of night, Eridar. Well, these sails don't exactly help, but
Maybe
Agent
for
Keymaster on the island. There's a red guy,
Oh,
Yeah,
get
you
the
need him, you need
Keymaster.
him,
You
you
need
need him.
him. Get the Keymaster. Yeah.
but
Drop-
Because he'll
he's
open
drop
the actual
anchor.
chest
Mm-hmm.
that you've
I'll
got.
start repairing.
I mean, we could drop ours and then we can wait here in case anything comes. I don't know. If we
It's
hide
okay.
inside the island. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, we're at the island right next to them anyway.
Right. So if we get ours done, then we can actually really give them some help with their map,
Yeah.
can't we, as well.
why I want to bring up my. Thank you.
Am I going completely the wrong way? Where the hell's the
Go
entrance?
more
I missed
right,
that
go
bit.
more right, go more right, go more
Yeah,
right.
I've got to go right, haven't I? All right. I'm going to need to do a hard turn.
Already on it, Master Hendrix.
Harpoons. They're ready.
Already on
Okay,
it.
cool.
Hendrix, you fast. No, not yet. You're gonna crush us.
The apex of the turn. There we go. Hey, that works. Beautiful. Oh, a little bit.
Oh
happy.
fuck.
It's okay.
Oh, and
Nice
another
one,
one.
Jim.
Cool.
They're just Chinese hoes
My
in the
bad.
boat.
No, it's okay.
It's okay. You're good. But you're bad.
That's the first hole I've put in it today. Look, so lucky.
Feel the
Nice.
bucket of water. Oh man, we got a lot of church.
Excellent. Okay,
Eridar, there's a
Only-
lot of things that a lot of the more veterans claim in this game that I straight up call bullshit.
What?
Like, for example, sloops. They don't actually go faster when you put them into there's
Well, they do.
front sail
They
into the
do.
wind.
They do. It's been
Like a
proven.
sloop
Like,
can outdo a
to
galleon.
me and my friend that were in a
Holy
sloop
crap.
and got
Is that the
outrun
island? No.
by a brigantine.
Just
Yeah.
you gotta keep the sails angled.
no,
Like
here's
I
the thing.
said,
If
Trix,
you
it was
go against,
literally right against the wind the
if you go
entire
against the
time, and they
wind,
still overtook
okay.
us.
Listen, if you go against the wind and you angle in the wind, your ship is gonna go faster, no matter the ship. Okay.
It states that, like, I mean, out of the run through, it says that the sloop is the fastest against the wind. The brig is second, and the galleon only can go at cross sail or
So
back
sails to
sail.
stupid. Is that when
Yeah,
you put
it's-
sails to
yeah.
stupid?
Mhm,
You're talking
mhm,
about?
mhm.
Somebody
Yeah,
actually
that's
did a test video of it. I think.
Yeah.
I can't remember what his name was.
No, and
Like, I
against
call
wind,
it
if,
complete bullshit because me and my friend Izzy were outtaken doing that, and
yeah, it's normal because it also applies the same speed little thingy glitch, so to speak. It also it applies on any ship, not just a sloop. So yeah, they outmaneuvered you, outtook you, out.
oh,
What
so
you need to
basically
do.
you're fucked any way you look at it on a sloop. Figures.
Not necessarily. It depends. I mean, it's just like here's the thing: the sloop is way more agile, so you can do things faster and easier with the sloop. You can outmaneuver any ship with the sloop. And the brigantines, here's another thing for you guys.
Like,
The brigantines.
The brigantines
are
are more like a barracuda. They go fast, but
They go faster. That's it. Literally, that's it.
Yeah.
They don't go faster than a galleon, though.
there's just mechanics I don't agree with.
It's a fantasy game.
Oops. Right. Okay, map. Where are you?
Or how everybody says tunneling doesn't work. It
What?
does.
What's tunneling? Wait, what?
Basically popping one sail left while the other is right in the dead wind. Tunneling.
Oh, goose winged. Goose wing sailing.
Mm.
Should work.
Yeah, it should work.
Yeah, like I've been
Oh,
telling
you
my
bugger,
friends
I'm
that.
gonna get
They don't believe me. Like 9 out of 10 times when we're going against the wind, they're like, we got to put them all on one side. They're like, no.
Usually, I try to avoid going against wind, and if I go against wind, I just sail to stupid, so to speak, as we like to call it. And also, you need to keep in mind one more thing: Rare is constantly tweaking and adjusting things. So what works today might not work tomorrow, and vice versa.
Too much fluctuation.
It's the way things go. It's this kind of game.
Okay, we got one up here near a palm tree. And
We should
Change
be
it.
on course.
that's
Lovely, lovely.
No, we're
Right, yeah.
completely fucked.
okay.
Ooh, I dodged a bullet.
No. Just watch the map.
Oh,
Well done, Trix. God, you guys are fast at this shit.
We almost passed into the red zone if I didn't check.
That was Shroud. I had the fucking brain
Yeah, I
fart.
was muted, but I did ask which island we were headed to, but no one responded.
You
all right, here
Maybe
we
I was
go.
muted.
Yeah, you already did.
Thieves Haven.
As we had been passing it, so.
No worries, dude. No worries. Happens.
10 out of 10.
Oh,
But don't worry, I won't give any more speed. I'll just look at a map and
Can't
take a nap.
give us any more speed anyway. Going against the wind again.
You're a positive guy, aren't you?
Nope.
Exactly, you're bringing the whole game experience down.
I mean, when shit goes easy, yeah, it's kind of fun, but like when you actually have to concentrate on what's going on in the situation at the time, it really does call for a military
Well,
setting.
military or not, second try in this game. Ask
I'm
Trix,
sorry
he's
that
been...
I seem like such a doubter. It's
No, you
kind
are
of
what
just
you
my
are.
base personality.
Yeah, it's fine. If it bothers me too much, I'll leave.
there we go.
It's easy. It's not that big of a deal.
Like certain situations, you kind of have to knuckle in and be like, "This has to get done," but otherwise, I don't usually do shit.
Oh, uh-oh.
Just ask how long Eridhar tried to get me to play this game.
Have you done any of the quests? Have you done
No,
the
this is my
latest?
second
so
time ever playing this game.
So we need to
And I own
take
this
you
since day one.
really to do
Yeah,
the
Kelsey, we need to
Yeah,
take
you
you
need
to do
the good experience of the storyline and stuff.
we need to do take you to do the Seabound. No, the Heart
That's
of
way
Fire.
less stressful.
Oh
Oh,
my
yeah.
god, the Heart of Fire. We should do that.
Yeah,
forget
we
them
definitely.
in Legendary Voyages.
It's
Exactly.
The Heart of
421.
Fire.
Jeez. For Trix, it's probably 721.
Don't remind me. Yeah, I'm
How's that
trying not to
sunbeam
look
into your
at
windows,
it.
bro?
I'm trying to wait for this bacon, so.
Oh,
We're coming on the island now.
bacon. Right, I'm just gonna get this last one done, and then we can help the guys with theirs.
I'm in the same time zone, by the way.
Oh,
Those tricks.
found an Ashen Guardian.
Okay, well we didn't.
Was.
Where do you get the cannons from for these, Erida? Where do you get them from? Who has them?
Oh,
The cosmetics.
There's no way of getting
I
that
think
out. Really?
I think Liz in the
Drop anchor, drop anchor, drop anchor. We're taking on water.
Right. Okay. So we're done.
Did you
Basically.
guys? Sorry.
Ow! Ow!
Okay. Yeah, we got that. We got it. Fine.
You Git.
Dang.
Where are you throwing those? I see you. I see you. You absolute bugger. Oh, can't throw quite high enough.
Miss me.
Now where have you gone? Oh God, I can't find
Like, I really don't like to sound like a downer, but like certain things.
It's a matter of playstyle, you know. Everyone has their unique playstyle, all that.
Oh,
That sucks.
stop
You're gonna die, cat.
it! I haven't got any. Oh,
Shite.
I've run out now. I've run
You
out. I
killed
haven't
a
got any. I
chicken.
didn't.
Bloody kid.
Yes, chicken. Mine.
Oh my!
Kentucky.
La 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 la.
That's raw though.
Here, there you go. There you go.
Fried chicken.
You can pull my
Tell me.
leg. Wah, wah, wah.
There's your leg. Look. I dare to eat it. Make you. I had food. I ate a half-cooked pork chop earlier and had food poisoning. It was not pleasant. Don't touch the ship's wheel. Right. So you guys want to take a screenshot of the map or of your map, and we'll give you a hand. We'll help you find because there's loads and loads on here. So.
Like, I really don't want to sound like a downer all the time.
It's okay. I mean, like sometimes the game drives me crazy. That's when I just turn the other cheek
Lovely
and walk
jubbly.
away.
Oh, it's not the one, is it? We've got two things on it.
Am I even digging in the right spot? Hold on. Personally,
Oh, I missed that one, guys.
on the other side.
Bum bum dun dun dun. We're gonna need some. We're gonna have to get some health here.
Of course, you can't. Shit.
Oh, sorry, it's me tapping on my keys. We shall sail.
Jimsky, can I?
I'm
Can
so
I
banjo.
Yeah.
You get what?
Oh, hello.
Edrixie?
How the heck do you do print screen?
Oh, that felt really weird. Because you're jumping at the same time. Oh, it's making me feel seasick.
What?
Okay.
They're rich. I feel we need a
Copy image.
Any mode
Okay, I'm
here.
gonna. Okay, let me send this to you, cat.
Mm-hmm.
And let me send this to Trix. To Trixie, I'm gonna send you the picture of their map. Okay, bro?
Okay.
Brilliant. Perfect. Perfect. Right, okay.
Okay.
And the one that's over here.
Let's get this.
I suppose we ought to try and get the more complicated ones for them, really, shouldn't we?
Yeah, we can. We
I'm gonna
should.
get up there
Oh.
rather than the straightforward ones. Let's get
What?
like this.
I was getting slapped
Right, I'm
by-
gonna get the one that's in E4. Have you got that yet? I'll try anyway. What? Oof!
Where the heck is this?
Not fair.
That's a
Right,
little
I'm gonna-
weird.
I'll fire myself up there.
Okay, so there's a box here, or I guess a boom boom barrel that I'm.
Oh, that's
allowed
ours.
to
Yeah, that's
grab?
ours. That's ours. No, leave it there. We're gonna grab it.
Right, so I'm gonna challenge my treasure finding skills.
So I'm at the one here on the beach, I think,
Oh.
but it won't come up.
No, it won't go up.
Like I can see it barely, but it's not coming up.
This is your guys' map.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna go for the one that is at, I don't know, E. No, not E. F4.
Like I'm trying to get the one at C
Oh, you
C5,
git! Somebody shot me. Where is he?
Okay.
but it's not moving.
Wow, beastie! I've got no bullets left. Come here.
Oh, that's why I'm on the wrong side. Then what the heck is that?
Where the heck is? Not very good.
Trixie, that one is up. Is actually up. Like above.
Yeah, no, I know. I grabbed one already.
Wait, why you grabbed this one already?
I grabbed F4, but not the one in the bottom of F4 though.
Right, so there's
Okay,
the
I'm gonna grab the
bridge.
one at the bottom. Ooh, from here goes south.
I'm just confused myself.
Bingo.
Okay, so it's
Oh, hello, boys. Nope.
here. Has the one in E4 been got?
I think it's higher up, Trix. I don't know. God.
Oh,
Trixie, I think it's higher up.
Yeah,
past the
hold on.
bushes.
Be actually here.
I'm confused. I don't know where this is. Dude.
Oh,
Maybe here? No. Here? No. Here?
oh,
no, it's not
No.
on this side, is it? It's here somewhere.
far too nerve-wracking.
Okay, maybe it's like.
Right, so there's the little gap between the two. So we go over the little gap. There's the bushes. And then I should be in a direct line to a path. Here? Here? Maybe. No? What is it? Aha, got one. Oh, there's
Are
a
you sure?
skull here. Oh, go away, go away, go away, go away. Just so far to them. Okay. Clear off, Skelly.
I don't know where this shit is. I'm lost. Give me a
Right,
sec.
do you want to come over where I am in E4? And there's two things to carry here.
Where exactly? At E4, you said?
E4, yeah.
E.
So at the bottom,
Oh, where the fuck is it?
it's round by the little bridge that goes across the gap. South of the waterfall. Southish.
No promises. I'm gonna try though.
Right, I can't. I would find my pistol if I had any.
Yeah,
I tell you what. Here's a. No, I haven't got any firebombs either.
I'm hearing
Right.
We're
some.
reft.
Yeah, all the ones at F4
Oh,
are
I see,
done.
I see, I see, I see, I see.
Whee! There's a
Hello.
skull
Like
there. Look,
honestly, I could see Kelso's view, but like with the current situation of how Sea of Thieves community is with the new update coming with everything and just going deep into a legendary, that can be extremely stressful.
Right.
Well, I think that's what Sea of Thieves is doing too. They're trying to make the game for new players, and it seems like veterans are cool, but like even people I know IRL that play this, they don't stick to it. They play it and just either they get lost, don't know what to do, they don't like this. They just it's a different kind of game. They just don't try it out more. I don't know. I get the point why they're changing things, but
Yeah, like they find that like a lot of newer players are not coming in, so they're like, well, we need to change this.
well,
But
Yeah, but
like
every,
this
at the
every
same time, you have a very bloodthirsty community coming into the group
Yeah, but this
too.
is why they brought in the emissary system so that people can opt in to be sort of bloodthirsty, but you can also opt out of that danger on the seas, isn't it? Because if you're going to
You're still gonna run into that either way, but like,
but not unless you're sailing with merchant flags on or Order of Souls flags on, because the Reaper's Bones will get their rep from sinking and stealing the flags of the other faction ships. So
right.
that will take them a long way away from just preying on somebody who's doing a gold hoarders voyage or something, who isn't running those flags. That's the
Well, I
whole
mean,
idea.
still a lot of people don't see those as right.
Plus, you can also, when you log in, you go and look at the map where the Reaper's Bones ships will be shown, and you can opt to leave that server and go and join one where people are sailing all on faction voyages. So you do not have to sail on a server with Reaper's flags or Reaper's Bones ships at all. So it is actually a very elegant way of solving a couple of concerns of the community to start with.
I mean, I wish they kind of did that earlier, but
Well, the game's always a work in progress.
well, yeah.
Takes them a little while to sort things out.
It's a service, so that's how things go.
Like any good game, you have to iron out all the small details slowly.
But it's not just that. It's not just that. It's about evolving the game. So as the game goes along, different concerns and issues arise from the community, and they have to think of ways to address those. And as we all know, game development isn't instant. It's something that takes quite a bit of time. So they may have been working on this for a year, since the actual demand for PvE servers, in inverted commas, really built up. And these things take time. They take time to being tested. I mean, if you play the Insider...
Honestly, I feel a large amount of the PvP community just shouldn't exist here.
Why not?
Well, because it's everywhere else in games, yet turn around, this is the one place where it's more or less laid back. And you only go for PvP if you need the commendations or want the rep.
No. There are PvP people who want to live the pirate life. They want to be those brutal
I can get
pirates
the
that
pirate
go around
life,
and
yeah.
sink everybody. That's what they want to do. That's and they're quite entitled to do that because it's
But
available
like
to do
people
in
who
the
want
game.
nothing to do with that, they're forced into
Nah.
You're not
you're not forced into
You're not forced
anything.
into it,
It's a choice to
I mean, every server I've gone in solo, and this is my problem. Why I'm always asking Eridar and why I'm always asking Trix, like not to go solo, like, is because every time I go in there solo, it's just an absolute bloodbath. Like no matter what I do, I'm subject to whoever the heck wants to kill me gets a fair shot, just because.
Well, yeah, being a sloop sailor, solo sloop sailor is more dangerous, but there are some very successful solo sloopers.
Oh yeah, no,
I think
there's
that,
literal
it's
PvP sloopers that just go out there to PvP.
not just
That's
PvP
fine.
sloopers, but PvE sloopers who do survive. So I wonder if it's just a matter of changing tactics. I mean, I used to sail Theradar. We used to sail on a sloop, didn't we, for a long time?
Yeah.
And
It's also
we
a
were
matter of
Like, I
thinking
mean, I'm one of those
of
people
adapting
that
to
had to
situations.
learn to deal with the PvP community right quick because they weren't
Same
going to
here,
go
mate.
here to me.
Same here.
all
Same
of
here.
us,
All of
we've
them.
all been
All
through
of
the
them.
same thing. If we want to play this game, we have to learn to overcome those problems, because they're not going to go away. So,
Yeah.
You sail, you get better, you learn tricks, you hide away, you
Right, and
I
that's
mean-
one of the things with like what happened tonight is that like in certain situations like that, you really have to knuckle down and say this, and this have to be done, otherwise I'm going to lose everything.
Yes,
And my
that's right. It's
teammates are
about
going
your
to probably
crews.
blame me for it.
Another
it's
thing
about
is
your crew
the
as
solo
well.
slooper, and I'm talking from experience here. You go small, and by that I mean you dig something up, you go sell. You dig something up, you go sell. Try to avoid altercations. If something comes your way,
You go
you
the
can
other
just
way.
jump. Yeah, first of all, go the other way, outmaneuver. Again, the sloop is the best ship to actually outmaneuver people out
Love
there.
love the sloop.
There is nothing better than a sloop when it comes to just running away type of situation, because a sloop can get into spots that no other ship can.
And shortcuts across the sandbars and
Yeah. And just continue selling whatever you have. Just sell constantly. Make sure you have.
do drive-bys.
Make drive-bys.
I
And
mean, no, I had to learn all that right quick. It was
everybody
no
did.
joke to me.
Everybody did,
Everybody
mate.
did. Everybody did.
Everybody did.
Solo
Everybody
for
here,
quite a few months by myself.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
had a little bit of everything.
I mean, I know people that became pirate legends by solo slooping, so it's doable. It's just a matter of adapting your tactics, outsmarting your opponent. My bad, the pronunciation.
I
And
think
it's just a
what
matter
is
of
wrong
thinking.
is expecting the game to change according to because at the moment
Like
it's
I'm
difficult.
not asking the game to change at all.
Your
It's like even some of the changes I don't fully agree with, but there's nothing I can say or do about it. So fuck it,
Yeah. And
like all I can do is learn, be able to tell others my experiences, and hope that they don't have to suffer through the same
And
shit.
there's another thing here that I'm afraid people don't properly understand. Going as a solo slooper, it's fairly suicide. It's really difficult. I honestly,
it's pure suicide.
as a new player or someone that is still new to the game, go crew with people. Go open crew if needed. There are so many communities out there of Sea of Thieves on Discord, on forums, on Xbox, on God knows how many other platforms that in which you can actually search for a crew and team up with people. I mean, heck, how do you think I actually met Kat? By just randomly selling with someone and I accidentally met her. How do you think I created my own community on Sea of Thieves? By just interacting with people and just finding like-minded people. It's just put your stuff out there.
I mean, honestly, all I had was tricks, and I followed you guys, but like I actually paid attention to like what I was going to need to know coming into this. So I mean, for me, it was more like, well, I just have to learn the finer details on my own, just by experience.
Yeah, Sea of Thieves is the kind of game that you learn by doing, not by watching. Sadly,
steep learning curve. It's an easy game.
It's like
but
Eve,
it's
kind of
steep
like
learning curve.
steep learning curve.
Mm-hmm.
Because with Eve, it's literally like you either get good within the next 3 hours, or you're gonna hate this game for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
Well, any games like that when you join late.
It's easy to be taken in by the fact that it's a very cartoony, very beautiful game. It's fun. It's just there's nothing difficult about Sea of Thieves apart from learning.
Like if I had to describe Sea of Thieves' feel on its own, would be probably like a more aggressive roleplay server. Yeah, I hear you. Give me a minute.
Sure thing. But Jim, show me your map again so we can
This
see.
is why I can't
Okay,
stream.
There's a Green Mermaid gem in C3 that I haven't picked up yet.
Were you?
C3.
C3.
PO?
C3PO, yeah.
Sorry about that.
That was the joke.
In a
Everybody
land
just
far,
has
far
to knock on my
away.
door.
Yeah.
In a universe far, far away.
Yeah, let's see if I can see you. I don't see you right now.
Eh.
Where you at?
Yeah, no problem, Kelso. Sorry about that.
Personally, like,
honestly, I was
did have bad moments in Sea of Thieves, like any other game.
Oh, we've had some horrible
But
moments,
here's the
haven't we?
thing. I mean, it's really
trust me,
important.
I know.
I know,
Me too.
right? No, but
Ugh.
here's the thing. Here's the thing, Trix. It's really important for you to be able to like admit that you fucked up, mate. Because let's face it, if you actually, the only way you sink or die is if you fuck up.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Like, I mean,
there's one or two
like-
things.
screwed
You
up so
either
many times in
go
this
head
game.
on
I have to admit it.
or just flee. You know, I'm not saying
and-
run all the time, but if you know like there's a galleon, you're a sloop. You know, you really wanted to go like a 4v1.
I got owned, but I did it.
Copy link. This is
I
what they
haven't-
I've
suggest
gone
to dig.
against Galleon in
Oh.
one before.
Thank you.
Not impossible.
What happened? Sorry, I didn't hear you. Can you please repeat?
Oh, yeah. Oh, only 2. Right, okay. I'm gonna go and try and get the one in D4 then.
Yeah, Project, can you repeat what you said?
I've gone against a Galleon before. They're not impossible. It's just hard.
Yeah, it's I mean,
It's a challenge.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is a challenge.
Where the
definitely.
heck is this thing?
But because you got big advantage with a sloop is you've got much better maneuverability, haven't you? Which helps.
By the time a galleon turns, you already made it 2 laps around them.
But another thing I have to state with that is that while being more maneuverable, you could easily sink on your own without even like you try blasting a couple holes into somebody, you think you're a decent match, and then all of a sudden you're already sunk.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
definitely it's
Takes you by surprise.
yeah.
Well, I think they
From
still
my-
show that message though, right? Saying solo's not for
Uh-huh.
beginners.
And from my
I
experience,
never saw any of that.
I know
the
they
most
used to have that
eggshell one
displayed.
is definitely the Brigantine. The Brigantine is the easiest to actually.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I may not be able to find this one in D4. I may have lied. Exaggerated my abilities.
And yeah, another thing, never like attack a galleon broadside with a sloop. I mean that's suicidal.
Don't attack any ship broadside.
Yeah, right.
No.
You still attack the
Two
guy.
people can easily take out a galleon on a sloop without too much effort.
It is doable. I'm not saying it's easy to take a galleon out with a sloop, but it's definitely doable.
The heck?
Yeah, one more still.
Yeah, they have one more or
Can you
2 more.
show me? Can't figure out where this is. Right. So so it's the other side. Right. Okay. Let's go and look over the edge. The other side of the bridgey bit. Right. Aha. Ha 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 ha. No. So we need to be a long way over there, don't we? Because it's where the bridge is. Further over.
Oh,
Yeah, here's the bridge.
I'm gonna be wrapping like a cocoon here pretty soon.
Okay. So there's the bridge. So it's just here somewhere, isn't it? Must be. Nope. Or am I the wrong side of it? No, should be here somewhere, shouldn't it? Are there any red plants or anything? No, we're the wrong side of this thing. Is it on the path? It's down on the bloody path, isn't it? This is why we can't find it.
Let's go help them, Trixie.
Here.
I would advise against that. Trix, don't. Trix, she's a
Behind the
maniac.
tree.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Yeah?
Wait, Trix, let's bring the ship in.
Oh.
I don't really like it out in the open like that.
No, can't. Oh, another tree.
Yeah, who did that?
No. Is there another tree? There's another tree here. I'll fall off the edge in a minute.
That is not the right one.
Oh, God.
Mm,
Here somewhere. Here somewhere.
Go over there.
Help! Can't do it.
Silence
All right, let's
works.
go ahead and head back in, guys. All right, here we go.
Honestly.
Try doing a solo soup on this island by yourself.
So it's
You got this. Don't worry.
I've
Be
been here for
happy.
hours on this
no
whole island.
worry. Be happy. Got it.
Oh,
Well done, Cat.
Oh, gaze legs,
no.
gaze legs, gaze legs.
No,
Oh,
Twitch, no, Twitch, no.
that was the wrong button. I was not supposed to charge.
Let's get the ship
He
here.
just turned around as I released charge. That was so bad.
No worries, no worries. That's one of the mega case. But did he drop a skull though? He may have dropped a skull as well.
You better have dropped the
Anyway,
skull.
right. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Just quick.
Yeah, it was still something to do. Did you decide like it's not your kind of game, or?
See, now there's a
Like I
moment
said,
you
this
know you
this
screwed
game,
up.
even I know people that I know that are just not into it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's different for everybody. There's some games that I don't like either. So I mean, like, if you're not comfortable, you say you gave it a shot. You know, okay.
What if you want solo soup and then
Yeah,
do
yeah.
like 1 or 2 missions? And
You know
leave
what
for
though,
the
Kels?
day?
I'm gonna be honest with you. So like, I've had times where like this
But I
game,
never did have too many
I
battles,
don't do
so
viewer games
I
with this
went
too much because honestly,
rogue a
some of
couple
the
times and then just
randoms that
started
I've
talking
had, or like
people.
you know, 'cause back in the time, I've had some bad experiences. I'd rather just sell with like my crew. Who just dropped this? I gotta get up top because I
Now,
gotta
where we
do
at?
the go to this.
Tricks you, mofo.
I mean, but at the same time, that large PvP community that's been coming in, they still have arena. They're just choosing not to go arena.
Okay, you need to understand that
God, I
arena is
missed
a
it.
different experience. It's not the same as the adventure. The way it feels, the way it
Man.
is totally different.
Yeah, it's intense.
And even the PvP style in arena is different from the PvP style in here.
Yeah, it's a lot different.
Well, I think their intentions too was to kind of separate, the adventures and
Yeah.
the straight
No.
straight battle. But honestly, it's still the same.
No,
mean-
no. That wasn't the intention. The intention was to have arena as a more competitive mode because they've actually done some contests and so on and so forth. That is the intention of the arena, to have
Yeah.
also to allow people that don't have that much time to like spend fucking 4 hours sailing the seas to just do something quick in a really like in a brief moment of time.
Well, like Project Zero saying though, like I know
give me just a-
PBE
sorry,
was
just
in the talks for like the
minute.
longest time, and we already know it's a no.
Yeah, but like when most people think arena, Erdar, they're thinking combat. Like just instant combat constantly. That's what arena means to most people.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Not everybody's into the type of mode this is. So like, if they were to add a PBE, but something where there's no progression. I mean, I know it sounds pointless, but obviously it wouldn't be right to have players play offline. While everybody else is out here doing the hard part. You know what I'm saying? But maybe for new players, get adjusted to it. But then it'd just kind of be a waste of server hosting and space. Maybe you could do like a private server hosting. I don't know.
Well, are we ready to hand in now then?
Yeah, it's gonna be a little difficult, Kel. So it's okay. Yeah, late into the game.
There's a mermaid
Like, I
gem,
don't
by
play
the
it that
way.
much like I used
Yeah,
to.
there's a green mermaid gem.
Blue.
Where's the
At the top. Or blue. Oh, for me.
Oh my god, I fell. Come
I'm
on.
gonna go for
Okay,
the
I'm
side.
done. I
Ironically
fell.
enough, that
I'm not going
actually
back up there.
counted for mine as well. So whatever.
I
Right,
dropped too
so
far,
Irish
guys.
camp.
I'm too lazy right
These high.
Yeah. Well, you know what? The good thing is though, Kelso, you got it on Game Pass. You know what I'm saying? That's why I was saying make sure you play it on Game Pass. Don't buy it. Like, make sure it's something you like.
Above the inner waters, yeah.
Oh wait, you're on.
I'm too lazy. I had to go.
Inside.
Oh, I see shiny things. Right, I'm gonna go to the diving plank. Oh. Ha 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 ha! Miss me. Miss me. Oh no, wrong way. Ah! Hang on, don't get me yet.
Can I please ground, please?
Na, 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 na. Hello? Did you get a skull there from somewhere? Oh, he got he got Tim's skull.
Got me first.
Right, I need to go somewhere else actually with this quest. Get the treasure. Oh, thank you kindly. And
Although I agree
find the
with
bones.
Tricks,
Okay,
the
bones.
tall kills are definitely the way to go for
Still got one left.
newer
in here.
players to really get acclimated and enjoy the game.
Yeah. Maybe even like I mean, people will make Smurf accounts anyway,
Because
but I mean,
still
like,
technically you run the risk while
I'm
doing the
muted.
tall tale that
I had myself
someone's
muted.
gonna
Hold
come
on,
up and wreck
guys.
your shit.
Yes.
Yeah, and I know,
At least
Kelso.
with a tall tale, it's more about the.
I only
the
take it
story and the
serious during
experience.
PvP. I don't really
Yeah,
like
although they
all
because
this.
obviously
It
they
don't
did that
bother me.
deliberately,
Like,
but
I
there
really
is a
don't care
sort of
because I'm a pirate
unspoken
legend. So like,
rule
honestly,
within
all this
a
doesn't
large
matter to
proportion
me.
of the community that
Yeah, I
you
get
don't
money,
interfere with people doing tall
but
tales.
like you guys need the
A lot of-
progression.
a
Like
lot of pirates
it doesn't
will,
bother me. But it was a struggle.
abide by that.
I've had a lot of
Yeah,
up
that
and
Yeah,
way.
downs.
most like even I came into it knowing that, but like at the same time, most people that we encountered doing the tall tales, they didn't even care.
Oh, you do
Right.
need the objects for a lot of the tall tales. You really need the objects. Oh, where's the bony skeleton?
Yeah, I mean, it was a lot different too. Project Zero Two. Like when this game first
Yeah,
came
but like
out.
I mean, we still do technically have the 10 pirate codes that are sitting at every inn
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
that nobody ever even bothers to raid, apparently.
Oops.
Are we looking there, Cat?
Got it.
There we go. I knew you were gonna get it. I felt it. I had this.
Eventually.
Okay,
But
where
again,
are
you
you?
know, the pirate code, it's a choice, isn't it? Again, it's a choice.
It is a choice.
If it was a rule, then you could be banned for it, you know, but it's a choice. I initially that the pirate code was for the forums.
Yeah, I'm you know, not to be like against my own country, but the U.S. I want to say most of the time never really abide by it.
Yeah.
But you got to understand too. Look at the type of games most Americans do play, though. I mean, a lot of it is
Not
like
wrong.
FPS shooters and PvP.
Yeah,
I mean,
very
I don't know.
extremely
Maybe Europeans are
war-oriented.
more open to
yeah.
a variety of game styles, perhaps.
Well, here's a good example. I'm going to use GTA for an example. You'll realize that there's more foreign servers than American servers. There's not many because Americans are just not, like you said, they're just not in that category. Like, and if they are, there's not that many as much.
Yeah, it's kind of like how Final Fantasy was with America versus Japan.
Right.
Japan never thought that we would even like our MMORPGs.
But a lot do play things like ESO and Black Desert and the big MMORPGs, don't they?
You know what? I did
suppose.
play Black Desert. I think I never played it until it came out for Xbox. Tried it. It wasn't bad,
Yeah, it's a bit.
but I heard
It's
it
a
was
bit
free
pay
on
to win,
PC.
isn't it?
So I was like, you know what? Maybe one of these days I'll try it because I'm not about to pay for an MMO. I mean, because most of the time those games I know how they work.
Quite a nice story, but the trading system is quite nice. The way you can employ NPCs to gather
Oh.
resources for you, supply resources and whatnot.
Yeah, like I enjoyed
quite
the
nice.
combat system too. It's kind of cool for
I
for a game
did,
that's
I
in
like
that
the combat.
age, because most of the newer MMOs try to make it too much, and
Yeah.
then it just doesn't really fit with the game, and you're just like, okay.
See, what I don't like about my MMORPGs is like with Arcade and Black Desert, you get to a certain level, and then suddenly you're all in PvP, aren't you? So you can be attacked.
Yeah, it's just straight
And, no.
dungeons and yeah, like a little
Yeah,
arenas.
just like
Or games
yeah.
like Aeon, for example, like it was just level 10, and then it's all heavy grind and PvP from there.
Yeah, no thanks. If I want to go on a proper fantasy adventure, I want it to be a proper fantasy adventure. I don't want to be ganked by some 10-year-old coming around the corner with his magic spells. Yeah, we can hand in now.
Okay, let's go.
I believe.
We
We're still looking for one more.
Yeah,
One more.
With one that
Oh, you still
doesn't
got one
wanna
more, have you?
Alright.
Yep.
show up.
But yeah.
Is that a drum that I'm hearing? Tricks the drummer.
Yeah, I like to beat my drum.
Like
Among
the
other
other
things.
music thing is like longtime veterans like you guys, you make it look so freaking easy when it's clearly not.
Yeah,
That's actually a compliment. You guys should like that.
we were beginners once.
We struggled.
You need
Like
to
I mean,
have
I
this-
had a tough. Like I had to learn real quick that there's certain aspects that you have to drill in real quick, otherwise you're screwed. But
Yeah, that
like,
also applies to us, mate. The fundamentals.
But you know
Yeah.
what though?
Mm-hmm.
As much as like both parties are disagreeing and re-agreeing to different things, we have to understand like Project Zero is one of the newer players.
Yeah.
It's good to get feedback and
Yes.
because like we encounter new and old, but it's great to be more like on a personal scale with it because now we get a better image.
like I think a lot of newer players that are coming into this, like me, they're going to have to learn a very different motif than the veterans because of this, like these new updates. But at the same time, we're gonna have to learn a lot of hardcore fundamentals before we can even enjoy the game.
Hold on, guys. We might have a ship out of far.
There's a
Hold on, I
sleep-
see it.
Sleep
Yep.
at 1 o'clock.
I see it.
I cannot find this. I'm digging everywhere at this point.
What square is it in? Is it the E3 one?
Yeah.
No, the difference between like old school Sea of Thieves and new school Sea of Thieves, so to speak, is that you guys, and by you I mean the new players coming in, newish, have a lot more variety to achieve
Oh yeah.
set goals.
Well,
Yeah.
true. Like we have a lot more options to be able to achieve those goals, but like in comparison to when you guys were just starting out, but like at the same time, you have to learn things that
You still
Yeah,
have
the-
to
the
master
core
the
players-
basics.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you still have to master the basics, exactly.
I mean, I'm sure they'll come up with something to like. The thing is, there's not that many ships on the server. What is it? Still 6 or 7, something like
Yeah,
that.
there's always going to be a small number of ships on the server.
Yeah. So
And I think that's for the better. If you think
it is for the
about
better.
yeah.
But I'm thinking like
as much as I complain about it, it is better than having a large fleet of ships, because you get too many large groupings or alliances, and you're just gonna have one team steamrolling the entire server.
Yeah, you have literally clans.
But yeah. So they want to make it feel like, well, there's a lot of reasons for it, because they want to make it feel like, it's the age of piracy, and it's not a boating lake. Sorry, Jim, did I hit you there?
Well, I mean,
so-
the one thing that they are discounting and not making easy for players is that pirates did have major alliances back then.
Not necessarily.
Like there was a somewhat unspoken code between pirates that you didn't try to start shit in a port. You don't, you don't really go after somebody unless you had a rivalry with them, and if you did, you had to understand that it was like there were other people that would have their back. Like it wasn't just all out, like just all one.
But pirates didn't prey on each other because they were too busy trying to prey on merchant ships and
Right.
the Spanish ships, did they? There was no profit in preying on another pirate.
Because there was literally no profit.
Yeah, I mean, at the height of the golden age of piracy, there were probably only about 3,000 pirates in the whole world, sort of sailing around.
And here's another thing. If I may intervene, you can't compare Sea of Thieves to real piracy, because you just can't. Like, from too many points of view, you can't do that.
Well, that's one thing that originally was a rumor in Sea of Thieves, that they were going to give us more players, but with a bigger ship.
No.
But they never actually went above 4, which is
never.
just like, and then just deny it.
That was a community rumor.
That was a
didn't
community
have any,
rumor.
foundation in. The developers, hello. How did I get here?
Yeah, the devs never stated such a thing.
Yeah, well, with the playership capacity,
I think there was a major confusion because a lot of people thought it was devs that stated it.
Yeah, no.
It was the community that
I mean, they will never sort of put anything off the table. Okay, so for instance, they are working, or they're trying to think of a way that the private servers, for instance, might work, which is obviously in a response to a lot of fleets doing server takeovers and just basically having that PvE experience.
Events, for events,
events as well, and
the emissary thing.
Yeah, well,
no.
the emissary
like that'll allow
thing is
you factions.
It's a little bit of a way towards that, but beyond that, they are looking at ways of allowing or doing private servers. But obviously, they're not going. It goes against what Sea of Thieves is, for people to be on PvE servers farming their way to Pirate Legends without any threats. Because they're
No, I agree there should be threats, but like at the same time there should be like moderation with it.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe like a separate progression, like something separate from what's here. I mean, obviously it would be nothing.
Different game, isn't it? You're creating a whole different game then.
No, I know, and I get it, but I'm just saying, like, if they're looking to expand to, like, in terms of, like, favoring two sides rather than one type. I mean, this is Rare we're talking about. They're just starting to make games. What happened with the other one?
If they want to just make it, like, their own thing, just get rid of Arena. Straight up.
But Arena's
put everything
been there
right
for about
here.
A year.
Yeah, and we already discussed the purpose of the arena. It's not for PvP. It's for competition, and that's a whole different level, a whole different story.
Yeah. Right. Plunder Outpost.
Come on, did you guys get your last pleasure?
Oh, did you get the last one?
Yeah.
You still getting? Oh, you did get it?
Yes.
Oh,
I got it. Yeah, I got it.
Okay, let's go. I gotta cocoon myself pretty soon.
Yeah.
Yes. Rich.
Oh yeah.
Now, I mean, while we're here, you could do those achievements on, killing those PvP achievements.
Yeah.
Where people can,
Yeah. You'll be all right, Project. So the thing is, like, you just gotta once you
Yeah.
understand the mechanics, and then when you gotta get like one crew at least. Like even if it's a sloop, like one person, two persons, someone you sail with often, get to know them. It's kind of like any game you play. If you play like MOBA or MMO, and you get a
Yeah, and that's always been my issue is that not too many people understand me or like. I mean, they think I'm too negative, or like they think I'm
well, everyone's
bossy,
different.
or like I've been told a lot of stuff before.
It's gaming.
So,
Gamers always either complain, disagree, or agree.
it's just
It's
well, I
just
mean, I
finding the
sort of
right
see it in myself.
community. I think.
Contracts. That's the thing.
like Eridar doesn't like to do sales, but as a nice comrade, I don't say anything, and I angle it for Cat because Eridar doesn't like doing that either. But I know Eridar, and I know he doesn't do it, so I do it because if I don't, Cat will complain and then think that I'm not doing it.
Exactly. We can't have that. Angle them to stupid tricks. Angle
Yeah.
them to stupid.
Now watch out for the Kraken. We're not going to get Kraken.
No,
are we?
No, don't
it's,
say that.
it's the fort in the sky,
Oof.
so you won't get
Oof.
frightened.
Safe.
Yeah. Yeah, when there is a
Nice.
fort or a ship cloud, you will not spawn the Kraken.
So all this stuff goes to the mysterious stranger in the tavern.
Okay.
That's right.
This is special loot.
Yeah, like even like my brothers, like I've been trying to get these guys to play Sea of Thieves. This is not their game, but you know what?
Yeah, it's not a game for
They're,
everyone.
what won't spawn? See Eridar, see how he lies?
Bro, this is a fucking Meg. What are you
This is
about?
not the Kraken. It's
It's not a
Shroud
Kraken.
Ghost.
Yeah, but you
Shroud
said no
Ghost is
Meg, no
good.
Kraken, as long as there's a.
Yeah, if only.
Oh, that
I
would
haven't
be
even got the
killer.
box of wondrous secrets yet. Never
Yeah,
mind Shroud
no,
Ghost.
That Ghost Meg?
Still out
That
there.
would be priceless. We have to kill it.
Yeah, we have.
Wait, are we landing here? Are we landing
Yeah,
here? Why do I keep saying landing?
I don't know, bro. Because your head is in the clouds.
Nope.
No, my head is in Star Citizen. That's the problem.
I
That's
know.
the
we
Shadow
could be
Moth.
black.
Ooh,
Shadow,
that one was cool for a second. I thought it was all black like a shadow Meg.
Yeah, Trix, whenever you wanna do some Star Citizen, just let me know. And I'm gonna join you.
When's the update?
We don't know.
Man, I mean, wait, you said we are docking here?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait, this
Yeah, around the corner a bit.
Okay.
Yeah, the update's kind of delayed. So
Shift shit ahead too.
Yeah.
Oh, no, we're being bit.
Who's Meg on?
Us.
No, it's going for the other shit.
Jump.
Oh! We all stopped what we were doing just to watch our ally get
I know,
munched.
right. We all of us just stopped and we turned and we looked.
I even got off the wheel. We're all like, oh, we grabbed the popcorn and everything. Are you guys sinking?
Trix,
Okay.
We're
Are
off.
you alright?
Jim, you're on your own. I fell off.
Okay, I got it.
Well, Jim, put the boat, drive the boat towards the island so Meg will get off of you.
Yeah. So as soon as you get the banner, then Meg will leave you alone.
Turn.
I don't think we're gonna need anchor. I think we're.
No,
we're almost there.
Okay, so I'm gonna just.
Wait.
I want to do one.
Shall I go
I'm
alongside
gonna-
the dock?
I'm gonna
pointing to the
ready it.
beach?
Yeah, you can.
I get pointed to the beach.
Yeah, and then stuff like that happen when you're solo, and you're so screwed.
But what you could do there, you see, is you could skip from island to island so that you've only got small, sailing in between, so that you're safer. So
back sail,
I
Cat.
mean, Cat, to be fair, I've come out of port right out of the gate. Kraken.
Yeah, but you also you also need to keep in mind one thing. When you're on the sloop, everything is easier.
Hold on. Yeah, sails up.
Yeah.
Or down, I mean.
Shite.
You got holes,
Alright, let's start filling in.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you guys are okay. Don't worry. All right.
That was quick patchwork.
Alright, these legendary stuff. So I'll
The legendary go to Mr.
yeah.
Freeman.
That was cheap
Oh,
for a
3 more
legendary crate.
crates. I need 3 more crates, and then I've got the.
Ooh,
I might be able to get the cannons.
really now?
Will I?
I don't know. Well, yeah.
Now
Mm-mm-mm.
would Project Zero get the no, won't get the points for this.
No, I
No.
think he will get the experience.
Oh, okay,
But
as long
not
as you get
accommodation.
experience.
Yeah,
Okay,
they will sell
gotcha.
their own stuff. We
But
won't.
he'll
Well,
at least get
let's-
Athena built up.
Is he
Yeah.
getting XP?
Mhm.
Ask Zero.
I
Are you
think so.
getting XP for this? For
I've
things
just
we're
got
selling?
XP from Athena. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Good.
See, look at that. That's pretty much Pyro Legend XP right there, technically. So
Grade 5 Mercantile Loot of Legends. Woohoo!
Very
imagine how
already
mean
working
this game
on
would
it
be
for a
if it
while.
didn't let you get it until you actually have it. Oof.
Yeah, I used to get it all the time when we were selling.
Like if I can get to Athena 6 before I get to the legend, I'm gonna laugh my butt off.
I think. Well,
Right,
I was.
right.
That's
Oh my
what I
god,
did.
what's
I
going on
took
in
so
chat,
long
guys?
to-
What the heck is
I
going
wasn't
on here? I'm
bothered
confused
back
right
into
now.
Legend particularly, but it took me a long
Did
time.
I just
and
hear
was
that?
Definitely Athena 5 or 6
What?
Mm.
before I actually got there.
What?
I mean, I only got 10 more
No
lives.
way!
Already factions.
Oh my god, I'm so Shockwave.
This will help a long way.
Oh my god, is one of my mods here?
Okay,
Guys,
so
we
who do
need
I
to do
buy
the
these-
Raider
these
command
big
for
old bastards off? So now I've got-
Done list. Yeah, when
Actually, about 3 or 4
for
days
Shockwave.
worth
Oh my gosh, good
of
morning. I had no
this
coffee,
point.
nothing. I'm like sleeping here. And I get this kind of raid? What the?
And there's
Weird.
43 for the gold
Wha-
borders.
hold on.
Nice.
You can take out
What?
legends, by the way.
Yeah, have the mermaid gems.
I don't know. Should I? Oh shit! I'm gonna get kicked out of game.
Loot of Legend.
That is very incredible. Yeah. Hold on, Shockwave. I got you.
I'm gonna go down.
Wait, who's the host of the raid?
No, not
Shockwave.
yet.
Yeah.
Cat.
Oh,
Let's.
okay.
I gotta make sure I type your name right
Sorry,
though. Give me
sorry.
a sec. Give me a sec.
Mhm.
So did we have any mega cakes?
That is zero? I
Yeah, we do have one in the crow's nest.
think that's zero. Guys, thank you so much for the follows. I gotcha. I gotcha.
No, we haven't-
There we
yeah,
go.
haven't
Is it working?
got,
Okay, it's working.
And even us, we still have moments when we
You know
like,
what
you
I'm-
know, fuck it up like royally,
Oh,
even though
God.
we are like, you know,
Yep.
veterans and so on and so forth.
Thank you, Kelso.
and we should
Be-
hear, you
because
should hear
the-
Aaron our bloody rant when we map things up. you know.
Yeah, because
It just-
I like that Twitch added that though. Like the whole raid thing is so much easier. Like, 'cause I remember back in the old days, you would have to host somebody.
Attention, or they're like, you know,
They would see the
There's
host,
always somebody better than you out there.
oh,
and
definitely.
all the viewers had to like manually go to a channel. It was a lot more difficult. Now they made it pretty more simple. Good morning. How are you guys?
Definitely, there will always be someone that's gonna be better than you. That's
Alright,
why
guys.
even if you're an OG and so on and so forth, you need to like
I heard that sound. I said, wait a
keep
minute.
it up.
Never be
No way.
complacent. Yeah,
Exactly.
Not 8 o'clock in
You've
the
got to sail
morning.
for a little while. You sort of
don't
lose the
wanna
knack
sail
a
here.
little bit, you know.
Trust me, I know that firsthand.
No Ashen
yeah.
Key.
And if they change the
do that with
combat,
any
they tweak the
game.
combat, you lose the knack a little while.
Hmm. Because to a certain point,
Sea of Thieves?
us as
Probably like
veterans, we
I've been on it for a
have
while.
moments when we're literally relearning things at the same pace.
I
as
have
you
my
guys
moments
are.
where I feel like I'm new to the
And
game
by you, I
again.
mean, you know, new players or newish players. Because there's, again, as Kat says, Sea of Thieves is always changing. New mechanics, reworked mechanics. Yeah. And so on and so
Tweaking,
forth.
perfecting,
Yes.
adjusting.
Yeah.
So to a certain degree, we are also like, you know, relearning the game with each other. That's why, you know, they're keeping us on our toes. Like always.
Oh. Okay. Well, as long as we do ballerina, we should be fine on our toes, right?
Exactly.
It'll be
right?
interesting to see how the emissary system changes things and if it does
Guys, we got a player on
the
here.
way they want.
Oh, what?
There's
Oh,
a player on this island. Careful.
Wait, what?
really?
Hey, he just hit me somewhere. I don't know where he went. He's hiding. Watch yourselves.
Sniped you?
Oh no, somebody with a S in her name.
I on it. Can't see on the
Was that Solaria? Did you troll me? Jim, careful.
No.
Oh, Solaria, watch it, guys. There was somebody here. It didn't look like any of you guys.
Okay.
on it.
Something ain't right here. Watch your ships. Hold on. I'm gonna. Oh my god, I fell. Hold on. Give me a second. I saw them. I just got hit too.
So,
What's wrong with me? Near the tavern. Hold on. Let me get a.
So there was. Oh, last time I came, the bushes at the side of the tavern that people can hide in.
Yeah, I see Eridar in the back. I swear I saw somebody. Unless I'm hallucinating, and I'm really tired. But somebody hit me. Unless one of you guys are trolling. Yeah, I know we got Solaria, but it didn't look like any of you guys.
Yeah, I wasn't even.
Well, I know it wasn't me. I've been running back and forth getting the loot in.
Interesting. Because we came here the other day. Was it
Yeah.
with thieves? And there's some guy hiding in a bush and was stealing.
Yeah, yeah. All right, it could be bushes. I think
I saw somebody hiding in a.
Okay, so I got the game at the release and haven't played it much else since. Okay.
Yeah.
You know what though? Like the
See,
game
so
is
that
much
was the whole
different
thing,
now.
this idea
Why
of
am I
jumping,
looking
I
this
think
way when
that
I'm
was
talking?
like,
Because I'm so used to my webcam being
what's his
here, guys.
name,
I had to
Summit's
move
idea,
it
I
because
don't
I
know,
put a
but,
bigger monitor.
then they brought
This
in
is
the
like a
emotes,
31-inch
so we
monitor,
really
so like
tuck
it's.
and
I had to move
hide
the
him with
camera,
gamer
so
tag, and that was
I'm gonna have to
the
play with
latest
my
craze,
mount
really.
and maybe set it up better so I
just
can
tuck
see better.
everywhere.
But
It's just
all right,
tuck
that's it. I'm
everywhere.
swinging at bushes.
Oh,
That's
don't
Solaria.
do it.
Nobody in this bush. Come on. Oh, you
Oh,
want
I
to be in
agree
here,
to
don't you?
that.
Come on, show yourself. You know what,
Now, did we ever get any keys?
I don't think so.
Ashen keys.
I don't think so, Kenny.
We got one. We
So you use
used
there's
it.
like a couple of ashen chests.
Wait,
here.
let's
Have you used
continue.
it already?
Let's continue selling. Let's continue selling.
Yeah, let's get rid of this stuff.
Take
I mean,
these.
somebody did hit me though. I lost health. My health bar is down.
How much?
Yeah, I'm lower.
Not
than
much.
normal.
I think it's
Ghost
like they
of
hit me
the
with a sword.
Outpost. Right, there's a crate of gems here if anybody wants to come and sell them to their preferred
Looking forward
merchant.
to that.
Anyone that it goes to.
Hello, cat. Bye, bye, cat.
Where are you, cat?
Oh, there's another chalice there.
Hope I didn't like sneak on one of our ships.
Tracks.
No, I haven't seen anybody.
No. Holy God.
We shall sail.
No, I guess we're good. Unless this is one sneaky person waiting to see if we have an Athena chest or something.
Oh, if we did, we'd already passed it in.
Do you remember?
Oh,
Cat,
if
at the
I give
time
these
when
gems to the stranger, does that give me Athena rep?
Oh my god,
No.
that's crazy.
Do you remember at that time when we lost 3 Athenas?
You know what though? That was a lot of games I played. I played a lot of games in my time, guys, where I just didn't really
That was
play it after I got it.
Ooh, ow, ow. That was
Zero
painful.
Resistance is one of them.
Was painful.
I think it was Solaria that hit me. Are you trolling me, Solaria? I know that was you.
No, I've been passing in loot the whole
Because I
time.
know you love PvP. You're killing my pirate simulation right now. Why would you do this to me?
The 5-star resort simulation. Beach resort.
All right, mermaid gems. Where do we want them?
Let them sell them.
Let them sell,
Solaria, I
let them
think
sell.
you need a We're gonna
So
keep the
take the
mermaid
whole-
gems for
yeah.
you because you need to progress. I'd even just let you sell these that way you guys get more points. No ashen keys.
No, so we just sell
No.
those straight off.
But didn't we did
You
an
can
ashen
just
quest?
grab an ashen key out of the Duke's vendor.
Yeah.
They're all here on the island.
Well, here, take the chest. So that way, there's 3 mermaid gems in here.
Also sold this.
Oh, guys, still watch your back.
Yes,
Something don't feel
this.
right.
Mm-hmm.
I know we had that stalker brig the whole game, and I think they're stalking us. Oh wait, no, that's a Scully ship.
Also sold this. Mhm.
Where you at, Trix?
Okay, so how do you say your name? Trixie 2007? Yeah. Am I in window mode? I'm in window mode. Okay. So now the game will crash. Yep, Trix.
Hey, Trix, come here. Did you see the mimics yet?
The what?
The mimic?
The mimic? Really? There's mimics in there? What is this? The RPG now? Oh wow. Yeah, I know mimics is usually like isn't that like a fairy tale or a fictional?
It's the
A kraken inside of our chest.
There's a chest
but
in Harry Potter, wasn't there, as well?
Yeah.
Mimics
You're a Harry Potter
were
fan. Okay.
first,
Or,
like in D&D, I
cool then.
believe.
Alright, here's cannonballs too. This will get you guys some points. Actually, if we could have turned the ship probably like the nose to the end. It doesn't matter.
I've just been jumping off the front. I'm running out the beach.
A lot of work. Don't. Okay. I thought so. I just never knew what to do with the Z anymore. I know. Some Z's are silent. Some of them you actually use. I got the microphone like this way, and I gotta look this way, but look this way. I'm gonna have to readjust all this. Yeah, Kinky. Thanks to Shockwave here coming in with the hose. You know, we got some followers here too, guys. I don't think we had the follower time limit for people to talk. Hold on, you know what? Oh, I don't have my freaking stream deck on. Give me a second, guys. Just do it from here, I think. Turn it off for now, so you guys. I don't. It's not working.
I do love this banjo.
Mhm.
Yeah, the only reason why I have it on is because sometimes we get like weird, like, I don't know, like I think they're like those accounts. I'd be like, hey, check out this
So
website.
Cannibal Crate
or
should
this
go.
and
Yeah,
that. I
and
don't want
there's
my viewers getting
there's a
keyloged or
firebomb
anything like
crate somewhere,
that.
I think. Is that gone already?
Yeah. Mhm.
Have a look if there's no. Down here, it's chest. Leave it on the side for somebody. Yeah.
Do that for now, just in case. Right. I did the raider thingy. Here's what I'm gonna do for everybody, just for being here.
Oh.
There we go. Well, even if you guys are new here,
Woohoo.
look at that. 127 of you guys got retro coins now. Thank you so much for coming in. For those coming in with the
No.
follows.
I saw you, cat. I fucking
Oh,
saw
what
you.
are you guys doing?
Trolling.
Oh, you saw my life, dude.
Oh, I'm on
Oh,
fire!
There goes the ship. There goes the ship.
You pulled me and I hit you.
Yeah,
in the
that's
back.
crazy. Thank you, Kelso. Thank you, Kinky. Yeah, it's insane, guys.
Oh, look at that.
The ship's on fire. Dude.
Well, you know what? This guy's waiting too long to gank us, so he's obviously, I don't know what they're doing. Maybe they're sleeping?
Oh,
Wow, what a bully. What a
What
jerk.
are
maybe
you
he's waiting
picking
for a
on
new
people again?
spawn.
Get you.
Of course he is.
Wait, did we sell everything?
Mhm.
I believe so.
Wow, we got
Yes,
snow
I'm just gonna
again.
murder everyone for this.
Wow.
I'm
We
like
got any
1
more stuff on your
XP
ship?
off of level 41.
Man, it takes so long to get money in this game.
Our ship's
Oh, 1 XP. No, get off. Ow!
Yeah, I always hated that.
Well, they said we're going to get snow. We got snow again. Yay.
Yeah, we did too. Actually, I think it's still snowing outside. I'm too lazy to look. Let me check the camera.
Oh,
Hold
you
on.
got snow.
Snow,
It's
yeah.
April.
Yep, we got snow.
Yeah, we did.
Wow.
It's
The
snowing
only
pretty
thing
good,
that should
too.
be falling out of the sky, Tricks, is jelly beans.
Well, showers. What happened
Oh.
to that?
I could go with that. Yeah. No. Oh, we haven't got any left. You've used them all up.
Oh no.
No.
Yeah. So we had snow. Like I'm looking right now. We had snow, but not like real high. Probably like less than an inch. Not even. It's like
Wow, make me
barely
dance.
covering the grass.
Rude.
Oh. Yeah, I suppose you get. When does it start snow? When do you get your earliest snow?
All year long.
October.
Thank you, Shockwave. I really appreciate it. Thank
For a
you so
long
much for
time.
those. Yes.
Here we've been in snow. August, September, October, it don't matter.
Yeah.
Wow.
Guys, make sure you guys are
Yeah,
following
any snow at
Shockwave,
all,
coming in with
it's
those coming in with
But
that
the
beautiful
worst
raid. I really appreciate it,
day
bro.
for
disappointing.
Like
If you were
3
live, I
years
hope you
ago
had a
it was
good
horrible,
stream.
but
What were you playing
76
anyway?
was still the worst.
Wait,
Or no, sorry,
it's-
78. Or was it 76?
76, it was a really hot summer here.
or did I advertise the wrong
I
channel?
remember.
Well, I mean, it was so bad snowing here that people died in their cars, being completely buried.
Shockwave, I'm just gonna
Oh
do the
gosh.
Yeah, that's how bad it was.
copy your name
That's where I
because
remember where up.
I think I did the wrong
We had
thing.
a really bad winter in like 2011 when we had some really unusually cold. We had some
Why is
like
my
minus
channel
20
not listed? I
temperatures, and that
don't
was really
understand.
unusual for the UK.
Or maybe you were. I don't know. That's
And
weird.
that lasted for I think a couple of weeks. I think.
Interesting.
Yeah,
I don't know what these.
I like weather extremes, but not too much of them. You know, not
Yeah, yeah.
too
I don't know. I
prolonged.
like my weather like mild. Extreme is too spicy.
Somebody want to open the door?
Then you get horrible things like tornadoes and stuff like that.
Oh, look at that
yeah, my
ship.
dad used to be in Tornado Valley. He grew up there.
Yeah, it's probably a bit too exciting.
Our
Best
ship is on
description. I've actually lived through a tornado,
fire.
so I can accurately say
Get
this.
back in the
If you
sea.
hear a freight train, yeah,
Right.
get underground.
Oh gosh. Oh, I'm dead.
Literally, that thing coming
So what is
right up
wrong
your
with my
street
trick
will
spot?
sound like a freight train.
Oh gosh. Because there's been quite a lot of
Oh,
tornadoes
maybe.
just this week, hasn't there?
Oh, you were playing Sea of Thieves. See, look
Where
at
I was
that.
reading.
Okay.
There hasn't been too many. We had 5
Why does it say
major
not
ones,
listed? What's wrong with my
Mhm.
bot? My
a
trick
few
spot's gone
years
crazy,
back,
guys.
and that really caused some serious damage. Erider,
It
door.
was me. It was Trix. It was Trix.
Oh, did you guys need a
I
storage
saw
crate?
it was you.
Huh?
I knew it was
Still
you.
be triggered.
It was Trix. Trust me. He took control of my PC.
Ah,
He sighted
no,
me.
I can hear it burning. I'm logging back in.
'Cause
I'm
it
on
burns,
fire.
burns. The ring of fire.
And this fire is making me lose FPS, man. Oh gosh.
Burn, baby, burn.
Right,
Getting
where's
89
somebody we can
FPS. What's going on here?
Ooh.
Look at cat on fire.
So I've discovered I
Podcast.
can buy things inside the store, so I'm definitely grabbing those.
I've gone out now. Damn.
I think that's gonna be it here soon,
I
guys. I
can
mean,
hear
I'm,
myself burning to death already.
we're getting a little tired.
Oh
yeah.
gosh. Hang on a minute.
Right. Trick spot's not working. What the heck?
Right, I am gonna have to go. We're done, aren't we?
Yeah.
Do some chores
Yep.
things.
Who was that?
How else I need to do? You need to fuck off, cat.
Oh, now, be nice.
Hey, Trix, can you let me inside the?
The what?
Oh, Jim,
You let me
you
inside the
devil.
Well, I killed myself. I flew backwards and hit.
I've run out now. That was lucky. Yeah, I must go and.
Cat, let's get the cannons, cat.
Did what?
Cannons.
Oh gosh. Yes.
Yeah,
Yes. We shall sail together. Ooh.
Let's go, Trixie.
Went inside the crack.
Where's they bring the violin?
I kind of wish that was in this game.
The what? The what?
Yeah.
The violin.
They have concept art for it, so presumably it's on its way.
Oh, I
don't
would
know,
so get that.
Wish I can have a pirate on my shoulder while drinking rum.
A pirate?
A pirate on your
A
shoulder.
parrot or a pirate?
Thank you. You guys actually caught. I was wondering when you guys are gonna catch on.
This hasn't got that. Got it.
So we don't. We
Yeah, a
haven't allowed to-
pirate.
yeah,
It'll
we
be like a
haven't allowed
mini me, you know.
to- True.
The hat is at 10. The jacket's at 6.
And it sucks that we don't have any like
Imagine
midget too. Like
for-
some midget pirates would be kind of cool.
Oh wait, no, that's at
Mm.
8.
Teeny
With a
pirate.
smaller hitbox, you know. I mean, you know, there's in movies, you know, I've seen a lot of.
Belt's at 5.
Alright, it's time for me to actually head out, dudes. Thank you for playing. Tricks, thank you for having us.
Yeah,
And I'm gonna
thank
catch up
you.
with
It's a lot of
you
fun.
guys
Thanks
next
for
time.
having me
Have a
along.
lovely one, mates. Bye
Mhm.
If we want
For
to
me,
sail
Chris,
again, we'll
thank
do the
you.
Heart of Fire.
There's the BBCB for you.
That's an adventure.
Yeah. Alright, see you guys next time.
All right, Eridar, take it easy.
Alright, buddy. Bye bye.
Oh my god, guys. Do you guys know what time it is for me right now? Yeah, I'm gonna be getting off here shortly, guys, unfortunately. That's it. Well, technically I got like 10 minutes left or whatever. But the time for me, it's 8:33 in the morning. Wow. I don't want to get off. I really don't.
Glitch for me. Okay, that's cool. I can't get
Oh,
out
I
of
could buy
Oh.
something from you.
Do you play Sea of Thieves?
Ooh, exciting. Right, talk to you soon.
All right. Well, you guys be careful out there. Hey, where'd you go? Where'd you go?
I'm right next to the Pirate Lord.
Oh. So what is it that you were trying to do down here?
I already got 2 of the. I've been slowly collecting the ghost.
What happened to my
ghost hat.
Discord?
I just unlocked the trousers, the boots, and the gloves already.
Okay, okay.
The belt is at 5. Jacket's at 6.
Ooh.
Hat's at 10.
Actually, let me. Honestly, I need to really step up. Wow. I'm sorry, my Discord was muted. I really need to step up and get my get some of my titles and accommodations here for Athena because I've been slacking.
I'm totally gonna piss off my friend when I come back with like the entire freaking ghost pirate set. It's like, how'd you get that?
Well, most of these are level 9 and level 10, and then these are gonna be like the trader stuff.
Yeah, like just getting legend unlocks all the
Yeah, so there's a lot of
hairstyles and
them just by
colors.
leveling up. Wow, I don't have much. I don't have much of anything.
The sea dogs I'm really gonna have to concentrate on if I want that sword.
Hey, keep it a
that
follow,
doesn't look
guys.
fun though.
Yeah, let me see. Wait, I can't.
Like sea dogs are hard to get through. Because that's all straight up PvP arena.
Wait. Wait.
Like I don't
Are
get,
you able
like,
to
how
buy
they're-
these missions? Would it let you when you?
It says my inventory's full, but yeah,
Yeah.
she's like
Oh, so you're honestly, yeah. So you have to click voyages.
yeah, but
or-
like I have space.
Oh, you do. Oh,
That's the weird part.
huh. That's interesting.
Like I could take screenshot for you. Here you go. Control print screen.
Woo! Wow.
See, this is my current log. Right?
Oh, you took a screenshot. Hold on, let me take a look. Yeah, you do got space. You're right. Huh. It could just be you're not supposed to have it yet. Huh. Yeah, and even I can't even buy it for you because it's not gonna matter.
Yeah, but like look at this. It says inventory full. It's not.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't get that.
Oh, you know what it might be. Hold on, let me see, because that's Yeah, even for me it says full.
Do we have any voyages?
I think, but I actually do have full inventory though. Like I'll have to remove some of my.
Oh, that might be why. Like,
But yeah, but for you though, you have a space though.
yeah. That is a little confusing, honestly.
I have no idea. Boom, 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 boom.
Wow, I now hear Final Fantasy VIII battle music.
Wait, you said what?
I hear Final Fantasy VIII battle.
Final Fantasy.
I think it's 8 or 7.
Oh, the new one, the remake. Yeah, 7 came out.
No. I think my dad's playing the old one.
Oh, like the original.
Yeah. Could be wrong, but I think he's playing the original.
Okay, okay. Well, the original's definitely soundtrack's a little different, right, Jim?
Like, I think 8, though. I think he's playing 8. That's his favorite.
Oh man, you know what though? This game can get exhausting. After you get these like long voyages, you just get like tired.
Oh, yeah, but like,
Oof, it's like a lot of work.
the funny thing is I either have to blast through doing this and just like completely scrud my sleep completely, like 100%, or like I'll just end up passing out during it.
Heck was that, Jim? What are you doing?
Like if I try to keep my normal schedule that I keep while playing with my friends,
Yeah.
with you guys, I'd end up passing out midway through our voyage. Literally, you'd hear me snoring.
Oh wow.
Like if I start to drift off, I'm completely gone. Like I'll be sitting here playing a game 1 minute and then like I'll start zoning out, or like my character will be doing like being off randomly a little bit more, or
Oh
not
gosh,
doing
Jim.
something, or I'll be completely out cold.
Oh, oh.
So wait, this is the Pirate Legends ship? Is that what this is?
Are you talking about like the ship right there?
Yeah. It's a old wreck. Like this reminds me of the Goonies somehow. Like, how do I get on board? It's not gonna let me on board. Of course not.
Yeah, I think they you used to be able to go out there, but I think players were trying to get out the map. So, oh gosh.
It's not hard to go out of the map in this game. I did it twice in the maiden voyage.
Oh no, you can leave, but you got that nice, beautiful Red Sea waiting for you.
No. I mean, literally, I've broken the game to the point where I'm underneath the entire island.
Oh. I know the game. At one point, I remember that happening. Yeah, unless you found an actual way, don't tell nobody your secret.
Like, I don't think it's an exploitable thing,
Oh,
and
trust me, yes.
honestly, like, even
Yeah,
if it
sleeping
was,
is
it's
sleeping
stupid.
is amazing.
But there's a way you can wedge yourself in ponds if you're trying to grab onto, like, say, an item and you don't know where it is, and you just keep spamming that E button or the F button or whatever the trigger button is to pick up.
Yeah.
Eventually, you'll just glitch through the ground and be swimming through the
Ahoy!
ocean, but underneath the island, through it, in little segments.
Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm.
And you can get a real good look of the underbelly of an island.
Well, you used to be able to get on this ship. It's been a while since I've done it, though.
Like, normally when you get yourself wedged in a spot, you end up just teleporting back to the ship, right? If you wedge yourself right in one of those little ponds, just in the right direction, you glitch through the ground there.
Yeah, we had somebody come in with the came in and host the channel. It was surprising. The break. Gosh. Well, either way, I added the name to the Book of Raiders, so that way we know who came to the stream and raided for sure.
I like how this barkeep actually asks how old I am.
Hmm. Yeah, you'll be alright. You'll get there soon, bro. Don't worry.
I'm already
Oh, God, Jim. Really? Really, Jim? Oh, no. Get away from me. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Not so naughty. Uh,
I think I just puked on your monkey.
Are we playing out of sync?
wasted. That's why.
The water.
Like I'm playing like Nickelodeon Slime Time or...
No.
I'm still completely wasted. That's a good one.
Ah, Jim, I always knew you were an alcoholic. I always knew it. Deep down inside.
Yep, deep down inside. I don't have an ID. Leave me alone.
ID.
And that's it at
Nope,
home.
nope, nope, nope.
Who needs those?
Oops.
Wait, you guys have heard no game audio? Really? Oh my god, don't tell me.
Peeked on the ladder.
Wow. Or I hope this wasn't the whole stream.
Watching some food get you wasted.
I found the only hole to fall down.
The only thing legendary about this bar is the grog.
Wow, guys. Oh my gosh. You're never gonna believe the biggest mistake I might have just ever made in a while. I think that. Wait, am I muted? No, I'm not. I think the entire time that we played, I did not record any game audio.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow. I guess I was tired a while before I started. Unbelievable.
Best stream ever.
Well, you know, it's gonna be like one of those like quiet movies that had no sound effects, you know?
You gotta add subtitles though. Like dramatic cut with the caption.
Yeah.
Real old school. Laurel and Hardy old school.
Testing. Okay, yeah, you guys hear me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like when I was explaining that whole glitch, I thought you were muted.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Alright, so at least you guys can hear me, so that's good. Alright, yeah, because I was just double checking. I don't know, man. It's like, I don't really want to go set Voyage because it's going to be another long time. I don't know.
We can do one of the smaller ones.
No, I'm gonna look outside real quick. Yeah. Well, check your combinations and check your titles. So, like, what do you need working on?
Let's see. Order of Soul still needs bit. Merchant Alliance needs one. I got a cargo run.
It
That
was
should
gonna be like
quick.
Duke here, drunk in the bar. Oh, somebody else is here. Oh gosh.
You killed me.
They suck your guys' ship. Oh no.
Yeah, it's fine. Those are huge shares.
That might have been what it was. Yeah.
Oh, they sank both.
It's right.
Huh. I think they want something, Trex. Look off.
Thank you.
Fucking stab me, I will kill you. Should we just start a new game or whatever? Because we're still on two different ships.
What?
Hello?
I don't think anyone's gonna.
That's not here, Jim.
Yeah, I think he. Oh, no, he did.
Oh, well, I
He's
heard
muted,
you.
I think. Yeah, he's muted.
Really, I was muted the whole time.
Yep.
My bad. I didn't know where Solario went. Did you guys die?
No, I killed that one dude that slashed at me.
There's people here on this island.
I'm just sitting here on the back of their ship.
And then I just went to the ship.
Alright, so you guys' ship is gone, right?
We got a new one right here. I'm at the new one. I'm pretty sure they sank both.
It was because we're fighting each other.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't trust them.
I'm on their ship right now. Just sitting there, rowboat.
Yeah, was at the front of their ship and he's like yelling at me. I just like I can't hear him in game, which is so weird.
Yeah, well, they try to use the megaphone to talk to you, but
Yeah, I don't know how that works or like.
it's supposed to make them speak louder.
That means nothing to me because I'm the first ship. Oh wow, the Reaper's Mark is all the way at Devil's Roar's corner. We were at Plunder Outpost, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty far away. Over at Sea Dog's Rest. You want me to come swimming, sailing back, or are you gonna rejoin the crew, or what's going on?
I don't know. I'm hearing that Mother Nature out there.
Yeah.
Hmm.
My condolences.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's horrible.
Jim, you look so evil. What the heck's going on outside? What's outside? What I hear like?
Nature tricks, ignore it.
Hey, what's today's date? Hey, garbage day? Oh shoot!
16th.
That is a garbage truck outside. Yep, I see the garbage truck on my camera. Oh my gosh! All right, guys, I might have to make sure I took the garbage out.
Sorry and thanks. Huh?
Oh, so he's doing a. He showed me what they're doing.
Oh,
They're
what
doing
are
some
they
story
doing?
mission. They're killing some skeletons.
Oh, okay. What's up with Street Cam?
Huh?
What's up with Street Cam over here?
I think he's with them.
Wait, Kelso?
Okay. Yeah, guys, I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. Hold on. Thank you, guys. I really do appreciate it, guys. I will be right back. Hold on,
They're
guys.
trying to talk to me, but I can't hear them.
Yeah, like I couldn't. Like, do I?
He wants to form an alliance, but I don't have a ship here.
Do I sail back? Yeah, kind of sank it.
Oh. It was when we were fighting each other.
Oh, right. Yeah, I remember we sank it.
Because we were throwing firebombs at each other, so
Yeah.
we kind of sunk each other.
Oh, this should be fun. A brigantine on my own. Sure, why not?
Yeah, I've been there before. I tried sailing a galleon mode.
Yeah, that's really not fun. Honestly, I've done it. Getting the sails down is easy. Getting them up, that's a different matter.
Oh yeah.
Ship only works one way, dang it.
No.
Is Trix joining us, or?
Human AFK for.
Yeah, just for a second. Yeah, what's going on?
For the crew, because there's like you were in a different crew before. And we're still technically on an EU server.
Wow, he just shot me.
Oh, you did?
Oh, that wasn't smart.
Oh, because I'm in the crow's nest. Are they anchored?
Yeah, they are anchored.
I wish their anchor was up. I would have just like made their ship leave.
His sorry, yeah, you're sorry, all right. You're gonna be sorry.
Oh, he didn't kill you though, right?
He just killed me. Yep.
Oh wow. Oh.
He said sorry, then he killed me.
Oh.
Yeah, he's like, sorry. And I'm like, wait, what? Excuse you?
Oh, yeah, you're gonna be sorry now.
Oh
It's like, what do you think you're touching? No.
no. Good night, Eridar. Hey, get some rest, man. I'm about to be doing the same here in a few minutes, guys, because I'm tired.
Grab, southeast.
I'm really tired.
had no
I have no
clue
more
those
energy.
teammates had
My
either,
energy's
so-
depleted. It's done. Gosh, why does that
Completely
keep
got to
going?
turn around here.
Where'd you go, Jim? Where'd you go?
Well, if he killed
I'm back.
Jim, he'll probably be on the ship with me soon.
Oh.
Yep, there he is.
Yep, he murdered me.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, he said sorry after blunderbusting me and hit me with the sword.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, he's supposedly friendly. Yeah, let's form an alliance. Yeah.
Yes. Thanks, man.
Yeah, you'll be regretting that one soon.
Where'd you guys' ship at? I could just wait here. I'm under a crow's nest anyway, so.
You want to give me a spot there, Jim?
Okay. We
Oh,
were at
hello.
where?
Plunder Outpost.
Okay, so yeah, we got a ways to go.
Oh no.
Keep going southeast. We're good.
Yeah, no, like I said, we were way up in the wilds.
Out in the wild blue yonder.
That's a fresh spawn sunken ship, though.
Yeah.
Like when they're high up in their butt is high up in the water there. That's a fresh sunken.
And the weird thing is, I seen them in the ferry too. So I don't know. They died a couple times.
Mm-hmm.
That is very true.
They're fresh spawned. I don't
I
know
killed
how they
one
died.
because he tried to attack me.
Well, this is before Eridar and everybody.
Oh my gosh.
I seen them.
Oh no, like this is when we came out of the legend area.
Yeah, I know, but it was before that they.
Oh yeah, like
Somebody
when
was there.
he attacked Trix.
Yeah, I knew there was something going on because like I'm like, somebody with an S, and look what's on their team. There was a guy with an S, right?
Yep.
Because I seen them before, when they were still in the game before they left.
Yeah.
Because when I
That's
was in the
good.
ferry, I saw them. I knew they're not. I don't know if they're fresh spawn or they just got lucky. Ended up on Plunder Outpost.
Well, I'm changing these sails. These are gonna bug me. Too clean. There you go, Jim.
Oh, you guys actually do see it right here. Sorry, hold on.
Shit, we're off course. A little more southeast. Be right back.
This is gonna be for now. Alright, so where'd you guys go now? Which island are you at?
We are getting close to.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh,
We're
somebody saw
about
the man.
halfway there. We're
Halfway.
getting close to Chicken Isle right now. We're almost to Plunder.
I think I see you guys from a distance.
Well, it's pretty loud, so I'm guaranteeing you heard that.
Oh, you're okay. Yeah, you're okay. Oh my gosh.
I was like, there was no bacon, and I hope you heard it.
Yeah, I'm still sleeping on here. And they haven't moved, they're still here. I don't know what they're doing. They probably don't even have
It's
anything on their
half an
ship
egg
anyway.
sandwich without the bacon.
Right.
Am I wrong? No?
Yeah, I think I still see you. Man, I was muted on Discord. My bad. Yeah, I see you guys coming. Is it in front of you, Plunder?
Should have been.
I see him now. Oh, there's another ship.
Yeah, I guarantee they're
Yeah,
gonna
there'll be a
regret what
hand
I
to play.
Oh, yeah. Say who? What? Let's sync these guys real quick and then, I don't know, man.
I mean, you have some voyages that are less insane.
Alright, I think I see
Pretty
you
quick.
guys. Is that you guys?
Yep.
Black ship, white sail. Yeah, that's us.
Another ship, too. I don't know if that's a Scully ship or not.
It's Blair.
Ooh.
It's heading like right for us too.
10 out of 10 would sink again.
Oh, careful, there's a Kraken right there.
Bring it.
Nah, I'm just playing. You guys are good. Don't worry about it. You're alright.
Waters kind of did get dark like it was.
Right? It surely
Not a
did.
lot. Yeah, it is pretty dark. And Trix, I sent you a picture of what the Kraken looks like.
Okay.
That's
Oh no,
really
yeah, I know, I
good.
saw that, but it looked like a concept, right? Like that was like a concept.
No,
art.
that's it. That's what they're claiming it is.
Oh. Well, you never get to see the face in the game only because like
I know.
black
That's a
muck.
bit disappointing in my opinion.
You know. But I guess it keeps it. I mean,
But you do have the skeletal remains literally littering several islands. So,
right. It'd be nice to actually see some skin on it.
well, we see enough skin with the Kraken. Thank you.
Right, what do we got here? What do we got here?
Man, it's taking forever to get there.
Yeah, I'm ready to take oil.
Yeah, so far so good. Like I said, I'm still
Take
sleeping,
oil.
and they're not making any activity, so
Ready to take oil.
I'm gonna put this one up because
Yeah, right. I'm gonna ram him. No, what are you doing?
they're hiding somewhere. I don't know where they are. They might be
I
just on the
need
island.
top speeds. Run.
Oh wow, you guys are really kamikaze, aren't you? Holy mackerel.
Oops, sorry.
They're leaking water. They're not even patching it. Oh wait, one of them swimming in the water. Is that you guys?
Yeah.
Oh, you went onto the boat?
Jim.
Did one of you guys go on their boat?
I think Jim might have.
Oh, Jim, is that you with the sword, bro?
Oh, yep. They're not even on the boat. What the heck?
Yeah, they're not even on there, bro.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna
Somebody-
change shit.
Wait, who's swimming? Oh, that's Solaria. Okay.
I cannot bear those white sails.
Even here.
Those are brown guy sails.
Oh, they scuttled. Yep, they scuttled it. Or unless they both just logged off.
I don't mind moving, but
Yeah, I didn't see nobody there.
Tavern. Oh, they're gone. They probably just both quit the game the whole time. We're sitting there like dummies.
But why would they want to
I'm
put
not
it on lives with them like that?
No idea.
It made no sense. Let's put them on lives and then leave. Owie.
So you gotta join our crew? What's going on here?
I don't know. I'm trying to look for Jim.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Here you are. You killed me.
Where'd Jim go?
What did y'all want?
Who, what?
I'm about to go to bed. I'm tired.
Huh?
I'm about to go to bed. I'm tired.
I don't blame you, dude. I don't blame you, bro. I am sleepy as well. About to hit the hay. Like a shenane. What's... At a full time a day. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Shut up.
Really, Jay? Oh. Oh. Back to the tavern, get some health root. Jay's like, nope, I don't trust you, Tricks.
I heard the swimming.
Oh, you heard me swimming?
Yep.
Yeah.
I didn't see you running. Okay, he's running?
know. I think it'd be kind of cool, like a fairy world mission or something, like in the fairy world. Like, you know?
In the Ferryman's domain.
Yeah. Like,
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
you know, things like that. Ooh.
Or like, I know this is like Sea of Thieves, but like at the same time, you could have like monumental flight type creatures like giant bird,
Right.
like an oversized parrot, something, you know. I mean, they did have like mythical creatures of that kind of nature back in the day that would sail the skies, that sailors would tell tales of.
Right, right.
So it's not completely unheard of. Like I can totally see them using something like that, or like an island eater, for example. That could be completely plausible in here.
All right, you know what? I don't want to overdo it because I am extremely tired right now.
Mm.
And yeah, it tells me how to fish. It tells you how much I go fishing in this game because ever since they added the new update where the game kind of tells you what to do at the bottom box,
Go fishing.
yeah, I've been slacking. Oh, fishing is good in this game. Fish gives you good health and yeah, it's kind of cool. Again, a lot of these features weren't even here, bro. I remember when Sea of Thieves was, not to be mean about it, but it was pretty bare bone. I mean, it was open sea, which is cool. You know, it was player to player party system, which was great, but it did have
Like it didn't have the structure that it has now.
no, there was only 3 voyages. There was the merchant, gold hoarders, and hoarder of souls. There wasn't none of this like you know, Ashens and
Yeah,
uh,
no, like
Devil's
legends
War
weren't
wasn't
even
even
a thing.
here. Fort of the Dam wasn't here. We didn't have skeleton ship clouds. We didn't have the other.
Well, I mean, you did have the Ferry of the Dam. I
Yeah.
mean, that's always been there, but
Well, the area has been there, but there was nothing to it. Like it was literally
yeah,
just sightseeing. You know, forts. I don't know if forts was always a thing. I think it was something they added.
no, they weren't. That was something added because it's one of the highlights for one of the earlier updates.
Yeah. So yeah, they added that, and then I remember there was
Like
complaints
how
because there wasn't
skeletons
enough
just
forts.
like come up on land. That update.
Yeah.
Yeah, like they came into a port. That was the fort update.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Like they just straight up took over these fortresses.
Like I play in Minecraft and go fishing. Yeah, man. It was a good session though.
Like,
It was you know, Sea of Thieves and Sea of Thieves. Never know. I don't mind it. I enjoy it. You know, I had a pretty
like,
good
I'm lucky to go with the people that I do,
mhm.
but they don't like hunting big game.
Yeah, like honestly, I'm not a fan of the galleon. I don't know, like I don't like it. Like I don't mind it. I guess, you know, if I'm in a full party, but galleons can be
That Kraken should have been nothing to us though. Like with 2 brigates, we should have been able to take that down no problem.
yeah. They kind of buffed the Kraken too. The Kraken used to be not
I've
as
taken
not
it
as
down
deadly.
9 out of 10 times.
Yeah.
I just need the 10th time.
Oh, you still need that accommodation, right?
Yep.
Okay.
That would have been number 10. So I was like, I need this.
All right, guys. I need to get some rest. I really need to get some rest. You know, where was my activity feed? So, I mean, you know, shout out to Shockwave, guys, coming in like that. Shockwave did not have to do that. Come in with the raid and the host, and just like, you know, we gotten a few followers from that. Like, that's amazing, guys. Like, we haven't had something like that in a while. And I really do appreciate it. I wish I had like a scene or something pretty cool and awesome.
Honestly, I don't think that you can even
I'm like
activate
95% tired. Like, I am ready for bed. And then,
the ancient ghost one.
you know, and then the cheer bits too. Like, guys, that's awesome.
Until
Anytime,
you
what's going on?
defeat
Good
all of the
morning.
five.
Oh, we got Bomberman today, guys. Oh my gosh. You guys just reminded me. I got Bomberman today. I don't even know what time I have Bomberman. Let me take a double look at this. Yeah, what's going on there, Ralph? How are you, bro? Yeah, what the heck? Dude, I don't even know how I'm awake, bro. What time is it? 9 in the morning.
Here's all the megs, by the way.
Yeah, I kind of gave up on the Bomberman tournament already.
Yeah, I don't think I seen your name on the list. I was like, oh, Jay, he got booted. I was like, he probably missed all his times.
Well, when I was having computer issues, like, man,
Oh yeah, did you message them?
nah.
I mean, either way though, it's gonna put you behind regardless. Like you can
Yeah.
miss days, you just lose. I mean, unless you've been eliminated due to points.
I missed all 4 days, or first 4 times, so I didn't have no points anyway, no matter.
Alright, what's today? Today's... I don't even know what day it is anymore. Is it Wednesday?
Today is Thursday, 9:19 a.m. of April 16th, 2020.
See, with all this quarantine, I don't even know what day it is anymore half of the time.
This is why we have computers.
Thursday at 8 o'clock. Oh, this is a new list of names.
Like, I have this meg list saved in so many spots on my new computer already. Not even funny.
Right now, I am I'm 5th place right now. Oh, it's gonna be tough.
Win it for us.
Dude, honestly, there's a couple of guys on here that are pretty good at this game, but the ones that are really, really hard are David and Fox. These guys are like Bomberman legends. It's gonna be tough.
David the creator of the website? Why does he play the tournaments anyway? Does he the winnings give it away?
I don't know what he does with the winnings. I mean, obviously he's not gonna gift himself with it. I think he just I think he just participates in it just to be, you know, with the community, and just gives it to whoever's below him. Basis upon that. Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, though. Yeah.
I mean, I can see.
To me, it's kind of unfair. Like he plays the thing. And
but you know what, though? I give him credit, though. How many developers, or even like anything in general, that can partake into something and still be good at it? You know what I'm saying? Most of the time. Yeah, most of the time, some are not like that. They just run something but don't become part of it, and they just make money from it, and they don't. But you know, he's involved with the community. He's good at it, you know, and it's pretty cool, you know.
Like,
if I actually played a game I actually played, I'd probably would more active.
Yeah, like, I do want to get some net play though, because if it's gonna disappear by the end of this year, I do need to get some retro going for the last time, because net play is easier here because it's web hosted, you know. To do it like through like Hamachi and all that, a lot of work. I don't know.
It may not work all the time either, so.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, I think the devs that actually like stream their content when they're making it, or you know, the ones that, you know, actually give a shit about their community and talk to their community, or can play the games that they create and actually be part of the community, that actually takes a lot more effort, straight out, in comparison to like companies like freaking Square Enix or something, or like Epic.
Yeah, they don't care about the community. They just care about the money.
Yeah.
Oh, I got money, yeah. Just like right now with Blizzard with Call of Duty.
Oh yeah, they're losing everything.
They don't care about the game. They don't care about the hack. They don't want to fix the game at all.
The thing was is they lost everything when they sold out to Ghostcrawler because he screwed up everything for Blizzard. He sold out to Activision, fired all of his original dev team that was working on World of Warcraft, and basically gutted the program to a point where it sucked. And came out with 3 crappy expansions that sold out to other companies or countries before they told him either you leave or we fire you. So he went over to Riot Games.
Yeah. Call of Duty was fun. I used to like Call of Duty. I can't. In this last Call of Duty, it's like the worst game that they ever made.